but 4 places made before we even hit the first corner. Giles Perry got a little spin on, and I managed to hold off a bit of stiff competition from Oliver Hardick on the outside, and I was up to P14. It was a dream start and so far so good, but with a whole host of cars in front, I knew it was going to be no easy task getting through this lot. Fred Chinnocks ran wide at Chapel, opened the door for me to move up into P13, and despite some real pressure from Fred, I managed to keep position all the way up the Hanger Straight. Caterham racing is such an intense affair, and with Richard Ainscough and James Moon scrapping it around Vale, it was late on the brakes and another couple of positions made. With a good exit, I even managed to nip past Tom Minty Noakes and get up to 10th place. Quite a bit of curb on the exit of Club, trying to listen to my mentor Tiff, and onto the Hamilton Straight. And actually that curb, we'll be seeing that a little bit later in the video. So by the time I reached Village on the first lap, I was really surprised to be in touching distance of the main pack, who were all busy scrapping it out around the loop and Aintree.
Hello and welcome to Donington Park for round 4 of the official Caterham Motorsport season of 2022. Already had 3 fantastic events this year, and we're into our 4th season, halfway point. And we are going to start today with the Caterham 7 Championship UK, the Avon sponsored Caterham 7 Championship UK, where the drivers are all aiming for the title of British Caterham champion at the end of the season. As you can see from our pictures, we have got absolutely glorious weather with us this weekend. There's a gentle headwind as we go down the start-finish straight. But all 5 of the steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder are with us today, and we've got plenty of action with you all weekend. So Chris Hutchinson here in the commentary box, and we've got Sam Parker with us, ready to do some driver interviews. But 6 races with us today, starting with the 7 Championship UK, but we've got the Academy, both the green and white groups, 3 Tonard, 270, and the Road Sports with us. And then we've got another 5 races tomorrow, and again, starting with 9:35 in the morning. So plenty of Caterham action for you all throughout this weekend. And like I say, we're getting ready to start proceedings with the 420Rs. And I believe down in Assembly area, Sam is with Lee Bristow.
Yes, good afternoon everybody. Yes, welcome to a very sunny Donington. I am with Lee Bristow. I wanted to have a quick chat with Lee because Lee was driving one of these cars, the 420 Cup, up the hill at Goodwood. How was it for you, Lee?
Yeah, it's a bucket list thing, isn't it? So there's not many people lucky enough to have a go at that. So I don't think I quite did it justice. I'd like to have had a few more goes, but we're very thankful for the opportunity. So mega weekend.
And we had Paul Woodman from the Roadsport Championship driving it as well. Do you know, how did he get on with it? I think he loved it. You know, Paul's such an enthusiastic guy. He loves the brand. You know, he loves the cars, and he said it was mega. You know, he just, again, grateful for the opportunity, and just say, you know, to do it on a weekend like that, you know, is once in a lifetime stuff for us. So it's just fantastic. Excellent. It looked a very sunny, warm weekend for you as well. Well, thank you very much. I wish you all the best for this race in a good starting position.
Thank you.
I'll hand back to you, Chris, because there's a couple of other people I just want to speak to, but I think they're just lining up in the assembly area now.
Bristow there, yeah, saying driving a car up of the Goodwood Festival of Speed hill. What an honour that is, and he starts 8th place today on today's grid, just missing out on the Super Pole. So the 420s all have a sort of standard qualifying session, and then the top 7 go through to Super Pole qualifying, where they all have a single shot lap. They all go out onto track separately, so toe doesn't come into it. They all have to go out lap, set their fastest lap and in lap, and that's what sets the first 7 places of the grid, and that's what we've got today. So just looking at my grid, we've got Aaron Head on pole position. Lewis Thompson again putting it right on that front row of the grid. Lewis Thompson was new into this car last round that we had, and yeah, he's absolutely showing that he's still got the pace out there to put it right on pole position, on front row of the grid. And what a fantastic start to his 420 career. And Sam is with Johnny Jarrett down on the assembly.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm here with Johnny Jarrett. Johnny runs Oakmere Motorsport. It's their first year running in motorsport, but also you're one of Caterham's franchises. So how have you found the transition from being a Caterham franchise dealership to motorsport, running a motorsport team?
Well, no, it's quite exciting for us, I must say. It's baptism of fire, year 1 into it. I guess I've been lucky in a way that a couple of my staff have been through the academy in Roadsport in various different stages, and I've done that myself for the past 5 years. So we've got a little bit, not a complete stranger to the, let's say, to the motorsport circuits and what have you. But no, to be actually doing it as a team, it's fantastic. It's really exciting, and so far, touch wood, so far so good.
But you know, you're a family-run business, and you've got a lot of passion for Caterham, and you know, you run Henry Heaton, who's right at the front, you know, leading the championship.
Yeah, no, absolutely fantastic. It's amazing to have somebody like Henry who's chosen to join us, and yeah, as you say, he's doing fantastically. He's he's always a good performer, always there or thereabouts, and yeah, to have him under our awning is very exciting for us.
Yeah, pleasure, I'm sure. I'll let you. I think you've got to get your helmet on.
You.
But I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for talking to us. Yeah, so it's a great outfit, Oakmere Motorsport, and obviously they've got a dealership as well, based in the north in Cheshire.
He took the opening round, but yeah, he's been on the podium like backwards, and I think he's been on the podium nearly every single round. Only 2 where he's been off it.
Exactly. He's actually. I was going to try and grab a word with Henry, but they've already gone.
He's actually. I just saw him driving off. There he is in his number 10 car. They're getting released to the grid. But yeah, a consistency, and that's what he's comes in here at the top of the championship. So what a start for Oakmere and Henry Heaton.
That's right, exactly. Yeah, really good for them, really good for Henry. And just thinking, so who else have we got that's... we've got Mark Farmer back this weekend, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had Mark Farmer join us for the opening round at Brands Hatch. It wasn't the most successful for him, but he is back now at this Donington Park National Track, and I'm sure he'll be looking to see what he can get done. As a British GT driver, so a very experienced driver. A lot of our drivers, though, are very experienced. They're very experienced in Caterhams because they've been driving them a long time.
That's right, and Jake Swan, another one just gone past me here. He didn't have the best qualifying session, but he's somebody to watch out for in this race, I think, because you know I think he'll be making his way up now his car's fixed.
Yeah, and you know, he's always there or thereabouts. He's always pushing that car forward, and it doesn't really seem to matter where he starts on the grid. He will always make a forward progress. We did see Luke Stevens there in his bright blue car, so he's with us, I think, for the first time this year. They've got a new coloured car, but I think Luke Stevens with us in the number 15 car, so one to watch out for. As we see on our screen all these cars, and you can hear an aeroplane going overhead. That's kind of a standard for Donington.
Yes, it's very noisy, but always makes some great shots, doesn't it, for the of the cars going around the circuit with the plane above. But I'll hand back to you, Chris, now, because I think they're obviously ready on the grid for you.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Sam. So, yes, what a spectacular conditions we've got here, as just seeing the marshals all sorting them into their respective grid spots. Lewis Thompson a little bit skew-whiff on the front row of the grid there, but I'm sure we're only going on to the green flag lap, so not an issue. So Tom Eden obviously slotting in there in his bright yellow car. And, yeah, so 20-minute races for the top step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. They have 3 races there. The only championship that we have this weekend has got 3 races. I can hear the siren going off, which is going to signify that they are ready to get this green flag, or nearly ready to get this green flag lap underway. About 20-minute races. They are a thoroughbred race car. They've got 180 horsepower to their name. They've got slick shod tyres, all uprated suspension. They are absolutely dedicated race machinery. They wouldn't do so well out on the public highway, but they are absolutely a delight to drive around this track. I was in this car last year trying my best and racing a lot of these drivers, and as we've already mentioned, many of them are seasoned Caterham racers, and a lot of the front of the grid have actually got championships to their name. And as we go on through, I'm sure that will start becoming clear. But yes, so absolutely looking great as we see them weaving around. They are on those slick tyres, so everyone else, or nearly everyone else, is running on the ZZS tyre. But here's the grid, confirmation then of that grid. So Aaron Head is come out on top in that Super Pole, and he is on the pole position. Lewis Thompson lines up alongside him, and then alongside behind is Henry Heaton and James Murphy, all the regular contenders that we'd expect to see at the front of the grid. And then behind them, we've got Tom Eden lining up alongside Timothy Dickens, and Chris Moore was the final person who made it through into that Super Pole. Lee Bristow in 8th place, and then we've got Stephen Lyle, Dale Head lining up 9th and 10th. 11th and 12th is Mike Evans and Luke Stevens. Andy Lees is 13th, Ian Sparshot 14th, Mark Farmer starts 15th, Barry Benham 16th. 17th is Jake Swan, Johnny Jarrett 18th, Chris Kirby is in 19th, and Simon Griffiths lines up 20th. And I think there's 20 starters, it looks like, today. So, yeah, great to see 20 of these thoroughbred race machines out there as they make their way. You can see Aaron Head in the black car with the pink roll cage there. And Henry Heaton behind him in the turquoisey blue with the black roll cage. Aaron Head won, I think, 5 out of the opening 9 rounds we've had, so he's got a drop score to his name already. He DNF'd in 1 race, so that's affecting his championship total, and he's certainly been the one to beat as far as consistency of getting those first place and second place on the grid. So doing a great job this year so far. But say Henry Heaton, by want of his being consistent every single round, currently heads that championship table. There we see Aaron's car as he just pulls up to that start line on that pole position, which is on the inside of the to Redgate, which is the first corner, as you see the rest of the field there. So we've got Lewis Thompson. We haven't spoken about him on that way. Here he's in this sort of green with the bright yellow signage on his car, DW Motorsport run car. Great to see him insert himself into this championship after a fantastic 310R season last year. Henry Heaton in the turquoise, and then we've got James Murphy in the dark car with the orange sort of Tron-like appearance. That's James Murphy, and he's been rapid all throughout this season. And then Tom Eden nicely needs a spot in his bright yellow car. We have the green flag then at the back of the field. We are about to get our Caterham action underway at Donington Park then. We'll look out for the lights. We see the lights come on. Who's going to make the best start? Off we go then. Aaron Head looks like he really bogged down. Something smoke coming out the bottom of his car, so watch out for that. Looks like Lewis Thompson at the inside, but James Murphy maybe made the best of that start to the outside of Redgate. It does look like he's going to be able to sweep around. He does take that lead, so Aaron Head moves from the pole position down into 3rd place as they head off around Redgate. Oh, a little bit of contact there. So that's Mike Evans, and we got Ian Sparshot up in the air. So look, the contact through the middle of the exit of Redgate, and there's Tim Dickens off to the outside. Tom Eden impacted in that. Lots of that's about 4 or 5 cars all impacted. There is Johnny Jarrett, who spoke to him on that on pre-grid. So a lot of disappointed drivers. Turn 1, race 1. That's not a good start for them. And got another chart out there onto the grass, and that was Mark Farmer. Meanwhile, out front, whilst we see whether we do have to have a safety car to control that, we got out front here. It looks like it's Henry Heaton ahead of James Murphy. Then Aaron. Oh, sorry, it's not Henry Heaton. It's Lewis Thompson, of course. James Murphy. Then Aaron Head, Henry Heaton, Chris Moore. There's the Tom Eden car. It looks like he might have radiator damage, so he will have to stop. You can see the missing that front nose cone. Murphy, meanwhile, to the outside then of the chicane for the first time. The Robert chicane. Head looking like he's going to go around the outside of Lewis Thompson as well. He does make that. Are they going to have enough room on the exit? There's a bit of contact. So Lewis Thompson gets sent onto the grass. It looked like there was just a little bit of leaning there. It's hard to tell from this end. I can see behind Stephen Lyle, another driver new into this car. He's got a bit of debris stuck under his nose as they head down into Redgate. There's going to be yellow flags here due to the opening lap. Chris Moore is into that third place currently, and he started a little bit further back down the grid. You can see the yellow flags there, more bodywork. I think it might be the bodywork coming off of the Lyle car. Definitely a lot of contact in the middle of that race. They've been very controlled, the 420, the 7 UK grid, through the early parts of their races in other other championship events. So it's a little bit of a shock to see them make that contact. There's 3 races to get through, and there's a safety car. I can see the safety car boards have been put up, so they do need to get and snatch some of those cars away, and the safest way they can do that is via the safety car. So hopefully all the drivers will have spotted that. Certainly looks like they are now back down to standard pace. And you can see all the marshal's posts will be showing that waved yellow, and the safety car boards will be flashing away to signify that. Let's take a little bit of stock then. That is Dale Head, Aaron's brother, in the pits. He looks like he's got a punctured front left tyre, doesn't he? Certainly looks like it's low on air there. So again, all caught up in that incident. But yeah, got a bit of a replay, it looks like, to bring you. We'll bring that in a second, but it's Murphy currently. Here is the replay of that start then. You can see Lewis Thompson after Aaron Head bogged down a little bit. You can see how compressed it's getting in the midfield there. There's a lot of movement left and right, and it's around the exit here. We get some contact between cars, and it's quite hard for me to spot at the moment who that is. It's just 3 into 1 wouldn't go, or 4 into 1 wouldn't go as they went through Hollywood, the right-hander, as they go down into the Craner curves, and it just had a concertina effect. You can see that there was a bunch up on the inside as well as on the outside, so just too many cars trying to fit around this Donington track. It's not as wide as Silverstone where we were out last time out, and it looks like we've got other cars actually still pulling into the pits to get themselves checked over as well. So we started with 20 cars. I'm hopeful that even if the cars can't finish this race, they can get back out there again for the next races, which they'll be got 2 more tomorrow. So there's plenty of time to get that sorted. Tim Dickens there in the number 44, lost his rear left. Did see him out, didn't we, spinning to the outside of Hollywood here on that first lap. But let's say as they came over the line, so it's Murphy ahead of Heaton and ahead of Chris Moore. Chris Moore starting 7th, so moving up to that 3rd place. Then we've got Aaron Head, so dropping from pole down to 4th place. Bristow is in the 5th place. Lewis Thompson 6th. I did see Bristow also getting a little bit of nudged in that sort of early thing, so hopefully his car's all right. Lewis Thompson is now showing in 6th across the line that time. Stephen Lyle in 7th, his first ever 7 Championship UK race. He's in the white and green DPR Motorsport car. And then we have Stevens, and then Griffith, and then Benham, who's driving in the black car, number 33 car. That's the car I was driving last year, so it's good to see him out and circulating. Then we've got Jake Swan, who said watch out for coming through, and he's still got that work to do, but he seems to have got through the opening laps without too much issue. Andy Lees, Chris Kirby, and then we've got the Tim Dickens, Ian Sparshot, and Mark Farmer was the one we saw, I think, pulling off the pits. There is the Barry Benham number 33 car. It was green last year when I was running it. He's got a flapping rear wing. That's not an unusual thing in Caterhams, but yes, not unusual at all. We'll see that playing well. We've got an interview though with Dale Head down in the pit lane, so let's go and head over down there and see what happened to Dale.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Dale, talk us through what happened there.
So I think I got a pretty good start off the line and made up a few places into the first corner, but it all seemed pretty calm coming around the first corner, but then a couple of guys went wide, and then I think Tom Eden came in off the circuit, and where he came in there was cars on the other side of me, and I just had nowhere to go, so it was just a big sandwich really. And then the cars behind obviously didn't see what was happening, and then they came over the top as well, so that was game over.
Oh, what a shame.
To the pits to see if anything could be done, but no, that was it.
So it wasn't just a puncture?
No, it wasn't just a puncture. No, some damage on the rear right as well, so unfortunately.
What a shame. Well, thank you very much. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Okay, yeah, not nice to hear from drivers so early in the race, but it does give us an opportunity quickly to mention the Mustang GT5 safety car that we've got going around today, and that is advertising the British Motor Show, which is back with us on the 18th and 21st of August at Farnborough International Centre. There you see the Mustang going through shot there, yeah, so Caterham will be there in attendance with their drift taxi, plenty of action on the live action arena, and all manner of people there to answer any questions. Any of you sitting at home maybe thinking about wanting to become a racing driver, maybe join this grid one day, well, they've got the Academy, which we'll see up next up with a couple of Academy races where it's a championship specifically designed for the the novice racers. You can't have held a race license before to enter it. We'll talk all about the academy in the next few weeks, but yes, sorry, in the next few events. But it is good to see the Ford Mustang leading this string of Caterhams around. And like I say, the 18th to the 21st of August is the British Motor Show. And do come and say hello to all the Caterham and get a lift in their Caterham Drift Taxi. It's a very spectacular experience to see what these cars are capable of. And look forward to that. As we head around again, so we'll be looking to see, the lights were still on the safety car as I just saw then, so it doesn't look like we're going to be going live this time through, but it won't be long before they have snatched or otherwise moved the cars to a position of safety. So the drivers will all remain highly vigilant. You can see they're still weaving around. There is looks like a Mike Evans car, or maybe Mark Farmer's car. I think it's Mike Evans' car. Just being moved away by the grab truck. So they'll have one more lap behind the Mustang safety car. There is Stephen Lyle in the white, black and green DPR Motorsport car. So he was racing in the 310R Championship up until this round. So he has come from the 310R Championship. His season's he's been right up there. He hasn't managed to take the win, and I think he's out of contention for the win. So he's made the decision to step up on this fourth round to this 7 Championship UK car. He's there in the number 43, and he has a lot of experience of karting in his past, and he dropped into Caterham Motorsport a couple of years back with a 270R, and he's made a sort of very quick rise up the order and into this top level championship. He's certainly lacking some car experience compared to the drivers around him, but certainly none of the racecraft. He's a very excellent racer out there, and it's good to see him in this 420R field as they just move that car behind the barrier. You can see we are therefore getting ready for this track to be clear. The marshals will do their final checks of the surface, check all the debris gone. You can see the wings gone from down by Craner Curves as they went through there previously. So the next time we see them through here, they will be going much significantly faster through that section of the corner, well over 100 miles an hour as they head down this hill into Old Hairpin. What a tremendous corner this is, and in a 7 UK car, they're going around there at about 87 or nearly 90 miles an hour, so really, really rapid. So this 7 UK car, it laps the this track. I think the lap record is 12.849, so we'll keep an eye out for that as the weekend goes off. They didn't quite meet it in qualifying, but there's certainly plenty of opportunity for them to set fast times. You can see by the conditions out there, we are, whilst a bit hot, we should be in really good conditions there. Running on brand new slick tyres. They're all allowed to take one brand new set per weekend, and they'll put them on their cars as they head into this race one, as they're just coming out of Coppice then onto the back straight. This is where we would see the safety car lights get pushed out, and there is Andy Lees in his golf coloured car. He's got quite a dent at the rear of his car, so he was definitely involved in the sandwich that we talked about with Dalehead. I wonder how he got impacted, but certainly a bit of a clonk on the rear that's caused his rear basket to cave in. But I am looking to see whether we are going to have a clear start. It looks like the safety car has moved off, so James Murphy takes that role. He sees the gap behind Henry Heaton, and he's gone early. So yeah, he's going to get an absolute flyer with Henry Heaton, and they've got a decision to make now with 10 minutes of this race to go, whether they can just work together and try and solidify that gap. In fact, everyone's been left a bit sleeping there, haven't they, except for this top 4. A little bit of a gap there back to Bristow, and then Lewis Thompson, who got caught out behind that. So now Thompson making his way around the outside of the 91 Bristow into that 5th place, and meanwhile James Murphy out front leads as they head off down here. Like I say, considerably higher speeds this time through as from behind the safety car. Murphy there heading into the Old Hairpin, so nearly 90 miles an hour as they head through that. These cars are extremely capable. Oh, a little bit wide there for the number 5. Griffiths out there wide in the white car. But Henry Heaton has taken the lead of this race, and it is the 3 that we've seen up there and there or thereabouts for a lot of the races here. Henry Heaton takes the lead ahead of Murphy, and then it's Aaron Head constantly there looking like he's threatening to move forward. And Chris Moore sits behind him, and then Lewis Thompson. There's Lyle, we spoke about him, just also overtaking Bristow. So Bristow's not had the best of that restart. I wonder whether his tyres are a little bit colder or whether he's suffering. I did say he got a little bit caught out as they head down into the through too wide, just too wide so far. But it is now Lewis Thompson trying to get involved there with Aaron Head, but Aaron Head's got the line out the corner, so he will be able to run onto the curb and take that speed down this front straight again, then into Redgate for the third time. Henry Heaton up the inside, having to defend quite heavily against James Murphy. James Murphy gets that run though around the outside for 3 wide as we go in here. A little bit further back, Chris Moore, they're getting a bit of a contact with Stephen Lyle. Teammates there running nose to tail, and Stephen Lyle is making a way forward, didn't we? He sort of started a little bit further back down the field, but he's making his way very nicely through into that 5th place. Thank you very much. As we've got that Murphy car, the orange roll-caged car out front ahead of Oakmere Motorsport run Henry Heaton, the leader of the championship, in 2nd place. But he has got Aaron Head, the person who follows him in that championship, but has got more wins than him to his name. And by the time we start getting to drop scores at the tail end of the season, that's going to be he's the erstwhile leader of this championship. Lewis Thompson there defending a little bit on the inside, and we've got Bristow now with that Stevens car, the blue car of Luke Stevens, and there's Jake Swan right on his tail. So we said watch out for Jake Swan and the progress he can make, and this is what we're going to see for a lot of this race weekend, which is going to be a lot of cars going side by side into this Roberts chicane. There's going to be a lot of breath taken in there and exhaled as they try and see whether they can all sort it out. It's what happens here at Donington. Donington never fails to produce great Caterham action, and here we go, 3 wide then into turn 1. Aaron Head around the outside. Is he going to have the ability to carry that speed around? He does. He swoops around over the top of James Murphy and Henry Heaton to move from 3rd place into the lead of the race as they head on down through Hollywood and into the Craner curves again. Aaron Head therefore leading this race for the first time after the pole position. He got a bit of a balked start, didn't he, and now he's had to move his way back through. Henry Heaton having to defend now from Lewis Thompson, so he's got to be careful that he doesn't sort of drift backwards through the field here at this stage, but he's a plenty capable Caterham past champion and will know how to manage that. He's been driving these 420Rs for many a year now, and so knows a lot of the tips and tricks. Some of the tips and tricks that Barry Benham will be learning as he goes, and he is making a great fist of this. So number 33 car there, currently running in that top 10. Uncomfortable ride there through Copswell and Lee's in his golf-coloured Henry Heaton defending down the inside, puts Lewis Thompson a little bit onto the grass. That means Stephen Lyle's got to run around them both on the outside. Lewis Thompson, Lyle has to take to the gravel as he's lost all those places he gained early on. He had really nowhere to go, and he had the extra speed around the outside, so he has lost out in that exchange. Well done to Lewis Thompson for keeping it all pointing in the right direction under duress there. So Henry Heaton to his outside as they go into Redgate. Luke Stevens right on his tail. Luke Stevens absolutely again, another driver who's driven this 420R machine certainly in the old specification many a time, so someone who will be looking to make that progress forward and is doing so. However, watch out for these lead 2. They look like they are tandem racing out front, and that can mean that they can pull a gap on the cars behind. Henry Heaton will be very wise to that, having in our past, I've worked with Henry to move this gap and to leapfrog. You'll see these 2 cars now working together as they try and produce that gap and make it to stick. But with only 5 minutes to go, Henry's really got to start thinking about how he can recover that ground. Jake Swan following on behind Chris Moore. Lee Bristow has drifted back, hasn't he, after I think starting in near the front of the 8th place on the grid. Actually, he's sort of maintained that now. He's still in that 8th place, but he did move forward temporarily. Jake Swan down the inside of 2 cars there. He overtakes Chris Moore and Luke Stevens as they went into the chicane there for the 4th time. We get that lap into the place. So I say 4th time, it's many more laps than that now. I've got myself confused, but there we go. Lewis Thompson is ahead of Henry Heaton. So Henry Heaton has continued to drift backwards, and it's a lot of times it's about managing the toe around this Donington circuit. It's a relatively high-speed track. There's no real slow corners on this national loop. Even the chicanes and Redgate are still sort of up towards that 65 mile an hour, so not far off motorway speeds as we head around all of these bends as we make our way through. So that means that the toe is incredibly strong, and in this championship, as well as all the others we'll see throughout today, you will hear that toe being referenced, because following another car can be worth an extra 5 to 10 miles an hour depending on circumstances and whether there's the headwind on. Jake Swan, you can see at the moment with that fastest lap with a 12.2 4. So it does look like we are going to get new lap records, because that is a lap time under the old lap record, which was set last year. So Jake Swan absolutely getting that done. So he takes that championship, or the honour of lap record. He'll also take an extra point in the championship for fastest lap per race. So we still see this lead 2 of Aaron Head and James Murphy kind of happy to follow each other around, and they're still managing to spring that gap. And while Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton have a disagreement about who's going to be third, that is going to be helping them to extend their lead. Every time you go side by side through a bend, you can obviously not take as much speed through that as you can when you're running line astern, and so you will see again the wiser drivers, the wiser heads will like to make sure they're back the line astern by the time they enter into the corners, and that's why we see sometimes these gaps spring. Behind it's still Henry Heaton, though, leapfrogging over the top of Lewis Thompson. Are they going to go side by side into this bend? They are, so they are going to be slowing each other up as they make their way through. Henry Heaton did let that gap go backward, let Lewis Thompson back in front by the time they went to the exit to give him the full width. But each time they have one of those little battles, little skirmishes about who wants to go where, it's allowing that lead 2 to at least maintain their position. James Murphy does seem happy at the moment to follow Aaron Head. Aaron Head in another bit of grass antics there with Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton as they head into the Roberts chicane. A little bit sideways, Luke Stevens a little bit out, rear end sort of wobbling there, so the tyres cried enough. Jake Swan looks like he's going to have a run on around the outside of Redgate, and maybe that is going to be enough of a run. He's got the toe of the car in front, so I think we'll see Jake Swan taking that position. We do, as the side by side for 3rd and 4th place again, Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton side by side as they head into Redgate. Henry Heaton's going to have a run at him down Hollywood, but it's not enough, so he lets him go as they head on down and see whether they can collect that gap back across. It looks like we've sort of got tandem. We've got 2 by 2 at the front, and then we've got two more for 3rd and 4th place, and then we've got this pack of 3 cars, including Stephen Lyle, who we saw going across the gravel in the chicane, so he's going to be looking to come back across and get through back up to that lead pack where he kind of saw himself going. But we only have 2 minutes of this race to go, so I imagine this is already going to be the penultimate lap of this race with a 1 minute 12. It's going to depend how quickly they get back to that line. I think they're going to just about make it to the line after the 1 minute 12 is shown, but we'll keep an eye on that as Aaron Head leads James Murphy, the TPR teammates, out front here, 1 and 2. We got the pink roll cage of Aaron Head ahead of the orange roll cage of James Murphy. Then we got Lewis Thompson in the dark car, followed by Henry Heaton in that sort of turquoisey car. Luke Stevens sort of swoops around the outside of Jake Swan there as they went into the Roberts chicane. We've got 1 minute 23 seconds, so we are going. This is the penultimate lap now, if all things being even. So Aaron Head, they will have 2 laps to go. And it does look like Henry Heaton and Lewis Thompson are closing that gap. Whether they can close it before the end, I think they can. I think Henry Heaton's got sufficient enough of that toe to actually pull him forward. And while they're leapfrogging each other and therefore gaining the benefit of that extra speed and the extra toe, the 2 out in front have sort of just stayed line astern. So it will depend on what happens around this next lap as to whether they're going to be in for the battle for the win or whether they're going to be fighting out for the final podium position. How long is James Murphy going to be happy to sit in that 2nd place as well? He's been there for quite a portion of this race so far, and he's certainly going to want to start pushing forward with that 39 seconds. I wonder whether he also didn't look to see whether they'd been signalled as a last lap, but I'm also seeing on my screen we have got a black and white for number 43 and 66, so that's for track limits, and we'll hear more about that. Stephen Lyle is number 43 and number 66 is the Swan car, so both of them getting there's James Murphy saying I'm not happy to be in 2nd place, so he has decided he will lead them as they come out of the chicane, but he is not going to see the checkered flag as far as I'm aware this time through. They go across the line. I think Aaron Head got back through, but there's Henry Heaton right back in that battle. Lewis Thompson, they're going to make it a 4-way battle for this, and this 3-way battle for the sort of plate positions behind as well. James Murphy up the inside, Henry Heaton getting manoeuvred a little bit wide, and that might allow Thompson to go down the inside as they go through Hollywood for this final lap. And as Henry Heaton sort of stuck out there a little bit, isn't he? He's going to tuck it back on the inside there. They're still fighting. James Murphy back in that 2nd place. He's seen a lot of that this race. Can he get back to the lead by the time they get to the checkered flag? The 2 following there, though, have such a lot of momentum as they come up through Swans Curve and into McLean's for this final time. Who's going to make the best decisions? Barry Benham spun off. It looks like might be around at Redgate. So Barry Benham stuck in the gravel. That's not going to affect this race. James Murphy's been pushed out wide. I saw a hand signal there. He's not very happy with whatever's gone on there, but it means that Aaron Head is now in the lead. We've got Lewis Thompson up into 2nd, Henry Heaton in 3rd place, and then we've got James Murphy in that 4th place. Has he got enough time to make any places back? I don't think so, given that we're coming into the Roberts chicane, which is going to be the final throw of the dice. We got Henry Heaton at the inside of Lewis Thompson. He's going to be last of the late breakers. Lewis Thompson, no block-ups though, so everyone under control. Looks like it's going to be Aaron Head for the win and opening, unless there is time for the toe. A little bit of confusion about that. Over the line, it was Aaron Head taking that lead. Lewis Thompson was in 2nd, Henry Heaton in 3rd place, and then it was James Murphy in 4th. James Murphy's going to be a bit disappointed with the result there. It looks like he got pushed out up the top of McLean's, and he'll have something to say about that as we watch the rest of the field coming through then. So behind Murphy was Swan, then Luke Stevens, Stephen Lyle, Chris Moore, Bristow, Dickens, Lees and Griffith have all been across the line, and we're missing Barry Benham, who's in the gravel, and the rest. Kirby at Sparshot as well, we're waiting to come across the line, who will move ahead of that Benham car. And everyone else, I think we saw issue at the start, which has cost them their race. Well, a breathless start. What would you expect? It's Caterham's around Donington Park National. It's always going to be that way. Sad way to see Barry Benham's race end, but he has got 2 more races, 2 more tomorrow to look forward to. So let's have a confirmation then of that provisional result. We've got Aaron Head taking the win over Lewis Thompson. So it is as they started. Then Henry Heaton is in 3rd place. James Murphy takes 4th. Jake Swan is in 5th. Luke Stevens 6th. Stephen Lyle, Chris Moore, Lee Bristow and Timothy Dickens round at the top 10. Andy Lees is 11th. Chris Griffith in Sparshot. Chris Kirby, Barry Benham, Mark Farmer and Dale Head were the classified in there, but we saw that they got taken out early on. So quite the opening race for you there. And say if you're sat at home watching, we've got immediately more racing coming up, so don't go anywhere. And we've got 6 whole races before the end of today. So don't make sure that stream stays on, and you keep enjoying this Caterham action as we watch the cars there being either pushed or under their own steam, making their way to the Parc Ferme area, where they all get checked over by the scrutineers. We run a strict set of regulations in this championship to make sure that they're all even and it's all down to the driver. Let's have some highlights then of the race. We saw that first lap issue within midfield as they exited Redgate. It says Tom Eden coming back onto the track made that little contact with Dale Head, and he already had Lee Bristow at the inside, and you can see how rocky a ride that was for a lot of the cars, and Team Dickens left out there wide, and a couple of barrier contacts as well. And we had some early action, a little bit of contact there, wasn't there? Made Lewis Thompson have to drop back, but he made good progress through the rest of that field after the safety car came out, and here was the restart, and it was all action as Aaron Head took around the outside and moved into that sort of clear little lead, and it was the lead 2 for a little while. He looked like they might completely break the field, but Henry Heaton and Lewis Thompson managed to work together to pull them back. You can see the gap develop quite nicely, didn't it, through the mid-fat pack. And Stephen Lyle there had to go across that gravel, pushed him back through the order. He looked like he was going to be right up there, but he had to fight way back through and got a bit stalled. And then it was into the last lap as we had all 4 of them trying to take that corner. We didn't see what happened at McLean, so I wonder whether there's Barry Benham's and his spin, so he just lost the rear end, the rear tyres crying enough, a little bit of a late break maybe, and just out on the dusty stuff and didn't let him come back. So here's Murphy back down into the 4th position, so he lost out and was unfortunately wasn't able to take it, but there is Aaron Head taking that win over Lewis Thompson and Henry Heaton. So what an opening to this first 20-minute race, but we have more action coming out. We can see some people out there, probably friends and family of the racers, all watching on this heat-hazed Donington Park Circuit. It's looking fantastic out there. You can see Aaron Head has arrived into that Parc Ferme area. He will extract himself. It's not always the most elegant thing to extract yourself from a Caterham race car, but he managed it successfully. And you can see there Henry Heaton just taking a swig of water. I'm sure they'll all be desperate for some of that water. It's been a bit of a breathless start for them. And great to see the drivers all there congratulating on that race. I'm sure they'll have their stories. But you can see there Sam is down with Aaron Head in that assembly or Parc Ferme area.
Yes.
It'll be a bit easier later on, or tomorrow even.
I am ready for you.
Okay.
Yes, Aaron, another lap after that checker flag. You just wanted another lap, didn't you, on your own there?
Yeah.
But congratulations on the win. It was not so easy towards the end, was it?
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I mean, James sat behind me, so he just let me sort of push McLean air, carry on getting the lap times in, and unfortunately the boys behind didn't trip over each other as much as we were sort of hoping. Once we had that little gap, I was like, oh, this is brilliant, and James didn't make any moves, and I thought, right, okay, we've got some good pace here. You know, we went out on some old tyres from the previous round, and we thought it'd be a little bit tricky, but obviously managed to keep it. So yeah, really happy with the result. It would have been tight at the end, but I just looked at that yellow flag. That's all I was looking at, and to be honest with you, I thought Lewis may have thought that it was a safety car or something. And I thought, oh, I'll just carry on going. So I just didn't see the checkered flag.
That's okay. Better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who wants to miss that?
Well, congratulations.
Lovely, thank you.
Let's move on to Lewis and Henry. I've got another joint interview. Should we do it? Congratulations, guys. Lewis, congratulations on second. Is it what you were expecting?
Not really. I was hoping for a win. But I got a bit of contact on the first lap, and I dropped back to about 6th, and then the safety car was out for 10 minutes, so that really hindered my progress up through the field after that. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased. Like, it was a good battle, great battle with Henry, and then just getting to the leads on the last lap, and I was able to go from 4th to 2nd in the lap, so got to be pleased with that. So yeah, fingers crossed for tomorrow, and cheers to the team and all the sponsors. Yeah, couldn't do without them.
Excellent, congratulations. Henry, another, exciting race from our point of view. How was it from your side?
Yeah, good, exciting race. It was a bit frantic because it was all condensed into one, with the safety car period being, what was it, 6, 7, 8 minutes. So yeah, but it's all about where you're positioning at the end of the race. And Lewis and I, we just lost touch with James and Aaron, and they were trying to get away, and I could see Lewis, fair play to him, he's quick in this car, and the impetuosity of him, he was coming, and I was thinking, come on, let's go, but we just got onto the leaders at the end and had a good go at it, but yeah, P3, it's okay, but I want to be going after those 2 top spaces.
Of course you do. It's not quite the win, but it's still good points, and you were leading the championship, so that's great.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, it's good. It's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a championship. I suppose you can never write me off. I'm always there or thereabouts, but yeah, it's bloody competitive. So who knows where the rest of the season's going to go? But yeah, it's great fun, and yeah, can't wait to do it again tomorrow.
Exactly. Roll on tomorrow. Well, congratulations. I'll let you head over to the podium.
Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. So there we have it. There we have our top 3 for the 420s.
Thank you, Sam. Yep, it's great to hear from the drivers after that. They, I think, as Henry put it, the audacity of Lewis Thompson to be so quick and out front and wanting that win. It's good to see a driver that's really keen to get on and take that win. But we have just had one 20-minute race. We have another one immediately to go into, and that is the Caterham Academy. And this is the green group. So such is the popularity of the Caterham Academy that we actually have to run them as 2 separate grids. And so we have a green group and a white group, and they run in completely independent championships. And a lot of these people you'll see out here are the friends and family of those drivers, all wanting to watch them coming through their racing careers or start their racing careers. And the Caterham Academy is a championship designed specifically for drivers who have never held a race license or a kart license before. So they really do come in here, and they buy a car for a little over 30,000, and they then get to race that for a whole year. So anyone out there looking like they want to maybe purchase a car, maybe they're looking to buy another model of car, well, you can buy a Caterham Academy car, and as part of that deal you get a full season's racing thrown in. It's a fantastic opportunity. Caterham take you through the whole all the business of becoming a racing driver by getting your ARDS license, and they take you through test days and set-up mornings and all sorts of seminars to get you ready to start your racing career. And then they take you through a series of, I think, 7 races that you get, and a sprint race as well. So what a fantastic package it is, and well over 1,200 drivers have now been through that. So the Academy just turned 1,200 everyday people sat on their sofas into a racing driver. So if you are sat there and wondering how do you go about getting into racing, well, the Caterham Academy is one of the best ways you can do that in an environment which is all about teaching you how to be a racing driver. And so you're not racing against people who have been doing it for years. As you can see them there, all sat in assembly. You can see them just moving away. So they're on the old, the Grand Prix loop, which we're not using this weekend. We're on Donington National as they slowly make their way out. Just watching back onto the podium there, we're seeing Henry as they head onto their sort of line up on the grid. There's Henry and his dad, William, so dad handing him the trophy and congratulating him on that 3rd place. So Lewis Thompson taking that 2nd place. And there is Lewis. And what a start to his 420R and 7 Championship UK career, coming in last time out. but Aaron Head continues his winning ways. So I think this is his 6th win this year. So absolutely taking a lot of those big trophies for first place, as he takes that position up onto the top step of the podium for this weekend, the first race of their 3 that they have this weekend. Congratulations to all our drivers. So from the top flight, as we see them take their photos, Snappy John will be down there ready to take their photos on the podium. Let's have a bit of the champagne as well. See Lewis Thompson getting ahead of the game. They're not going to spray each other. They're going to be good. There's nothing worse than strapping back into a Caterham after a race already. You'll see some of the more junior formulas spraying their champagne, and one of those, we've gone right from the top of the Caterham Motorsport ladder now back to the academy, the first step of that Caterham Motorsport ladder, in their 125 horsepower Ford Sigma powered cars, fully road legal. You will see all the number plates and lights on these cars, and they share that with Roadsport, but you can, and some drivers do, drive their car to the event, race all day, and then drive home again in the evening, as we watch them heading out then onto their green flag lap, where I'm sure we can confirm their starting order, but we can see Ravi Patel there in that white car, and he's alongside Richard Patke in his pink car there. And Ian Hibbert lines up behind them. So kind of the normal sort of people we'd expect to see at the front compared to their previous rounds as well. You see them all there just heading out onto their green flag lap, an opportunity for them to look out for all the marshal points, check the track conditions. They would have been out here this morning for qualifying, check what whether there's stones, whether there's dust out there. An opportunity to really sort of see what they're going to be like as they make their way down through the Craner curves. Let me just confirm for you the grid as we head round there. So it is Ravi Patel who's going to start from pole. Richard Patke is in second. Ian Hibbert starts third alongside Toby Ballard. Then it's James Edenston, Daniel Hope, Craig Boyle. Darren Butler lines up 8th. Harvey Lawrence 9th. Guy Crossman in 10th. 11th for Neil Warner. Gary Cross is next up in 12th. And Rob Greger, Mike Waitman, Mark Soden, Andy Denny, and it's Bridges Patel, Simon Smith, Jeff Sullivan, and Stephen Trinder, and then William Jarvis lines up 21st. So 21 Caterham Academy Green Group cars. So this is the first of the Caterham races. We will see another race after this one, in about 40 minutes after this one finishes, and that will be the white group. So they're completely separate championships. So in the championship so far, Ravi Patel comes in currently leading with 70 points over Harvey Lawrence. Harvey Lawrence starting a little bit further back today, isn't he? So he's starting down in 9th place. He have seen a couple of times the qualifying. He's dropped a little bit further back, and Ian Hibbert is in 3rd with Toby Ballard and Simon Soden. So a lot of the drivers that is roughly the people. Mark Soden is actually a bit further back. He's in 15th place after qualifying, so he's got quite a long way to come back to where he would normally be running in that top field. So let's see how they get on today then. See them all coming onto the start-finish straight here. A little bit of a headwind as they line up on the grid. That does affect your speed coming into the turn 1, so you carry a little bit less speed as you go into Redgate, but you'll carry more speed as you come into the old hairpin and up into McLean. So we've got the green flag waving quite early there, considering the cars are still not quite lined up on their grid spot, but we've had the green flag nonetheless. They will then be shown the 5-second board. We will see the lights, so that's the next thing to look. Lights top right of your corner, screen. They will illuminate. And there they go. So we're looking for the lights. Who's going to make that good start then? Can Ravi Patel make a good start, or is Bridges going to make it off? They all make it away without there's no stalling that I can see. So great start. Stephen Trinder a little bit slow away there, but it is Ravi Patel up the inside in the white car. Bridges around the outside. Sorry, Richard Patke around the outside, and then Ian Hibbert is in their battle for 3rd. And we do see a little spinner, number 86 there. We've also got Stephen Trinder around as they go in one car out into the gravel. That looks like it's the number 10 car. So that was Smith outside in the gravel. So another first corner incident to deal with. We saw Stephen Trinder having an issue last time out as well. Cars look like they're making their way back onto the racing circuit, so hopefully no need for a safety car at this point. But out in front it is Patel. It's actually Hibbert who's taken over into that second place ahead of Patke, and then we've got looks like Emson and Butler is a bit further back. We saw him champion, right up there with in the battle with Silverstone, but he's a little bit further back. But it's this front three that we've seen quite consistently up there as they head on around Copse for this first lap. It does look like, say, everything looks clear at the moment. Head round and back down into the Roberts chicane for the first time. How are we going to go through here? First time of asking. It is going to be Patel then out front ahead of Hibbert, and then it is Richard Patke as we go through and across the line. It looks like Harvey Lawrence has made some really good early progress. He was 9th place starting that lap, so he has made progress all the way up into looks like 6th place. So he's made up 3 places on that opening lap. So well done to him. He's going to rescue his championship contender. He won the opening sprint event, which is Butler down the inside there of the number 20 of Emson. Double wave yellows there on the exit of the go down Hollywood into Craner Curves. So there is a car stuck on the outside of the Craner Curves there. So one of the cars maybe early on who strapped themselves on the gravel but didn't make it off of the track. He is on the outside, sort of on the infield section. I wonder how they're going to deal with that right now. They all look like they're going fairly steadily, so it looks like they're all under control as they went through that double wave yellow, which is exactly what there is required of them. The regulations state that they should be going slowly and prepared to stop if necessary. The car is still under its own steam. That is Jeff Sullivan out there, so he's asking the marshal where he needs to go and what he needs to do. We are seeing a safety car though, and I know that when we've got sort of beginners and we don't know the situation, they do sometimes decide to a bit of caution there to make sure that everything can get back under control. So they've got the safety car. The second time we'll see that British Motor Show safety car, the Ford Mustang GT. And we can just confirm that it was Patel across the line, first place on lap 1, ahead of Hibbert, who's made good progress from 3rd to 2nd early on, and then we had Richard Patke, who's dropped to 3rd, and Ballard remained in that 4th place. You can see Ballard there is festooned on his number plate as he comes across in that 4th place, and then behind him is Hope, Daniel Hope, and he is ahead of Emson, who made up a couple of places on that final lap time through. There is the Ford Mustang leading them round through Hollywood and down onto the Craner Curves. I would expect this to be a fairly short safety car, given that unless we can't see an incident, another car that's sort of stranded out there, it does look like the car was under its own steam, at least enough to manoeuvre, and you can see that it's being pushed away by one of the retrieval trucks. So once these cars have all gone through, one of the reasons we have safety cars is to make sure that all the cars are on the same bit of the track at the same time, and that allows the marshals to carry out their work as safely as possible. And opportunity for us to say a massive thank you to all the marshals. The safety car has really slowed them all up now, and I think that is to try and see whether they can get them going again immediately. It will be down the back straight where those lights go out, so everyone will have an opportunity to see the lights of the safety car. You see them flashing away as they go now on our British Motor Show sponsored safety car. 18th to 21st of August, if you're interested in coming seeing the Caterham Brigade out there, and any questions you've got around the academy, there's a great opportunity to come to the motor show and ask people who know all about this and see and speak to some of the drivers there, I'm no doubt as well. Also get to experience what it's like to sit in a Caterham with the drift taxi, getting spun around in circles as they head off around their little course they've got there. Still lights are on the safety car right now, so they won't put them out unless the circuit is clear, but at the moment the lights are still there, so even though there is a slight gap there back to Ravi Patel, they're not going to be going out this time through. So it looks like we're going to have another lap of safety car at this point. So they do go slowly to try and see whether they can get things clear in time, but they will not start until the cars are in the safe position and also the retrieval truck can get back to its position where it needs to be. See the heat haze as they all file through on this first academy race of this race weekend. They're both academy championship racing today. They have one single 20-minute race, so we won't see them out tomorrow. So currently we've got the fastest lap there from Patke with a 1:35, although that's not It's not near the championship, the record yet, which is in the 23.5, so still plenty of opportunity for them to make extra speed. We certainly haven't had the sort of a nice open consistent racing lap yet to set those times. You see through that heat haze, it really is getting quite hot outside, and does affect the tyres. So as the temperature goes up, the grip levels on the tyres go down. The Avon Academy tyres that this championship runs on, and it's a dedicated tyre specifically made for this championship, and it's a great learning tool. It's designed deliberately to offer a great grip, but equally to allow sort of a bit of car control, so it will slide around a little bit, and as the temperatures go up, it will certainly start sliding a little bit more. They are the only championship to run on that dedicated Avon Academy tyre. They will, by the time they move up through the ranks, so they can take their Academy car and next year upgrade it into the Roadsport. You can see the lights on the safety car have now turned out, so we are going to go back to racing, but yeah, next year they can be thinking about their racing in Roadsports, and they'll go to the ZZS tyre, the Avon ZZS tyre, that they will run then all the way through the Roadsport 270, 310, and then on to and then by the time they finish that, they decide whether they want to go up to the 420R, which we saw running on those slicks earlier. So here we go then, the restart as they come into the Roberts chicane there. Looks like Patel's got a bit of a run over Hibbert there. Hibbert left a little bit snoozing as he left here. Patel got the foot down and off he's trotted down the road. He's got a sort of slight gap, but I think by the time they make it into turn one, that will have all been consumed by the toe. You can see how powerful it is for the following car able to go faster than Patel is out front, but he is going to take that lead going through, and Hibbert is going to be able to protect himself from Patke in that pink car, and we saw him out last time with a win, didn't we? And he had a sort of an issue at Snetterton, which means he's dropped down a bit in the championship tables, but by the time we get those drop scores in play, he is going to be right up there because he has had a great set of consistent results. He's had a third and a first already. That's a great set of results as they can hear those Academy tyres squealing as they go on round the old hairpin here at the bottom as we watch the rest of the field flowing through those Craner curves. But out front, this battle for three has been pretty much consistently there, hasn't it, with Ballard just off the back of it, and he looks like he's again off the back of it and sort of having to protect from the rear rather than moving forward. But it might turn out to be the best tactic as this race develops. We've still got plenty of time in this race left to go. They head round Coppice. It's a sort of double right-hander, so you get an early apex where you monster the curb. You can't actually see the curb from when you're driving these cars. We've got side-by-side here. You can see the green flag marking that track is all clear, but Patke now we're moving to that second place, so, and there's Hibbert now moving back down into that third place. So we're back to sort of all square as we started this race, and there's Ballard now looking like he wants to get involved. He's sort of jinking a little bit left and a little bit right to see where he can take that speed, and are we going to have a change for the lead for the first time? I think we are. So Patke goes down the inside with Patel around his outside. Patel also having a great start to this race with this season with a second and a first. Didn't really know what to do with his speed there, did he? He has a second, a first and a fourth. So again, a great consistent set of results for him heading in this early part of the season as we head then into the second half as we progress through. There is Harvey Lawrence, a little bit stalled, so he sort of came across the line 7th last time. We've got a new fastest lap there. That is Darren Butler, 23.6. He's in the green car that we can just see going through field. There he is. That's him there. He's been right at the front of this field as well earlier on, but hasn't managed to convert that into good results just yet. But I expect to see that from him, and certainly a fastest lap is a great start for that. He takes an extra point for fastest lap. All the Caterham races, you do get that extra point if you take that fastest lap. Still plenty of time for others to try and get that lap time as well, and it does look like that might even be a lap record, so keep an eye out for that as well. So we have still got that same order we had last time. Patke in the pink machine coming through ahead of Patel in the white machine. Butler there looks like he's lost that Butler into the Roberts chicane, just locked up and has spun as they went through the Roberts chicane, so that's not going to help his results. We're saying just now he's not managed to convert yet, and that seems more of the same. Patel looking like he's got to run around the outside, and indeed he does. Takes back that lead in the number 11 car. We've seen him moving up and down the order at their first ever race at Snetterton, so he's managed to solidify a little bit, less spinning this time through. It's like a little bit side by side as they go through Hollywood, not a lot of room there, but they're doing well to manage is the situation. So 3rd race for them. So this is, you know, they're not used to this yet. There's still a lot of learning to do for all these drivers. Remember, they cannot have held a race license or a kart license before to enter this Caterham Academy Championship. Here's a replay of Butler, yeah, just carrying too much speed as he went down into the rubber chicane. Very lucky not to take out. There was that Ballard at the end of that. He just carried far too much speed as they went in. You could see he got that fastest lap, so he was looking to take more, and there just wasn't any more grip available to him. As we see Patel coming around again in the lead ahead of Patke, and then Hibbert in that 83 car. There's lots of pictures temporarily there, but yeah, Hibbert in that third place as they head on down the exhibition straight again. Another change though for lead, so Patke is back to that lead, and Patel takes into that second. Hibbert is in 3rd place, and then we've got Ballard followed by Emson. So again, these names that we hear regularly at the front of this Caterham race, they've certainly got a lot of speed, carrying a little bit of a disagreement about whose corner it was, and there's a bit of a squeeze on as they were coming towards the exit of that pit lane and heading into Redgate. Certainly no more than a car's width given there, was there? As they see the rest of the cars sort of filtering through, and that little bit of squeezing has actually moved the following cars in 3rd and 4th sort of right up into that mix. So Hibbert takes that, is into that 3rd place, but Ballard and Emerson there all ready to pick up pieces if there are any to be picked up. So Emerson did drop back a little bit earlier, didn't he? So he's made his way nicely back through up into that 5th place. So keep an eye out for him. He's clearly got speed in this race. Can he make any more places up before we get to the checkered flag in 7.5 minutes' time? There is that Harvey Lawrence car, so he comes into this race 2nd in the championship. He took that opening sprint event, then he was 5th at Snetterton after a recovery drive, a bit similar to this one, and then he took 3rd place last time at Silverstone, again in a kind of recovery job. So he's certainly needs to try and figure out how he can start the race a bit further up, so maybe achieve better in qualifying to sort of help his race chances. It's looking like a little sniff of a move there for that 3rd place between Ballard and Hibbert. But it currently remains the same order, and a slight little gap there then to the front 2. Patel looking again round that outside. He's been given a little bit more room this time and takes a bit of that running into the pit lane. They're going to go side by side through turn 1. Is there room for Patel to make it all the way around the outside? He does make it around the outside, but then they lose momentum as they head on down the hill, and you can see that leaves Hibbert to catch them right back up. So where they had that tiny little gap by going side by side there, they weren't able to make anything of it. Again, disagreement over who wants to be out front, and you'll see that often around Donington, because when you're the following car, you feel super fast because of the tow that you get going round. They head on up then into McLean's. Have got a bit of a gap there for Patke over Patel, hasn't he? So after that turn 1 side-by-side manoeuvre, he has gained a little bit of a gap, and we have seen him disappear off. He was the only one that was able to stick with the white group race at the Silverstone, where they actually all raced together. So he's clearly got some pace in that car, and it does look like he's sort of carrying the front 3 here again away. And when he's in front, they all string out a little bit. So it sort of suggests to me that he's got maybe a few tenths extra speed. As Patel looks to the outside, is he going to try and come back to the inside? Not this time. He thinks better of it, and with 5 minutes to go, I think that's a sensible choice right now. You still see Toby Ballard clobbering the curb there. There's some new little bits of curb in the inside of the chicane. They're trying to deter people from running it, and you could see how much it affected Ballard's car as they went through. He is ahead of Hibbert now, so he's making good progress. We'll be following a little bit further back. We've got Boyle, Warnock, Butler, Crossman. So this is that Butler, seeing whether he can recover back through after his spin there. But he's not going to make it back to the lead group, I don't think, unless we have anything happen in that lead group for the next 5 minutes. And in fact, he's still not able to make his way back through. Is that Warnock? He's battling with that or Boyle. So it's one of the two, but as we head down here then into that's Boyle out in front in the bright yellow machinery. There is the number 68 of Butler as they head around and up again for what will be the 10th time. So they've got 9 laps in the bank already, and they're heading into their 10th lap now. 4 minutes and 30 left on the clock. Now that's one of the leaders, isn't it? That is that Emson, who's dropping back there. You can see the cars. It does look like he's now not in this, so that's Toby Ballard. It's one of the cars. It's either Emerson or Hibbert. I always get them confused, and so apologies for the people watching. It looks like it is Hibbert who dropped back, didn't he? We've got a bit of a replay there. Then it is Hibbert in that third place. He just carried out too much speed. He didn't get to the apex, did he? Did very well to actually get back to the track nice and succinctly, and he actually limited the damage there quite a lot, but it's lost him a lot of places. Third down to about 8th place as he, 6th place as he went across the line. He might have lost a couple more. There's hope in the number 99 car as he heads off down. He'll be hoping for some more positions. Side by side though, again for the lead with 3 minutes 40. We're coming to the tail end of this race now, so these positions do count a little bit more, and it's Patel back to that lead, so it looked like Patke might have some of that speed, but it's Patel back in front, and he's managed to tow well. 3 minutes 26 though, still got a couple of laps at least, so he now is not the time to completely go, but you certainly want to be in with that shout, and you can see that all this top 4, 5, 6 cars still are in with that shout. Toby Ballard now looking like he might have taken that third place as they come into Coppice. He does as he takes that inside line. Is he going to be able to get it all slowed up in time? I think the number 20 of Emson will have a bit of a run on him, and he has as they come back down here the Exhibition Straight. He's certainly tucked into that toe, and in fact it's going to be the car behind, and who's that? Is that Boyle? He looks like he's going to bring it up the inside here. Can he get it stopped? He's carrying an awful lot of speed there. He does manage to get that stop just in time for the chicane. He did well and he didn't lock up, so it shows he did have that speed. But as we go side by side then over the line, 2 minutes 38 to go, we're going to have a couple more laps in this race. So we're on to the penultimate lap. Here comes Patel then round the outside of Patke. They have sprung a little gap, haven't they, over Ballard again, and it's Emson behind then. Can Hibbert make his way back through? That's Patke, Patel going wide, and they've a bit of contact as he rejoins. He drifted into the gravel. He managed to get it all back under control, but that loses him the lead of the race. He just couldn't carry that speed through Redgate. He's got one more lap left after this one to see whether he can make any positions back towards that podium, but at the moment he is now in a position he hasn't been all race. We said he had a few spins early on. He's going to carry some speed out of the old hairpin as they come up through Schwann's Curve and up towards McLean's again. He's going to see whether he can save any more of those positions. He's looking like he's making good progress, but again, that rear tyre looks like the heat out here is really unsettling the rear of these cars, and the tyres are really absolutely on their ragged edge. There's a little bit of a replay then coming up of this turn one. He carries a lot of speed around the outside, and he just didn't take off enough speed. He drifts off into the gravel, and again, did very well to get back on, but kind of the sliding and the gravel just sort of put him at a cute angle, and well done to the car that avoided him as he came back onto that circuit. That was potentially a bad situation made very good by the awareness of the drivers around, so well done to everybody as we come through minute 19. So this is coming onto the last lap. There is Patel after his scary moment in the gravel. He looks like he's trying to get back into that third, but it is Patke clear at the moment in the lead ahead of Ballard, who takes that second place now, so he's making some good progress. He's picking up those pieces we talked about earlier. Patel trying around the outside, does make it into that third place. Can he actually tuck it up the inside of Hollywood? We've got the bit of gravel debris as they go through Hollywood. Doesn't look like it's affected them at all, so this battle behind is definitely going to be the battle for those podium positions, the tail end of the podium, because it looks like at the moment, unless he has an issue, Patke is going to make sure that he can take that lead. Head off then 40 seconds this last lap of this race as Patke leads them up. It is Ballard in that second place ahead of Patel, and he is ahead of then the Emson car, number 20. Again, it's been these drivers mostly up front all the way through this season so far, and they again show that they've got that speed. Has Ballard got enough speed to catch back up with the toe down here? You know what, he might be in with a chance, but he does a little bit of a gap there, and I think it's Patel looking more likely with the toe that he can get back into second place. Will that be a recovery drive? He's already recovered back to the podium. He's looking to the outside. There's nowhere there to go, so he tucks down the inside. Is he going to be able to get it stopped in time for the chicane? He has headed in the inside, but the toe beside, tripping over my words, he didn't make it. He was alongside, but there was slight contact in the middle of the finger, and he's going to drift all the way back to, I think, 5th, 6th place as they cross the line. But it is Patke, who takes the win. Ballard in second. Emson takes that third place. Hibbert in fourth, moving through, and Hope. Then we got Patel and Lawrence. So Patel losing it all on that last lap, last corner dive, and he just couldn't get that car back under control. The rear tyres, which we'd already seen struggling, and here's Butler and Boyle. So Butler did make it back through into 8th place after his incident earlier into the Roberts chicane, and Boyle, Warnock, Crossman across the line. But there is British Patke taking another win. So he, once we get all the drop scores out the way, that gives him a 3rd and 2 first places. He's carrying at the moment a 0 points, where he was taken out of the Snetterton race. So great to see him doing very well out there in front of this Caterham Green Group race. Again, the heat out there saw the trouble that was causing for their tyres. They really were struggling towards the end of that race to get these cars back under control, but Patke showed that he was able to keep it all in a line, none of them locking up, and it was great to see them all there, and it was a fair move at the end. It's just a little bit of contact sent him down. So Richard Patke takes the win ahead of Toby Ballard. James Ensign takes that 3rd place. Then we've got Ian Hibbert 4th, Daniel Hope 5th, Ravi Patel 6th, Harvey Lawrence ended up in 7th, Darren Butler 8th, and Craig Boyle 9th. Neil Warnock rounds out the top 10. 11th was Guy Crossman, Mark Soden, Mike Wakeman, Rob Gregor, Andy Denny, Gary Cross, Simon Smith, Brijesh Patel, William Jarvis, Stephen Trinder is in the 20th, and then 21st we saw him getting pulled to the inside was Jeff Sullivan. Well, an eventful race there. We had a bit of everything, didn't we? Again, as Donington often does, we had a bit of safety car, a bit of gravel, bit of grass, some spinning, but ultimately they all bring it home, and they'll now get directed down towards the Parc Fermé area, where their cars will be checked over, and they will get to get their trophies if they finished in that top 3. Remember, these academy drivers, first ever seasons motorsport, first ever time driving competitively in a car out on track, and you too could be a part of this, and make sure you look up Caterham cars online and get onto their motorsport section if you are interested in buying your Caterham Academy, and you can be part of this next year. Let's have the highlights then of that race. We saw early on some nice clean driving as they went through turn 1. Butler already a little bit out wide there, wasn't he? And we had that spin for the number 86, but he collected it to the inside. Stephen Trinder we saw going backwards off into the gravel, and that all resulted in a safety car as they had to recover Jeff Sullivan's car, who was stuck on the inside, and you saw him getting recovered by that truck. But on the restart, there was a little bit of a snoozing by some of the drivers, but this front 2 were constantly out front, so it was always Patke and Patel until right at the last corner, wasn't it? They sort of made a duo at the front here. Here we saw Butler carrying just way too much speed down into the Roberts chicane. He was very lucky not to collect there, but all well ends well, and he had that fastest lap, and I think he carried it to the end. We saw Hibbert having an issue as they went through, but still the front 2 were consistently side by side. We saw Patel going off wide here a couple of times, didn't we? So, but they made a great sight out front, and they were certainly the quickest 2 here today. But Hibbert did the right thing with Emson and just waited for the race to come to them, and they were in the right place at the right time to pick up those pieces. So after Patel went off wide, he had to fight back through, didn't he? And we see him already up into that 3rd place, but he threw it all away again around Redgate as he was wide off, and he did fight the way back through, all the way up to 2nd place, but you could see he had nowhere to go. He had the car has lost its rear grip, and he just had nowhere to go. Again, great recovery to not cause more contact there, but that was the end of an eventful race for Patke, Ballard and Emson were your podium. Great stuff from all our Academy Green drivers out there. And we have still got another Academy race, and that is coming up after a short break. But we've got their white group still to enjoy. And we have the interviews down in the Parc Fermé. So here is Patke, and he is ready to talk to Sam down in there.
Hello. Yes, congratulations on the win. You had a great battle there with Ravi, didn't you?
I did, and yeah, what a race! That was great, really intense. I think most of the pack was pretty much up in the battle. To be honest, I was looking in my mirrors. So yeah, great race, hard fought, and you know, sorry Ravi, and I I don't know what to say. Ecstatic.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I'll just head over to James and I don't know where. Oh, Toby's over there. I'll grab a word with James. Third place. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was it from your point of view?
Fantastic. Brilliant race. I just watched the other two in front thinking something's going to happen. Last lap ball came out. I thought I'm going to sit here. And then in the chicane, of course, it happened, so I just nipped through. I was brilliant. No, really good race, really close, really clean. A lot of respect out there, a lot better than the previous races have been. Really good. Really
Excellent, that's great to hear. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's move over to Toby, who's taken in the shade. Don't blame him. Toby, congratulations. Bit of damage on the car, but was that avoiding Ravi coming back on?
Twice he tried, I think. But yeah, it's fine. It was good fun.
But happy with second?
Yeah, very happy with second. So.
Excellent, great stuff. I'll let you enjoy and go on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, so there we go. They're heading off to the podium celebrations now. So that was a great race, I think. Don't you agree, Chris?
Absolutely. Just like I say, it's always worth reminding everyone that this is they're new to this, so to see them all going side by side and pushing so heavily, it's great to watch them work out how they can continue their motorsport careers. But yeah, really fun to see them and develop as drivers as well. We have. Can see across the Donington Vistas. Yeah, the Donington Vistas, as we are coming to the end of our first little stint, but we've got a short gap now ahead of the next race, which is in about 40 minutes time. So don't put the stream anywhere, and we'll I think we'll go down to see the podium. So we got 40 minutes. We've got the Academy White group to go, and then they'll also have the 310Rs coming up in that same segment. So plenty more Caterham action here today. In fact, we've still got another 4 races to go. So we've already had a couple, but we've got 4 more races to get out to you, and plenty more action will be there for you. And then, of course, don't forget, tomorrow we've got another 5 races. So keep that stream tuned in. Keep everything. Keep that stream going. I think we can hear from Ravi, who we saw drop down there, but he is down with Sam in assembly area.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Ravi, that was a really good race to begin with, wasn't it? You had a great battle for the lead, and then a little bit wide, and it just went a bit wrong then.
I think I was silly of me, of course, in hindsight. I wouldn't have bothered if I'd known it was 20 minutes. Should have looked at my egg timer, could have just kept at third and maybe got a tow for the last and possibly clinch second. Silly of me to try and get him on the chicane, and just overcooked it a little bit, and I suffered for it. A lot.
But it's all part of the journey. It's part of the learning process, isn't it, with the academy?
It is. As the marshal said, every day is a school day. So that's what I'm taking from this. Yeah. But
oh, well, hopefully you have a get better one next time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So there, yes, we hear straight from Ravi how it happened. But yeah, it is a learning curve, isn't it, Chris? The whole part of the academy process.
It really is, and even though you start feeling like you are becoming a racing driver, you don't stop. You never. Every time you get back into a car, you pick up something else you learn, and if you're not learning, then you're just not getting quick. So every time you get in, it's great to see that.
124. That's the reigning champion.
It looks like we're getting ready for those podiums, but like I say, we've got another Caterham Academy race of the white group, so we'll have all those other drivers ready to go in that 40 minutes odd time. And yeah, we'll also see the 310R. So the Academy Group, you can upgrade your car at the end of each championship year you take part in. You can move up through the ranks. You start with the Academy, and then we have the Roadsport is next up, which is sort of an upgraded Academy car. You then can upgrade that Roadsport car into a 270R, which we'll see a little bit later on this afternoon. And then you upgrade that 270 into a 310, which will be in our next segment. So we've got plenty of all the cars. That's the ultimate evolution of this Academy car. So when you buy that Academy car and you enter your first season's racing, you get another 4 seasons off the back of that in different cars, all based around that same one. So you just upgrade it each year. You don't have to buy a new car each time you want to take a step up. When you get to the 7 Championship UK cars, you do have to buy the new car at that point. But by that stage, you're an experienced racer, and you can know whether you want to continue on with your racing journey. I think we're just waiting for those podium celebrations to get underway. So I think that was a new lap record there for the Academy. So we've seen a couple of lap records there, clearly showing that the conditions out here, you can see in this blue sky, you know, absolutely pristine. They are really setting quick times out there. So even with the sort of tyres getting a little bit overheated and hot, nevertheless, they are able to push these cars to their absolute limit, and they're getting the lap records off the back of that. Remember that if you ever want to join us, you can join us here at Donington Park this weekend. So there's obviously another whole day's racing tomorrow if you fancy coming to see this for real. And then a little bit later in the season, we're coming to Anglesey next. So if you're up in the north of England, there you go, a chance to watch us at Anglesey. And then Scotland will follow on from that. So Anglesey is the 13th and 14th of August, and 17th and 18th of September. We're up in Knock Hill ahead of our championship finales a little bit later on. Here we go with the podium for that last race. Congratulations to our third place driver there. Like I said, he picked up all those places at the end, didn't he? So congratulations to him, taking that third place trophy. Emerson taking that second place. Again, making the most of that at the end of the race there. The issue for Motul as he went down the inside and taking that win again. Richard Packy there is nice with his daughter out there as well, ready to receive a trophy. That's great to see. He's using her as a defence, you heard there on the stream. He's saying, you can't spray me with your champagne while she's here. Yeah, great to see them all up there and enjoying their Caterham Academy career. Well done to all of our podium drivers today. So we will, as we watch them spray their champagne, we will have more action for you. Yep, in about 40 minutes time, we will be back with the other Caterham Academy group for their 20 minutes. See them all spraying that champagne. I told you we'd see the more enthusiastic champagne spraying, but fantastic to see everyone here at Donington, and more action in 40 minutes time. Keep that stream on, go make a cup of tea. We'll see you back here in 40.
Welcome to a distinctly blustery Brands Hatch for round 6 of the Caterham Academy, where the cars headed out for qualifying on a rather slippery surface after some early morning rain.
It actually started quite well, even setting the early pace for a very, very short time. And as the track started to dry, almost everybody got faster, but my provisional pole position slipped down to third, and from there on in I never really managed to link anything up and finished a modest P6 ready for the race.
And so to our very own Paul Woodman, on pole position after lap 1, third on the grid after 5 laps, 6th on the grid at the end of qualifying. Paul, it was all there, it faded.
I don't think I faded, I didn't change at all. Everyone just got a little bit better, and I just stayed where I was. But it was nice when it was really wet, but there's not much grip out there.
We're all waiting for the Lovecars Podium, and surely, Theo's not usually up the front pack. You could just get to the left of him up to paddock. One of those demon starts. Can you produce another one?
I think if it's dry, it looks like it's going to be dry this afternoon now. I'm hoping we get another good start. Round the outside, don't tell the boys. Round the outside, slot it into second behind Fred, and see where we go.
Nice trouble-free race. Oh, I can't wait. Podium. Can I come on the podium with you if you get there?
Let's not jinx it, but we've got to be due a podium, surely. We've got to be due a Lovecars podium at some time. Sometime.
We'll be there. Me and him. Champione, champione. Pole position at Brands Hatch was a bit of a surprise because 8th in the championship out the blue. Boom, Ian Harris on pole.
Yep, very happy with that. This is my local track, so I've done plenty of dry track days here, but never in the wet before. And yeah, I was very surprised. As I came in, everyone was doing the finger to me, and I thought they were being rude maybe, but no, apparently I was on pole position. So on the last lap as well, so really happy with that.
It literally was. You jumped from nowhere to the pole. Were you using these wet lines where you go around the outside of the corner?
I was ignoring everyone because everyone was trying to do your typical wet lines, and I was just trying to find grip on the track. And slowly by slowly, I worked out each corner where I had more grip and less grip. And then on the last two, I linked it together. Thought, I've only got a few minutes to go. You've got nothing to lose if you come off. You might as well go for it. It paid off. Now I've got to do well this afternoon when I was going to have a relaxing race, I thought.
Crazy Horse, a motorbike dealership that also sells Caterhams, and it's where our championship leader, Fred Chiddicks, got his. Fred, championship lead, a bit of pressure, but with the points dropping, you need wins, don't you? Because Jeff's got 3 wins to your 1, so very important today's race.
Yeah, it's a really important race. It's a shame that we're dropping 2 rounds out of 9. I could really do with only dropping 1, but quite liking the mixed conditions. Definitely a better qualifying than Silverstone, starting higher up, so looking forward to the race.
And possibly, if you know the Brands Hatch grid, happy that you're not on pole.
It's worked in my favour, apparently. I don't know, but I've been told, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, the pole is the famous hole here at Brands Hatch, where the pole man's stuck on the inside in a bit of a dip, so every chance of leading into Brands and then getting your head down and disappearing, Fred.
That will be the plan.
Cat Motorsport. No idea what that's about, really. A complete office layout in the trailer. Must be a big businessman or something. Brought his office with him. But surprisingly, 3rd on the grid, from nowhere, still putting on his sponsor's jacket. Theo Theatis. Theo, what's with the Macat?
What, the name? Yes. A blend of McLaren and Caterham.
You have a McLaren?
I do, yes.
What colour it's going to be? Do you think it's orange, perhaps?
It's bright orange.
Wow, brilliant.
Ventura orange, with orange sparkles. Very nice.
So quite a different car, an orange McLaren as an orange Caterham. How do you find comparing the two?
Do you know what? I prefer this. I prefer this. This is far more fun. You know, you can put this at full chat and not kill yourself.
I say this to so many people. When they go on track days, you know, they get a radical or something that's glued to the track and they don't slide around. But these, you have so much fun, don't you, without risking killing yourself?
Fantastic fun. And, you know, with the McLaren, 15 grand to replace the rotors and the brakes, 50 quid. So, you know.
Anyway, let's get back to the racing, because, you know, you've been, you know, we've seen you doing well-ish occasionally in the academy race, and then boom, 3rd on the grid. Where's that come from?
It's the luck of the weather gods. The rain fell, and I'm not afraid of the rain. I don't mean that to sound arrogant, but I quite like it. So I just put my foot down, found the grip on edges where clearly others didn't, and managed to eke out 3rd place. But I didn't know I was 3rd until I came in and somebody went like that. It's usually 1 finger salute when I come in, so it was nice to have a bonus of 2.
Mark, 4th on the grid today, 2nd in the championship. You had loads of podiums, but you're still waiting for that win.
Yeah, always the bridesmaid, unfortunately. So hopefully today, home circuit. I've been here since I was walking, so fingers crossed for a podium or even a win. So
you've got a fan club here cheering you on.
Mum and Dad in there, my niece is here, all my friends are here. So yeah. They've got banners, hopefully, cheerleaders.
Now, whilst the Caterham Academy brings fierce racing on track, it's also brought together people who become friends. Almost a bromance here. 12th and 13th in the championship. Joe and Paul. See, you can't stop them talking. Joe, Paul, I understand, you know, there's a bit of friendship developing here. You know, you've never met before, but now you're just best buddies.
Well, yeah, let's hang on. We'll see how it ends up later.
Oh, now you're putting your racing hats on, are you? But you found you live just 20 miles apart. I mean, this could be a huge friendship.
10 miles, really close. Yeah. Never met before, and now it's like a family, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
48 and 84.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when Paul was born, and that's when I was born.
I hadn't seen you, even the numbers. It was destined to be, wasn't it? This is, you know. But now, you're 12th and 13th of the championship. You're lining up today, 12th and 13th. I mean, the friendship has to disappear, does it, when the lights go out?
Maybe on the last race. It's all still a laugh at the moment.
He's a gimme. He's got to give you the position by the sounds of it. You've got to just take place.
Well, I think Paul's whole thing, Paul's got a lot of time on his hands, so he spends a lot of time on track, a lot of practicing. I'm a very busy man. I turn up, I do my thing, and so it's quite interesting, the dynamic. So yeah.
So you've done a lot of track days preparing.
No, I've never been on a circuit until April.
So Paul, when were you here this week? Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday.
Wednesday and Thursday.
As you can see, these two have become friends for life. Probably forever.
We all know motorsport can be dangerous, but for the thousands of marshals up and down the country and all over the world, mostly volunteering to make sure we can race, sadly, the unthinkable happened exactly 1 week ago to a beloved Brands Hatch marshal, Robert Foote. Robert sadly lost his life during a race event on the 31st of August 2021, which was honoured by the Orange Army and race fans from across the UK. It was an honour to have been part of this, and our deepest condolences go to Robert's friends, colleagues and family.
Lining up then for 20 minutes of frantic Caterham Academy. The big question is, can Paul make one of his legendary demon starts from the outside of row 3?
The answer was no. A positively average start, in fact a completely rubbish start, opening the door for all sorts of challenges going into the first corner. But somehow I managed to make up a place going around the outside and slot into 5th behind Theo, who I have to say was the bane of my life at the beginning of this race, making his little orange Caterham the widest car in the world.
The demon start didn't quite happen. Paul dropped back to about 7th or 8th, but he's now fighting for 5th. No, he's lost 5th to 6th. He's going to be unhappy, but he's got the championship favourite behind him.
And with Caterham racing, you try and gain a position, leave an inch, and the people behind you will take a mile. And Mark Kendall didn't need any invitation to move up into 5th place. Trying to defend and also attack is an art in itself, but I managed to hold off Jeff down the main straight and took enough speed out of paddock to get P5 back with a nice move up the inside of Market Druids, the hairpin. Now all I'm thinking is to try and get a move ready on Theo to ditch the pack behind, but that wasn't as easy as it sounds, and I had to catch him first. But I was fast through paddock again and took the speed up the hill to Druids, where another tight undertake managed to get me into P4 and past the widest man on the track, Theo Theato.
He's up the inside of Druids. A great line round Paddock Hill Bend, got the momentum. He's through to 4th. He needs now to catch up with Mark Jones and who is it, Ian Harris battling over 2nd. But he's gone very wide.
Yeah, thanks Tiff. I was worried about the contact at the inside on Graham Hill Corner, so I made sure there's plenty of room. Now, I wanted to get a good exit around clearways so I could protect the inevitable onslaught at the end of the main straight, which would mean I could then start to make some headway. Easy as that. But then the most incredible, crazy, brave, call it what you want move from Theo going into paddock. Just when I think I've kept the position, he gets a massive tank slapper on, almost loses control. I back off for the inevitable crash, but he pulls off the most miraculous move I think so far of this championship. But I still had the momentum going up the hill, though this time he defended well and put me back into the dreaded chasing pack again.
Medics is escaping. There's a great battle for second, but they're pulling away from this frantic battle for fourth. And Paul's back behind Teo, which isn't what he wanted to do, because now he's back in the crazy pack.
Have you ever seen the movie I Am Legend with Will Smith and all those zombies, where he leaves the door open an inch and he's swamped with all these zombies coming in? That's what Caterham racing is in a nutshell. So I lost a few places, managed to get a couple back, and with Jeff pushing hard to catch the lead pack, I thought to slot in behind him and things would start to look up a little bit. Flipping Theo and what seemed to be a Caterham twice as wide as anyone else's was really causing me problems.
Twice Paul got past Teo into fourth place, but now he's back to sixth, and it's Jeff Newman, the championship favourite, trying to get past Teo, but Paul's ready to pounce if either of them make a mistake. Newman's now inside Teo, Paul's queuing up, it's a huge battle for fourth while the three out front are well ahead.
And then, like Jeff at Knock Hill, it was my turn to suffer from an innocent backmarker. Completely out of shape and a big slide at the foot of the hill meant the zombies, I mean my fellow competitors, rushed through and punished my error.
Another wild ride through paddock, almost in the gravel, and Paul's lost a 1, 2, no, 3 more places. Ah! No! Desperate to make that ground into Graham Hill, Paul's had to get out of it, went sideways, and he's now back in 188th place.
It certainly felt like 188th place. I couldn't believe it. I bottled it going into Graham Hill Corner as I was desperate to keep my nose clean, and I didn't want to touch big Chris Fraser on what would have been quite an aggressive move. So again, it was just another case of damage limitations and trying to get some places back.
He's 14th. 14th from 4th. Today was going to be the day. We were going to be on the podium. But oh, he's going for 13th. Up at Druids. This is good. Back to 13th. Paul loves recovering, I think. This is what he loves doing.
I'll be honest, I'd love a podium more than getting through this pack, but I knew I had more chance of getting a pint out of Joe Priday than getting my elusive podium now. Then, just as I thought I'd get the move on Paul Castle, his bromance buddy Joe seemed to get a mystical tap from behind and span off the track, scuppering my chance of getting past his new BFF. Paul then proceeded to do a Theo and planted himself in the middle of the track, making it super difficult to overtake. Plus, of course, with his sensational ninja-like driving skills. I've had 2 crashes this season, neither of which have been my fault, but all I could think was to avoid crashing at any price, which is probably not the best mentality to have as a racing driver. But time was running out and I had to try and get in front of Paul Castle, and to make matters worse, Phil Clark was all over the back of me. Finally, Paul ran wide, and next up to try and pass was Rob Domain, who surprisingly, very politely let me through with very little challenge.
Paul battling back. He's hoping to get to the top, setting us up the inside at Paddock Hill, can't quite make it. Looking to at least get to 9th, but he could get to 6th or 7th if there's much time left. Meanwhile, Chinnix is doing a masterclass out front.
Then, I'll be honest, possibly the scariest moment of my short racing career. Fully committed down the inside of Surtees when I thought John Vincent was going to turn in on me. A real heart in my mouth moment, but thanks John for being so aware. And next up was Mark Williams. Well, at least that was the original plan. I went for the same move up the inside of Druids that had been so successful all race, but realised Mark was not going to yield and he turned in, which he had every right to do as it was his corner. 2 wheels on the grass, and the thing I wanted to avoid the most happened. I didn't care about my race, let's be fair, that ended several laps earlier. All I could think about was Mark and how gutted he must now be. I'll be honest with you, I was very close to driving in the pits, had a sheer despair for spinning Mark around, but I knew that really was not the right thing to do. So for the remainder of the race, I just sat 100 yards or so behind Mark, gutted that I made contact, but there was no way I was going to challenge his position. So huge congratulations to Fast Freddy with a brilliant recovery drive from Jeff in 2nd place and another podium for Mark Vin Jones. And so much for my podium, my worst result of the season, way down in 13th place. But I did manage to get 3rd fastest lap overall for the 2nd race running behind the 2 leaders. Seems I've got the pace, just not the brains.
Oh, it seems like you get to 4th like you did at Silverstone and then your world falls apart. You got through 4th twice. How did you lose the places?
It was so competitive. I didn't like those tyres. Look, no excuses. No, absolutely no excuses, but I wish I put some different tyres on. It's just all over the place. I was sliding all over the place, and the boys are fast now. There's hardly anything between anybody. It's brilliant racing. Poor old Mark Williams. I went up Druids quite aggressively and tapped into Mark, span him around. I feel that's the thing I feel worse for. I don't care about my position because I feel so sorry for him, but he took it so humbly and said, look, that's racing. Stuff happens. But what a brilliant race. It looked exciting. But
it was fabulous. It's just you got through the 4th. We thought, right, if you could get away from Teo. Teo was sort of holding you back, and you got Teo, and then you lost it straight away with, just trying too hard at the next corner.
No, he did the most unbelievable move I've ever seen going into Paddock. I can't believe he carried it off, and he ended up going sideways into Paddock, pulled the move off, and then because I kind of thought if I kept it from Paddock, I would get with that breakaway pack, but it just didn't. It wasn't to be. It wasn't my day. I didn't drive very well. I didn't really enjoy it for the first time. I enjoyed the racing, but not my position. And I certainly didn't.
Come to the pub.
Come
down to the pub.
Come
over the pub. I'll give the microphone back to the cameraman, and we'll go in now. We'll just go.
So it's round 4 of the 2021 Caterham Academy Championships, and this one's going to be good. Not only is it being held on the famous Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, but also for the first and only time this season, we've got the white and green group on track together, meaning nearly 50 cars lining up on the grid. A typical British summer's day meant unpredicted showers, where it's fair to say my tyre choice, gambling on low-tread tyres for a dry session, didn't quite go according to plan. So a very wet track, no tyre tread, together with some really dubious wet weather lines, meant I qualified well down in 14th place overall, but I had to start from the 10th row of the grid, 19th place overall, due to the way that Caterham has split the whites and greens down opposite sides. And to make matters even worse, I missed the checkered flag on the final lap of qualifying and embarrassingly have ended up with 3 points on my racing licence for carrying on. What an absolute muppet.
Paul, after that qualifying, I don't think you should be looking so tall. Come on, back down to earth, back right down to earth. That's better. What were you doing?
Obviously, I went for a silly gamble. I went for dry tyres, a dry setup, really low profile.
So there was a huge downfall of rain about half an hour before qualifying, and you went for a dry tyre setup. You mean these tyres here with hardly any tread left at all?
Probably the only one that went for that setup. So it would have been spectacular had the sun been out like this and the track be dry like this, but sadly it was the complete opposite. It was
10th fastest green, which means because it's row by row whites and greens, you're going to be 19th on the grid.
So on the 10th row of the grid?
Yes.
I'm going to put wet tyres on, probably. Well, I don't know. If it's like this, I'm not going to do that. I don't know. Help me out. I'm confused.
I'll just be watching. I'll give you top 10 minimum.
So where am I going to finish?
I don't care. Got to be in the top 10. Leave them alone now, but just think about it, will you, a bit more? Concentrate a bit harder. Mark, a bit of the sort of surprise of the day. Second fastest in the green group. You're the slow burner. What's your best result so far?
4th at Mallory so far in the dry. That's the first driving in the wet today, so hopefully I'll continue to do that, and it'll be wet this afternoon.
Jeff, a blistering lap time at Silverstone this morning in the very, very wet conditions. What was the secret of that lap time?
I've got absolutely no idea, to be honest with you. I just found myself away by myself. I didn't really have a tow, didn't really have anyone to feed off. So I just did what made sense to me, which was to stay off the racing line, and that seemed to pay dividends. So, yeah, just really good fortune.
Mike, you're one of, 6 Mancunian mates that have all joined the academy together. When did you start hatching this plan?
It was a very, very kind of last-minute decision. I think we've done a few track days over the last couple of years in touring cars, and Simon, who's just behind me over there, went and saw a dealer, and within 24 hours we'd bought 6 cars and signed up for a midlife crisis.
So who's winning the Manchester Championship so far?
Richard Ainscough. He's super smooth, great in the wet. And yeah, super consistent.
Are you all in the same white or green group?
We're all in the white group. Yeah, they put us all together. So we've been trying to get a wager on it for our own little competition.
And your personal position at the moment of these 6?
Probably 2nd or 3rd. I'm Mr. Erratic. I think the commentator at Knockhill called me Mad Mike because I was a bit flamboyant. So the wet doesn't really suit me. I didn't finish at Mallory, and didn't have a great qualifier today either.
William leading the white group of the championship, 2nd fastest white in the qualifier at Silverstone. Was that down to your great win at Mallory in the wet? Are you the rain master?
I don't know. It's probably too early to say, but yeah, I sort of think I'm doing all right in the wet. So hopefully try and keep it that way.
It's funny as the year's developing, different people start to become contenders, don't they? Some are slower starters. You've got them running really quickly to lead the championship. Are you worried they're going to start catching you a bit more often?
No, it's already happening. I mean, I haven't quite got my head around Silverstone in the dry, and there's guys coming in quite a bit quicker than me. So for sure, hot on my heels, big time.
Charlie Lower, looking to go a bit higher. Oh no, that's an awful joke, isn't it? That's terrible. You won at Kerbra, and you Mallory, you're on the pace. You had a bit of a rough time at Knockhill.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough time, but I had a big incident in first corner. I qualified joint 3rd by the same 100th of a second. So then I started in 4th, the guy started in 3rd, and I thought I'd drag race him into the first corner.
but he had the same idea too. So
it didn't work. Now, of course, Charlie, I mean, we've met before. You're a stunt driver and stuff, and I've, you know, people see me sliding around on telly and say, well, that's no way to be a racing driver. And it can be a problem if you're used to stunt. You have to actually slide less to go faster. Have you found that yourself?
yeah, definitely, 100%. And it's being less aggressive. All the stunt stuff we do is high aggression at low speed, so it's trying to make something look as flash and as fast as possible whilst going slow.
See, that's why I do it on telly. You see, I do it like that's why we know how to drive properly anyways, don't we, John?
Yeah. But yeah, it's then just like dialing it in, and actually understeer is a bit faster than oversteer, unfortunately.
I know that, I know. It's so disappointing, isn't it? We have to go fast. You can't be spectacular.
Definitely.
James, I know you're watching the Grand Prix. I'm sorry, everybody, but it's not started yet. It's not. James, you're third on the grid, tricky Silverstone. You know, you're moving up the pack now. Best result, fourth, was it at Mallory? So now, a win today?
Fingers crossed, that's the plan, but considering my testing, I'm a lot happy with my grid position today, so the rain seemed to help. So I'm slightly praying for some more rain this afternoon.
You got a bit pushed back by the white group sort of getting in the way a bit annoying, or are you happy with that?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't annoyed by it, but...
Because you were like, what, 5th fastest, but you're going to line up 8th or 9th, is it?
4th overall, but yeah, I'm sort of P6 or 7 on the grid, so a little bit annoying, but same for everybody.
So, a few hours later, it was time for our formation lap and to get ready for this 20-minute race, and thankfully, this time, it was dry.
So as the 50 Caterhams head out for their race, the track is now bone dry, but there are some rather nasty black clouds in the distance. We just hope Paul has picked the right tyres this time. He actually qualified 14th fastest overall, but for some strange reason they've split the grid in half with the green group on one side, the white group on the other, which has put him down into 19th place. I'm hoping top 10 at least. Come on, Paul. Where are you? Where are you, Paul? There you are. He's waving. Oh, no. Stop waving. He's waving. Why does he wave at everybody? This is his trouble. I'm told him to concentrate. Waving.
Lining up on pole position was Jeff Newman from the green group, with Gareth Lucas second, leading the white side of the grid. Mark Kendall slots into third on the grid, and fourth on the grid is William James, who interestingly would have qualified well down in 8th place overall if it wasn't for the green and white split. Then on the third row of the grid we have James Cook for the greens and Charlie Lower for the whites. All I could hope for was another good start and at least have a chance of getting through some of this packed field to get back into the mix. It was time for lights out. Another great start. What a shame these aren't drag races, but 4 places made before we even hit the first corner. Giles Perry got a little spin on, and I managed to hold off a bit of stiff competition from Oliver Hardick on the outside, and I was up to P14. It was a dream start, and so far so good, but with a whole host of cars in front, I knew it was going to be no easy task getting through this lot. Fred Chinnix ran wide at Chapel, opened the door for me to move up into P13. And despite some real pressure from Fred, I managed to keep position all the way up the Hangar Straight. Caterham racing is such an intense affair, and with Richard Ainscough and James Moon scrapping it around Vale, it was late on the brakes and another couple of positions made. With a good exit, I even managed to nip past Tom Minty Noakes and get up to 10th place. Quite a bit of curb on the exit of Club, trying to listen to my mentor Tiff, and onto the Hamilton Straight. And actually that curb, we'll be seeing that a little bit later in the video. So by the time I reached Village on the first lap, I was really surprised to be in touching distance of the main pack, who were all busy scrapping it out around the loop and Aintree. So for me, it was all about a good exit at Aintree to get the toes down the Wellington Straight, which I fluffed monumentally, poking around the completely wrong side of Harry George, who, by the way, he's 22 years old and not 17, as we were incorrectly informed on our previous video. So all that brilliant momentum was slightly paused as the pack approached Brooklands for the first time, but still, if you said I was going to make 9 places on the first lap, I would have taken that all day long.
We can hear loads of tyre squealing from the complex. But now, towards the end of the first lap, here they come, like the charge of the Light Brigade. Caterhams everywhere. He's 10th! He's 10th! He's got from 19th to 10th! Oh, Paul! Come on! No, he's in the gravel. Oh, he was a bit, but now he's out again.
A couple of wheels on the gravel on the exit of Woodcote. I'm trying to take a bit more curb and be a bit more aggressive, listening to what Tiff's trying to tell me. And then I don't know why I do this, but a ridiculous vanity wave to my girlfriend Katie, who was watching from the BRDC with Tiff. Really, I need to stop these hand gestures, but I guess it's a little bit better than the one I did at Motul at least. Coming up to Beckett's on lap 2, where I'm back in touching distance with the main pack. And a really good exit onto the hanger straight, and what looks like some brave late braking, but actually picking up place on Harry George and James Cook. But then coming into Stowe, there was a yellow flag, so I gave the position back to James, but with a lot of very confusing hand waving. I think I confused myself more than the other drivers. A green flag, and it was racing again. Hot on James's heels, good through Abbey, and really good out of farm, made the move on Village, quite an easy one. Well, it should have been an easy one, but I stuck into second for some extra engine braking as I thought I was going to overshoot the corner, and I ended up sliding around a little bit. I never seem to make things easy as the other guys.
He's got his lights on. He's kissing the gravel. He's up to 7th. Waving, shouting. Hopefully he can catch the 6 ahead, and who knows where he can get to.
Then, like a scolded cat, Fred Chiddicks passed me on the start of lap 3 to push me back down to 8th position. Bit of a really nasty lunge at the loop on poor old Mark Kendall, who's doing brilliant in the championship, and also did brilliantly to avoid me. Thanks, Mark. I owe you a beer. And then the most amazing battle down the Wellington Straight, side by side, both hanging on to Freddie's toe, where I managed to hold position on the inside coming into Brooklands. A clean exit and both hands firmly on the wheel with no vanity waves this time, as things were really starting to hot up.
So Jeff Newman has made the break. Somehow he's broken the toe, but the pack behind with Paul again kicking up dust. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The spinner's out on the track there recovering. It's all going everywhere.
A couple of cars running wide coming out of Copse, including Gareth Lucas, who also then ran off track at Maggots, rejoining the pack just in front. I was now up to P7 with the fast boys, so it wasn't just about overtaking, but also defending. And at the end of Hanger Straight, Mark Kendall gets in a tow and puts a move down the outside. This was just such brilliant wheel-to-wheel racing, and it felt so safe. No unpredictable swerving or silly moves. Nothing but big respect to Mark, whose driving I had every confidence in. Another great exit at Farm, and for a change it was easy pickings up the inside of Ian Harris, and it was up to P6 overall. As we've said so many times, it's so important to get your corner exit right so you take maximum speed and momentum down the straights. And here at Silverstone, in an academy car, it's probably one of the key things to perfect. Coming into Brooklands at a good move just ahead by Gareth down the inside, and the cars around him give him plenty of room to make sure he could stay on that racing line. Those toes just make such a huge difference in these cars, and it really helped me put him in a good position coming up to Copse, where Gareth Lucas ran wide again, so I managed to nip in front of him and at the same time pass Charlie Lower, who also ran slightly wide. So from P19 to P4, and with second and third place just in front, was this finally going to be my podium day? The answer was a resounding no. And this is where things really started to go downhill fast. In my wisdom, I was trying to get Fred and Mark to work together to catch the leader, Jeff, so I tried waving my hands around as if they'll get the signal, and then I ran massively wide at Beckett's, scrubbed off all my speed at Chapel, and then was overtaken by 3 cars, 4 a breadth, up a hanger straight. All I could do was put my head down in shame. So instead of staying with the breakaway pack of Fred and Mark, I dropped back into the chasing pack. And trust me, I'll never ever do this silly hand-waving ever again. Then it was the last of the late breakers, where Charlie Lower was so lucky not to take out Mark and Fred, completely missing the corner. Meanwhile, Gareth Lucas also missed his braking and blocked me from turning in, and then I just managed to avoid Charlie Lower rejoining the track. It was non-stop racing action. And really, there's just no point in whites racing greens and vice versa. Although we're sharing a track together, we're in completely different championships. That didn't seem to stop everybody having a real go at trying to get that overall position. Another nice corner of the loop, and that all-important exit down the Wellington Straight, where I managed a much more respectful move on Mark Kendall up the inside of Brooklands. But as with all Caterham races, this is topsy-turvy stuff, and Mark then did the move on me at Croft, only to have the move done by me again coming into Maggots. It was all getting a bit too much. And then those silly hand signals about working together again. I promise that no future race will they ever see the light of day again. After 5 previous laps of curb abuse, all within track limits, I hasten to add, it was one too many and my camera took a knock. So on what was going to be our penultimate lap, Ian Harris left the door open at Village, slotting me back up to 5th place overall behind Gareth Lucas, where the positions would remain as we headed down the Wellington Straight up towards Brooklands. Gareth turned into the corner nice and early on the defensive line and shut the door on any potential move, so I took the corner on the standard racing line just ahead of Ian Harris and Charlie Lower, who were also on the standard racing line directly behind me. Then Gareth seemed to outbrake himself, ran wide, completely missed the apex, and I successfully slowed down for the corner, which Gareth then tried to recover by turning directly back into me and causing a collision, effectively ruining my race again. I was absolutely gutted. I just couldn't believe what had just happened. It will never cease to amaze me why the race leader of the white group would be so reckless to try and block another car that's in a completely different championship. The mind really does boggle. So, race over. It was time to calm down a little bit, count to 10, and to catch up with Tiff in Parc Fermé.
Paul has blew on that wheel. You're a mudguard, miss. What a fantastic race. You were going for 4th and it got so busy.
Group. He's not even in my group, and I could see them. He was weaving, stopping everybody going past, and I thought, well, look, that's fair enough. Just do my own thing. And then, he ran wide, I went up the inside, and then just went straight back over again. But it's easy to say that now. Heat of the moment. I'll review my footage. I'll do it amicably. But
That's a good idea, I think, Paul. That's a good idea.
Look, I had a fantastic race up until that moment.
and then it kind of...
We'll just use that bit and not the first bit, all right? We had a fantastic race until that moment. That's probably the best bit, Paul, to sum it up. And one of the wonderful things about Caterham racing, you can tell by the buzz and the hum how much all these people that never raced before this year have had the most amazing experience around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. They'll all be blaming someone else for whatever went wrong, but they've all had a great day. And that's what Caterham Academy is all about. Jeff, back to the top step of the podium. An amazing breakaway. You were just in a bundle, then suddenly you came around about 4 seconds clear. How did you manage to make that break?
Yeah, so to be honest, I really don't know. It just so happened I was in the flow, just absolutely going for it. Maybe they got caught up, I don't know, having a little bit of battle.
So you must have looked in your mirrors and thought, whoa, lucky days.
I did, yeah. I think that Charlie made a small error going into Brooklands, just overcooking it slightly, and as a consequence I was just able to pull away. At the end of the day, like most racing, it's who makes the fewest mistakes tends to win. So thanks to everyone and the marshals for making it a great day.
Well done, great. Cheers. All the best, cheers.
Cheers.
Harry George, you didn't make my pre-race interviews because you're only 4th. And I said I'd interview if you won. Yes. But you finished 2nd, but you've had a great day. Where did you finish overall?
I don't know.
It's that hectic, Caterham racing. He doesn't even know where you finished. But you had a wonderful race around the Grand Prix circuit. That's the main thing.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I got a good start. I was trying to stay with the lead pack, but I just spent the whole time fighting, and the lead pack dropped us. And yeah, I was just swapping positions all the time from the toe. But
that's what it's all about. Caterham racing, you enjoy it. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Still happy with the 2nd place. I can't complain.
Cheers. Freddie, you were depressed after qualifying because you had the wrong tyres, whatever excuse you had for the morning. But from 15th on the grid to 2nd overall, you must be pretty chuffed with that.
I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I had some pretty good racing along the way. Luckily, first couple of laps I made a lot of places, so gutted that we didn't catch Jeff.
Welcome back to Donington for this 4th race weekend of the 2022 Caterham Motorsport season. We've already had some action out on track. We've had a couple of races. We've got 4 more to go, and we are going to be starting this section of the broadcast with the 2nd Academy race of the weekend. The Academy White Group is getting ready to go. They have a 20-minute race today, and I believe that we've got the drivers there. You can see them in assembly. And we'll go down to Sam, who I believe's got Robert Lowe to chat to us.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I have got Robert Lowe here. I'm just admiring his lovely pink roll cage, nice and easy to spot. He's just been told to do up his suit a bit more, which I will just assist him with that. Hang on one moment.
I need someone to get me dressed in the morning.
Robert's wife did the Academy last year, Isla. And you're doing it this year, Robert. How did that come about?
Well, she decided that we were always going to buy a Caterham, but we came across the Caterham stand at Carfest, it was, and it looked a fantastic opportunity. So I bought it as a surprise Christmas present for her. And to be fair, she embraced the whole thing, and it's only now I'm on the grid myself I realise how brave she was when it came to doing it. Because I'm sat here, my heart rate's going 19 to the dozen, and she did it with no previous experience or anything else at all, never been on a track day or anything else like that. So just to go out there and do it was amazing.
That's brilliant, and I bet she thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, she had so much fun I thought I'd got to do it myself. So here I am.
Oh, that's a great story.
Yeah, and hopefully we might get to race together in Roadsport at some point as well. So that might increase the family strife a bit, but I suspect it'll be a lot more fun as well.
Most definitely. Are they here watching?
I've got all the family here today. All my immediate family, and my cousin Pete's actually made a journey up to have a look as well. So yeah, there's a big turnout today. Hopefully I can get a bit further up the grid than I am now.
Yes, well, hopefully. That's great. Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for talking to us. Right, so we'll just have a chat with Graham Finlayson. I think we're not quite ready to go out just yet. Graham.
Hello.
How are you? How is everything going for you?
Well, this is pretty good this weekend, given how Silverstone ended for me. So I'm pretty pleased to be out here.
Excellent. Yes, it's yes. Hopefully, you can make your way up.
I'm just looking forward to ending the race. I just want to get that feeling of being with the guys in Park Fermi, having the chats. Just nice, safe racing with a few of the friends around. That'd be really cool for me.
Great stuff. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just going to go and make my way up to our pole sitter. He is 17 years old. Only passed his driving test 4 weeks ago. Can you believe that, Chris?
Amazing, isn't it? So we've seen it's Duncan Mallet on pole position today. So he's been quite exuberant from the very first laps and times he put out there in our sprint event where we start this. Can see got a little bit of a march on, but yeah, he's been exuberant out there on track, should we say? But he's coming in here after a couple of fourths and a fifth place at Silverstone last time out. So he's doing well. He could just do with that podium, and I guess that's a good question to ask him, whether he's going to go for that podium today.
Yes, that's right. Let's find out. Duncan, congratulations on pole. Obviously, hopefully a win for you. Have you got a nice plan of action for today's race?
I think it's really difficult to plan in races considering the toe is so massive. So it's going to be a difficult one to keep them all behind, but we'll give it a go.
Well, I wish you all the best. Thank you. Yes, he must be... seems quite calm and collected, being on,
really,
first pole.
Really calm in his conversation. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe I think that's the calmest we'll see him. We'll see his hands flailing, no doubt, as he goes through.
I'm just next to Ben. Let's have a chat with Ben Timmons. How you doing, Ben? Good position to start from.
Yeah, it was good. I should have been P2, but I made a mistake with flags, so yeah, dropped back to P3. Got a lot of work to do.
My signal's gone.
Yeah, so
right,
you're back in range now, Sam. But yeah, we did lose a little bit of Ben there, so we were right on the limit of what we can reach out there in assembly on the old Grand Prix loop. But you can see there, Sam. Marching back down the grid as they're all on this Grand Prix loop in the assembly. They're in the order that they will go to the grid, so they get lined up there, so it's a nice and easy task for them just to make it round the inside of the Roberts sort of hairpin as it would be, and then onto that start-finish straight. But yes, so you've been hearing from a few people there, and Robert Lowe will look to see whether he can make his way up. He starts 14th today, and Graham Finlayson, like he said, just wanting to get to the end of this one, had a nasty shunt at the end of the last race. That's part of motorsport, and something we will have to learn and deal with, but he will be wanting to get to the end of that race, so really good. But Sam is got Sol Rogers for us down on the grid, so yeah, over to you, Sam. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm actually admiring his car, the lovely colour scheme, Sol. With the matching lid as well. How's the academy season been for you so far?
Oh, it's been really exciting. First couple of races are a bit hair-raising, having never done anything like this before, but we really like the fact that Donington's a little shorter, so quite excited to see how this race goes, really.
It keeps it closer, doesn't it, being shorter, and hopefully, you won't get to be by yourself and miss out on that toe.
Absolutely. I think this might just be one long train for 20 minutes.
Well, the other races have been certainly very close.
Yeah, and the big thing that all just want to do is not spin today. That'd be really great. I've got my little boys in the crowd today, my twins, Seb and Theo, so they'll be waving from the hill, so maybe I'll try not to be distracted by them and maybe get a couple of places for them.
Oh, that would be great. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, great colour scheme on Sol's car. I like that. It's very, just quite simple and classic, isn't it?
The family sort of situation, so we can see them getting released now onto the grid. But yeah, it's really nice when the drivers have their friends and family here to watch along, and you can hear the academy. That's all part of it. Really, and you can see in the paddock there all the kind of the family sort of the family events that take place. But we can see them all the academy, a white group here for their first and only race this weekend. They only have one race per race weekend, but you can see there Duncan Mallet in the aluminium and sort of black nose cone there, coming up to that position there. We've got alongside him Matt Larby. So Duncan Mallet comes in 4th place in the championship, a couple of 4th and a 5th place in the racing. And then Matt Larby alongside him, he comes in 2nd place, just a couple of points back from Tom McEwing, who's in 5th place today. So he's a slightly little bit down for where his high standards might dictate. But Ben Timmons, we got to hear a little bit from him, but he's had a couple of podiums already this year. Bit of a Disappointing Silverstone from Emily up in 8th place. But nevertheless, these top end of the grid are kind of the ones we expect to be there based on their championship scores, and also where we combined the 2 academy grids into a 1 grid for Silverstone, it was the white group that came out on top as far as the sheer pace. So these are completely independent grids that we have, the white and the green, but it was the white grid that sort of showed a clean pair of heels to most of the green group, other than Roger Patke, who we saw earlier on taking that win. So he definitely had the pace to maintain that lead group. But Tom McEwen comes in here in the lead of that championship. He's in the green and blue car that we can see on the left, and you can see his number plate there, McEwen. Remember, these are all road legal cars, but some of them choose to run with their own names. A lot of these drivers running their own names on the front of their cars, and you can see they all like to personalise, and there's some fantastic looking cars, including that Dutch Bar and Vodka car, and Sol Rogers, you can see there in the white and the yellow as he flows on through. Yeah, number 13 there, bringing up the rear, that's Craig Jarvis, and his, you can see the fully road legal Caterham Academy. Let's go around and confirm that grid then. Duncan Mallett starts on pole, Matt Larby alongside him, Ben Tibbins, and then Nick Bryant comes 4th. Tom McEwen starts 5th, Ryan will be 6th, John Littlejohn 7th, and Richard Harris in 12th, 8th. 9th is Tolmarsh, Kennelly, Rogers, and then Kibblewhite. Then we've got Finlayson, Robert Lowe, Thompson, and then Mikey Clark. Proctor, Fitzgerald, Rawlings and Jarvis round out the top 20, and that we have got a 20-car field for this, the Caterham White Group race. 20 minutes on the clock for this race. Can they be the first Caterham race today that doesn't have that issue on the opening lap? Let's hope that they can do that, and I know that they'll all be hoping for the same. So much to look forward to. Like I say, the Tom McEwen and Matt Larby have really been dominating the podiums. Tom McEwen taking a couple of wins in the 2nd place so far. Matt Larby a 2nd, 3rd and 1st, although it looked like it might be another. He was going for the win at Snetterton when he sort of threw it down the inside and unfortunately spun on, I think it was the penultimate lap, so did very well to come back to 3rd in that race. And then Ben Timmins has been there or thereabouts, 3rd and 2nd in the opening rounds, but then 8th place at Silverstone, sort of dropped him away a little bit. But he carries one of the fastest laps from the earlier events alongside Matt Larby, so both of those showing a clean pair of heels. And can they beat the Academy lap record? Obviously, we had that set in the last race, so they've got a new target to go for. Let's see what the pace is. Traditionally, the white group has outpaced the green group, so let's see what they can do. Let's hope that they get a nice, clean 20 minutes of action in today. This fantastic Donington National Circuit always breeds really good Caterham action all the way through our field of races. This is one of the 4 more races we've got for you today, so plenty more action. Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box. We've been hearing from Sam Parker down on the grid, and let's get the afternoon's racing underway. See the pace car just at the back, just pulling in, waiting for the signals that everything is lined up and ready to go. Looking for the lights then. You'll see them in the top right hand of your screen. The green flag flies at the back of the field, signifying everyone is in position. Let's see whether Duncan Mallett can convert that pole position to get his first podium of the year. The lights are out and off they go. Duncan Mallett does get a good start. Matt Larby a little bit bogged down off that line, and it looked like it was Nick Bryant who made a really good start as they all make their way now down into turn 1. You can see how wide the track is here as they turn in, but it's it looks like it is. Is it Bryant that's gone into the lead there? So really taking well. But number 8 there's Timmins. He's dropped back, and that is Mallett from that pole position. He's now finds himself off onto the gravel and dropping down the order. So he has not managed to convert that pole position. A little bit wide there, and that's cost him a lot of positions early in this race. So we'll see whether he can fight back through. There's Ben Timmins alongside Fraser as they. Alongside Wilby as they come down through Old Hairpin and off and up through Schwantz Curve and up into McLean's for the first time. You can see we've still got this side-by-side action for the lead. That's Matt Larby in the blue. He's still in that 2nd place position at the moment. And it is Nick Bryant who leads this race from 4th or 3rd on the grid, so coming through nicely. There's Robert Lowe alongside Little John as they go up and into Coppice for the first time. They go through. is Rob Lowe, so we're trying to make him see whether he can move up through the grid and see whether he can get cheered on by Isla and their children, and looking for the next year. We are going to go 3 wide. Is that wise into Robert Chicane for the first time? Matt Larby takes that lead ahead of Ben Timmins, and then it is Nick Bryant in that 3rd place, and you see Tom McEwing, the championship leader, down in that 4th place. He has made up 1 place, but it's Duncan Mallett who's made it up, and Duncan Mallett makes it onto the grass. I told you it was exuberant driving. He made that sort of stick even though there wasn't really a gap there. We're going 3 wide into Redgate. Tom McEwing on a very, very tight line. Can he get that slowed up? Duncan Mallett's around his outside, and he does pinch him down a little bit, but we were all evens there, coming out in the same kind of order that we went in as we go around Hollywood and then down into the Crane curves. But it is Larby who now leads over Timmins. Bryant was 3rd over the line, but I think he's now moved back to 5th place as they all ironed themselves out through that first corner. And then down through the old hairpin as we're watching slightly deeper into that field. That's the 88 there of Wilby fighting away. Heat hazers across this Donington circuit as they head up into McLean's, and it is Matt Larby and Timmins who in 2nd place, with Mallett into that 3rd place again after dropping places at the beginning, so he's recovered nicely. There was Richard Harris in the Dutch Barn Vodka car, following along in that kind of 8-ish place along this grid. We see a move up the inside there, using all of the curb and a bit of the grass as he went through Coppers there. There's Sol Rogers, who we spoke to on the grid in the number 65 white and yellow car. But we have more side-by-side action for the lead. And are we going to see this on every single lap? Maybe, but Ben Timmins takes that lead across through the chicane for this time, and Matt Larby is in 2nd place, Duncan Mallett in 3rd. McEwing remains in that 4th place, and so Bryant now has slipped into that 5th place for the time being, but he's still very much in contact with this lead battle as Matt Larby takes the lead again over Ben Timmins. Mallett slips into that 3rd place, McEwing follows him, and then Bryant beyond. So it's definitely this top 5, and you can hear tyre squeals behind as all the cars in the Caterham Academy Avon tyres that these cars run on sort of crying up in this hot weather. You can see how the sun is glinting off all these cars, and what a sight they make as they flow through the old hairpin, carrying all that speed, using the curb on the inside and the outside, but careful of those track limits, and they're all doing a good job so far of managing that. We have seen track limits a figure of the Caterham action here, so they're allowed to use all the grey stuff, they're allowed to use the red and white curbing that we have here at Donington Park, but any other colour, so any of that green AstroTurf or concrete cannot be used. But Duncan Mallett takes that early fastest lap, 23.3. So still another second or so to go to see whether they want to try and pick up that new lap record. As Matt Larby leads them down the exhibition straight ahead of Timmins, and then it's Mallett in that 3rd place. McEwing sort of stalled in that 4th place right now, but I expect this front 5 are quite happy to see that gap develop behind, ahead of Tolmarsh, Wilby, Harris and Kennelly. In fact, Harris has slipped back a little bit in that order since last time through. You can see the bigger curbing on the inside they've got there that really made the suspension have to work, and the Academy car has slightly more flexible suspension than all the other championships. One of the things we do when we upgrade these cars is give them that stiffer suspension all round to give them a bit more stability rather than leaning. But yeah, you can see how the car reacted over those big new curbs that they've got at the chicanes, trying to deter you, taking quite so much of that curbing. But nevertheless, Wilby did take that curbing, and the car dealt with it very nicely, thank you very much. But it is this lead 5 who head down into the old hairpin. They're putting quite a significant gap over this next batch of 6 cars, which are threatening to separate into 2 groups of 3, aren't they? There is Richard Harris in the car following the 87. The 87 is the Little John, so the Little John car ahead of Harris as they go through the old hairpin. In that lead battle of 5, and it's Matt Larby out ahead now, but it's now Mallett into 2nd place ahead of Timmins, then McEwing still stationary in that 4th, and we've got Bryant, who's been happy to sit in that 5th place since taking that early lead, and it looked like he might run away, didn't it? But he didn't quite make it. There is Harris in the 21 car. Through, but we are going side by side for 2nd and 3rd. It's Timmins down the inside of Mallett. Larby, though, clear and is able to make a nice little run. He might be able to ping himself off the front of this little group because he's got the momentum coming out that, and he's ahead where he wants to be of his championship leader of McEwing. So both him and Timmins baking up points on McEwing, who is now looking up the inside of Duncan Mallett into Redgate. Mallett using some of that pit lane exit there to sort of give him a wider swoop in, and he does carry the speed around the outside, and he managed to get it all hauled up. but McEwen's got the inside as they go through Hollywood. That should see him able to pull ahead as they go down Craner, but it doesn't look like Mallet wants to give up on it just yet. So he's got the inside of the left-hander at Craner Curbs and does indeed make it back through. So McEwen has to sit back, and he's going under threat from Bryant in the blue car there. So they've all settled back into that order again, with Larby out front and Timmins and then Mallet, and a little gap back now to McEwen as he had to sort himself out behind Mallet as he went up the inside. And we've got side by side there into McLean's. You can go around the outside of McLean's. Mallet looks like he wants to make it happen, wants to hammer that home, but he doesn't quite make it as Bryant goes off a little bit wide there on the exit. Larby into Coppice. We've got Timmins out wide there. That's going to get onto the dusty stuff. That's going to be awkward for him. He does manage to draw it back, but he's lost momentum as he goes back down the exhibition straight, and so he will likely lose that place now to Duncan Mallet, although it's actually got the toe. You can see how powerful that toe is and where Mallet had to pull out of the toe. Got a little bit of a head breeze as we come down into this chicane, and it's McEwen who's actually trying to make a move up the inside, and he makes it stick. So McEwen got the run out of them again. You see those the tyres and wheels are bouncing over those inside curves, but they've again sprung a little gap to the front two. Larby and Timmins, are they going to start working together now to try and see whether they can solidify this gap? Timmins having to take a slightly compromised way on the inside of Redgate, so at the moment it doesn't look like they are fully working together. We'll see whether Matt Larby tries to go back up his inside as they go down Hollywood, and he does indeed do that. See the yellow novice crosses on the back of all these cars. Remember, these drivers all in the early part of their racing career, they cannot have held a race license or a kart license before to enable them to take part in this academy race. And it's not until they've taken part in at least 5 races and got 6 signatures on their race license, you can get a signature for marshalling as well, before they can actually remove that novice cross. That's a standard sort of procedure, and then they can upgrade their race license as well next year to a proper national race license. There goes Matt Larby then, in Team Larby Racing colours. Here's Nick Bryant, so he's definitely enjoying this time out at Donington. He is currently in sort of 6th place, I think, in the championship, coming in here with a 10th and 8th and a 4th. So he's improving every single time he gets in that car. He's come from 10th in our first sprint event, and now he 4th last time out at Silverstone, and he is looking to see whether he can come one better than that in this race. He's got a couple of cars to get through before he can do that, but Ben Timmins now takes the lead of that race. Duncan Mallet again riding the inside of curve, getting close to that tyre stack which is there, so you have to be a bit careful of that, but told you it was never a dull moment with our pole sitter. But he is currently in 3rd place in the tow of Matt Larby. Goes to the outside. Larby looking at the inside of Timmins. Got a bit of a run there. Can he get that car stopped up? Does look like he can, but can Duncan Mallet now make the most of it? I don't think he's going to have anywhere to use his extra speed he's got, so they're all going to come back together again as they come down through the Craner curves once more. A lot of the time it is about manoeuvring your car and working out where you can use your additional speed from following, but at the moment these 5 cars sort of stuck together as they make their way through the old hairpin and out again. And they've completed 6 laps, so this is lap number 7 for them as they come down to the roughly halfway at distance point of this race. So everything we've done, we've got that to go again, and they'll be losing the rears. We saw that in the earlier academy race, where a bit later on in the race, as the temperatures rose, the rear tyres started crying enough, and it certainly looks like that was the case with Larby's car as they went up to McLean's. He's not stuck to the surface quite as well as it had been earlier. Wilby and Kennelly are also in that sort of middle ground, aren't they? They're well ahead of that chase pack now. They've broken the toe of the cars that follow on, but are they going to be able to rejoin this lead group of 5 before the end of the race? They've got 10 minutes to see whether they can do that. Timmins takes the lead again, though, ahead of Larby. Mallet has lost that 3rd place this time to McEwen, so you can see, I'm sure Matt Larby was seeing in his mirrors that he's now got McEwen as next up, but Mallet's going to the outside again of Redgate. We've seen him swoop round the outside of here before. So, 1.5 seconds back to Wilby from Bryant, so we'll keep an eye to see whether that reduces. It already looks like it's much reduced, so it looks like Wilby and Kennelly are going to be able to reach this battle by the end of this race with 9 minutes 45 to go. It's Larby who's maintained that. McEwen looks like he's solidified that 3rd place. He's sort of been patient, hasn't he, in these early part of the race, and that's an important bit of lesson to learn. Again, we've got Wilby there using every single bit of the curb and a little bit of the grass as well, kicked up and signified by that little bit of dust as they went up through there. No sign of track limits being mentioned at the moment, though. The marshals will call up track limits, and there are sensors on some of these corners where if you trigger that sensor, and it will automatically issue a track limits infringement. A little bit of a slow-moving car there. And So not sure whether that's a recovery from a spin or whether he's had any other issues, but recovering looks like he's up and underway again as they head down the exhibition. This is the lead group of what was 5 cars. It's actually a lead group of 2 followed by 3, and then you've got these chasing 2 as well. I think it will all come back together again relatively soon, and that is Mallet now fighting with Bryant, so that's not going to help their case. A little bit of a replay here of what happened to the number 18 car. He just lost the rear, didn't he? He just carried too much speed into Redgate, and then he lost the rear on the way out and spun across the track, but luckily he was clear of all the other cars at that point. So he has dropped out to Thompson, dropped back through the field. So we come back and have a look at that following battle. There's Harris, Richard Harris in the 21, and he is chasing the number 22 of Tolmarsh. So Harris currently behind Tolmarsh, but looking to see whether he can get behind. And there's Rob Lowe that we followed on. He's in 11th place currently, lost out on that last lap through. So these guys are going backwards and forwards and having a great battle in the rear end of that top 10. So fighting for everything. So you'll have battles all the way up and down this racetrack, and everyone comes into Parc Fermé with a lot of stories about their endeavours out there on track. This is that lead group. Now, the Timmins was very wide onto the green track there, and he was out front, so it's a very obvious one for the marshals to call in there, see whether he does start getting those track limits infringement. But that gap back from Bryant to Wilby, it's gone. Where it was a second and a half, in fact, it was many more seconds than that, a couple of laps back. Wilby is there, and he's not waiting about. He has joined the rear of that battle, and he is immediately going to go up the inside for the battle for 5th place. And Wilby is the car on the move right now, isn't he? He's definitely up there and fighting away. Seeing where Wilby came into this championship event, I think, yeah, 6th in that championship, a 6th, a 5th and a 3rd last time at Silverstone. So another driver who every time he gets into this car he has improved and is making his way forward in this race, whereas we didn't quite have the same, a little bit late on the brakes there for Bryant, but he makes to get it all stopped up. But Wilby looks like the car on the move. Can he do anything about this lead group of 4 cars? Well, he's got 7 minutes to do something with it, and it certainly looks like he's got the pace in that car. But Timmins in the purple machinery is out front ahead of the blue machinery of Larby, and then the green machinery of McEwen, and we've seen that at every single event so far. There's Bryant just dropping that back a little bit after that early lead he held, and falling a little bit back as the battles have commenced. He's always been at the rear of the field, which was the battle that we've been watching, which means that he's the first one to be attacked when we get there. 22.685, so a bit faster there from Duncan Mallet. Still don't think quite as fast as that white group, and I believe they will still be holding that record currently. And with all the battling going on, it can mean that you can't, you can't go as fast if you're going side by side through bends, and it does look like that's the case. Duncan Mallet, though, back into 3rd place temporarily. Is McEwen going to go back underneath him as they go in? But we've got to change for that lead again, and it's Larby ahead of Timmins, and they kind of worked with each other. That's Wilby locked up into the front end. He's got to turn around the long route as well. He'll be able to rejoin in that hole, but all that work and all that effort to get to that lead group, and unfortunately one lock up, he carried far too much speed into that hairpin, into the chicane, and that's his race over. I don't think with 5 minutes he's going to be able to quite do it all again. He'll be very disappointed, I'm sure. But there's Mallet again, McEwen and Mallet both having an unsettled car there, just not stuck to the road like they'd want. And there's definitely a gap now, isn't there, between these lead 2, and they'll be looking in their mirrors and licking their lips as they see that they are solidifying that 1st and 2nd place, and they'll be potentially, depending on how this next 5 minutes goes, will it just be between them, or are the others going to be able to fight back through? Bryant, though, has sort of slipped into that little gap there behind these lead 4. But Matt Larby currently in that lead, and he looks like he is working with Timmins, but McEwen has been so rapid, a couple of wins already, this year, so he is absolutely rapid at the moment, and maybe not quite had the ultimate pace here at Donington Park so far shown in this race, but that doesn't matter as long as you manage the race well, and we know that he can manage those races well. That is that Hibbert? Who's that gone wise? That's lost in the dust, unfortunately. I couldn't catch the number who it was, but anyway, McEwen and Malabi are safe in 1st and 2nd, and Mallet and McEwen continue. Sorry, it's Timmins and Malabi out in front happily, and Mallet and McEwen all happy in their tandems that they're going at the moment. Matt Larby looking down the inside there, a last minute sort of late move there up to the inside. He's going to see whether he can get it all hauled up, and Matt Larby out front in the meantime. That kind of looked like a coordinated affair. I wonder whether they are starting to work with each other, but with 4 minutes to go, any kind of agreements that they've kind of virtually got with each other will have. So here is that spin, and it's Henry Littlejohn, wasn't it? So he was doing great job earlier, but he has now slipped all the way back to, he's lost 3 places, back to 11th place after this trip into the gravel. 4 minutes of this race, though, to go. We've got more tyre squeal there. So you can hear these are Caterham Academy tyres as they really do communicate. We have got a car off into the gravel, and that was the other car. That was Kennelly that was chasing up, wasn't he? So he's lost it. Looks like coming through the old hairpin. You can see the black lines that take him to the scene of that gravel trap, and with them stuck there down at the old hairpin, he is in quite a vulnerable position. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a safety car, and if we do see that safety car, I wouldn't be then surprised to see them end this race prematurely. But we will run all the way back to that checkered flag, I'm sure, as Ben Timmins is looking down the inside, and this could be the deciding move of the race. Timmins going down the inside, Matt Larby letting him go, and I'm wondering whether he might come to regret that, because they might well have the safety car at the end of this race. You've got the cars and marshals in the firing line, so we will at least have double waved yellows, but you can see them all there. Timmins does cross the line in first, head of Larby, head of McEwing, and then Mallet. Will that be the end result? Are they going to show those safety car boards, or are we going to cover this the last 3 minutes of the race under the double waved yellows? We will see. And at the moment, so Matt Larby does rave. There is that yellow flag being waved. So Larby goes through in that position. At the moment, the race continues. They've got that yellow flag. Are they all obeying that? They look like they are as they come down through Craner curves, just making sure none of them are fighting. They look like they're just sort of getting themselves back into the order they need to be, which they do, and they take off the speed. So they did exactly what is required of them under those conditions. So well done to all our drivers. Let's hope they do it. So we've got the Mallet looking to the outside of McEwing there as they went up the hill. I wonder whether McEwing didn't notice maybe that they got a green flag again, or maybe they, normally the green flag will follow quite quickly at the next marshal's post. So McEwing maybe a bit caught out there. Still got 2 minutes of this race to go, so it will be, if they do complete this race, they could throw the checkered flag early. It's always an option, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But we've still got 2 minutes, which will mean that they still have this completing of this lap and at least a couple more. The 1 minute 22 second lap. So as long as they get down to the line before that 1 minute 22, it will be 2 laps to go. If they don't, then it will be different. Timmins up the inside, though, of Larby into the chicane, and McEwing back ahead of Mallet in that 3rd and 4th place battle. 1 minute 47 as they come down to the line. So they are throwing the checker flag early. This might catch them out, but who's going to take it? Timmins is actually ahead as they go across the line. Matt Larby takes 2nd. It looks like McEwing 3rd. Mallet in 4th place. Once more, they did throw the checkered flag that lap early. And again, it's another experience thing. You've got to be at the lead of going over in that late race, just in case that does happen with a dangerous car in a position. They didn't want to risk anything anymore, so they throw the checkered flag to make sure that the race is complete. But I know that there'll be some disappointed drivers there as they didn't get the chance to quite make the move they wanted. But it was Timmins, Larby, McEwing, according to the timing screen, over the line to Mallet, who takes that 4th place. He's going to be quite disappointed, I'm sure. And then Bryant will be Harris, Tolmarsh, Lowe, Littlejohn crossing the line in that battle behind, and you see the rest of the field all coming through. So yes, I think there will be some disappointed drivers there, but Timmins looks like he's going to be very happy with that result to take that win. That will be his first win. He's had a 3rd and a 2nd already, so this will be his chance to stand on the top podium. Atop the podium. So well done to him on that win. Larby taking another 2nd place ahead of McEwing, and therefore they will that kind of closes them up in the championship by a point, so there'll be a point separating those two. And then Duncan Mallet did take that 4th place, but he also gets the fastest lap with a 22.6, so he would gain an extra point for that. They're coming around at sort of racing speed, so yeah, I don't think they saw that they got the checkered flag last time, so yeah, they've that will bit of confusion there. I'm guessing they just wanted to make sure they did take it. But there's confirmation of the provisional result then. Ben Timmins ahead of Matt Larby, Tom McEwing, Duncan Mallet, Nick Bryant, Ryan Wilby, Richard Harris, Lionel Tolmarsh, Robert Lowe, and Littlejohn rolls out the top 10. Sol Rogers up to 11th, Kibblewhite 12th, Graham Finlayson 13th, does make it to the end, 14th, Mikey Clark, Nick Thompson, Charles Rawlins, Fitzgerald, Jarvis, Proctor and Kennelly rounds out that top 20. Well done to the Academy White group, a very great race as they go on in their racing careers, and we'll have some disappointment, I'm sure, somewhere along the way for the racing, but as they all make their way now down into the pit lane, and then they'll go into Parc Fermé where the cars will be checked. But Ben Timmins will be very happy. Here's a replay then of that race. As a little highlights of the reel, we had initially a bad start from Timmins, wasn't it? He went all the way back behind Richard Harris, who had a great start off the line there into 3rd place early, but he sort of drifted slowly back through. Then we had everyone taking a little bit of a turn. There was Little John out wide around the outside of Lowe. We saw he had a bit of an eventful race. And we had a bit of a spearing moment across the track. It was pretty uncomfortable. That's Thompson, but he does bring it to all to a stop as he needs to do. But we had this battle out front, and it varied who was in front at different times of the race. But it was Timmins and Larby were sort of repetitively there. Mallet sort of took his turn, but then it was him and McEwing who ended up sort of fighting, and it was Bryant who dropped back just a little bit, didn't he? And as the other two drivers, Wilby came and fought, and we saw Henley catching up as well, but unfortunately had that issue. But we plenty of action out front for this first 5 cars. A little bit of a lock up there, wasn't there, from Wilby, and that's all that hard work was lost. And then we saw the other car that joined Kenley ended up in the gravel. So this was kind of crucial moves here as Timmins up the inside of Larby over that line, and they did end up throwing that checkered flag a lap early, which might have caught some of them out, but it was Timmins who took that win over Larby, and then it was McEwing and Mallet. This top 4 have been consistently there, and they did so again, so well done to them for completing that race. We look forward to seeing more from them as we head to Anglesey for the next event. We've got more action though, obviously more throughout today. Still got another 3 races to bring you, including straight after this one, we're going straight into the 310R race. So we'll have a look at the podium, I'm sure, of the Academy White, and then we'll be going straight into the 310R, and then we'll have a small gap before we have the 270 and Road Sports to tidy up and complete day 1 here at Donington Park around the National Circuit. And some great racing we've already seen, and plenty more to go. 3 races down, 3 still to complete. And it's the 310s up next, which is the 4th step of the Caterham ladder. So these academy drivers, maybe in 3 years' time, after they've upgraded their cars a couple of times, they'll be running with the 310R car. But here's Ben Timmins in his purple machinery being directed to where he needs to go. Number 8 there. I think he's confused as to where he's being put, but I'm guessing they're just working out where they are, but it looks like he has been put into that number 1 position with Larby second. And you see Tom McEwen already in the pits and out. He didn't go round for a second lap. It's the others who just decided they'd do a parade lap all of their own. I know how easy it is to do. You want to obviously confirm you have seen the checkered flag, and they did throw that quite late, and they wouldn't have been looking forward to with it being so close. But Timmins there, again, doing the elegant thing of extracting himself from the car, and that will be his first win this season. So let's go down to Sam, who's got Timmins there, and we can hear how his race was.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm here with our race winner, Ben Timmins. Congratulations, Ben. That was a great battle between the top 4 of you.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, I was actually very annoyed at myself coming across the line thinking I'd thrown it away. I knew that if I was second coming onto the back straight, I should come across first. And yeah, I saw the checkered flag come out and Mr. Larby ahead of me, and I thought I'd made a mistake. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that was a great to watch from our side.
Yeah, it was really great. The start was absolutely terrible. I might as well put it in reverse. It was about as quick. So I just saw these cars come flying past me, and yeah, it was a really, really great race. So well done to Tom, Duncan and Matt, who were all right behind it. Yeah, great race. Yeah, really loved it.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. I'll let you go to the podium in a minute. Let's see if we can grab a word with Matt Larby, second place. Well done, Matt.
We're learning. I think I might be learning not to go past the checker flag. We were just having a really good battle. It's hot out there today. Yeah, we'll see where that puts us in the championship.
Oh, second's great though. More points?
Yeah. Who got fastest lap? Do we know?
That was Duncan.
Duncan. There you go. He's had a good weekend. Yeah, shout out to him. He's had a really good weekend.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, Matt. Tom, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Quite happy with P3, starting from P5. Probably didn't have the ultimate pace this weekend. These front 2 and Duncan, to be fair, were really quick. And every time I caught the toe for the lead battle, Duncan was hot on my heels, making it very difficult for me. So happy with P3 this time out, but yeah, hopefully do better next time at Anglesey.
Yes, congratulations. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll see if I can grab a quick word with Duncan in a few minutes, but I'll hand back to you for the moment, Chris, until I can find him. But that rounds out our top 3 until the podiums in a moment.
and you can see that the 310s are already leaving their assembly area on the Grand Prix Loop to come and make the start of their 25-minute race they've got today. So like I said, this is the fourth step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Some very experienced drivers here, and we've got plenty of them, 36 drivers with us today. This is the first of 2 races they have over this weekend. And so they'll have another one tomorrow. But you can see as they all get lined up, there's going to be a bit of time taken to line them up here. There's plenty to get through. We will go back and catch those podium celebrations, I'm sure. We've actually got Duncan Mallet there to speak to. He was featured well in that Academy race. So let's go and hear how his race goes with Sam.
Fifth row seems. Yes, thank you, Chris. I've got Duncan here with me. Duncan, what a race! You were fighting right till the end with the top boys.
Absolutely brilliant race. I mean, the battling was amazing, but it's just a shame it ended in 4th place, not podium, to be honest.
But nearly there, you know, you're so close. It's literally whoever, you know, each lap you were changing positions, weren't you?
Yeah, it is very, very close between us 4. It always has been, really. And it's just great racing at the end of the day. It's great racing.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So yes, there we go. He's obviously very disappointed after being on pole, but you know, you would be. But you know, he's showing great pace. He is only 17, so he's still got a long way to go.
A couple of 4th and a 5th, so that podium definitely going to come, isn't it? So it'll definitely come for him, and probably very soon, maybe probably for the end of this year. So good to hear from Duncan Mallet down there. And let's look to see they're nearly filmed up on this grid now. Then, so we can see. They're just getting the last few rows into position. We've got a lot of cars to get through with this grid, so whether we'll get through the whole grid before they actually get back to the start is going to be tight. But I can hear these signals. They are going to go onto their parade lap, so let's get this grid done. But it's great to see them all out there, and again in this continuing sunshine here at Donington Park, running the national circuit. That's 2 miles around, 3.1 kilometres. For this 3-10. They're getting waved off now onto their green flag lap then. So let's run through the top, well, the 36 runners and riders who we have in this 310R grid. We have Pete Walters is on pole position. He is lined up alongside Blair McConaughey. In 2nd place, we have James Wingfield and Tom Cockrell, 3rd and 4th. And then we've got Jack Sales, Harry George, David Yates and Alan Cooper, all so far so standard. Tom Willis back with us, Harry Cook, Ben Lopez-Appleton, Alan Curtis in top 12. Harry Landy comes next to Murgatroyd, Jones and Fraser in 16th. We've got another Fraser Jones this time, alongside Payne, Baldwin and Harry Ayres in 20th. Chris Welch, 21st, Dan Clayfarn, 22nd. We've got Gary Curtis, 23rd, Jeff Price, 24th. 25th is Cooper, Kevin Cooper, Steve Metcalf, Darryl Creswell, and Duncan Cook is 28th. Tim Steele, 29th, alongside Cooper, Curley, and Gaunt. That's Roger Gaunt. Nick Albons is 33rd, Horndean, Morgan, and then we've got Hoffman all the way down in 36th. That's not a good qualifying for him, if not giving a penalty potentially as to why he's all the way back down there. There's seeing Tom McEwing just picking up his 3rd place trophy from that previous race. Matt Larby there getting his 2nd place trophy. Those two right close in the championship. I think a point between them now in that championship as we head into the later start part of this season. And here goes Ben Timmins with his first win. Congratulations to him. Takes his trophy and takes his top step of the podium, and maybe not his last one this season either. He's doing very well so far. Let's 310s I'm sure will be ready to go, but it's great to see these Academy, and you can hear all the background there, all the drivers' friends and family. But as we see this 310R field, what a sight that is. These Caterhams, 36 of them ready to take the start of the first of their 2 25-minute races they got this weekend. So they'll be back tomorrow as well for more. The brave marshals, thank you ever so much to all the marshals and everyone else who makes these race weekends possible. We can't do it without them. Most track staff are volunteers. Don't forget they give their time up willingly to allow us to go racing, and we're ever grateful to them for that. You can see Pete Walters then in the black and white machinery lining up on the left-hand side. He is alongside Blair McConaughey in second place. He's also in a white and black car, so reversed almost of those two cars. James Wingfield is in that third place, and Tom Cockerell up there in fourth, coming straight, coming through from Roadsport to the 310, skipping a race, skipping a event. They've got last couple of cars. You can see Lyle Hoffman on the right there, just pulling up to his position. So it won't be long before we get that green flag signal at the back of the grid to say they're all ready to go, and then we will have the green flag, the red lights, and then we go. There is that green flag, top left of your screen. So we'll be looking for those lights then. Is Pete Walters going to be able to convert the pole position here? How is McConaughey going to do? He needs a good result at the moment. He's had a couple of tricky ones. Everyone looked like they made a cleanish start, but it's McConaughey who absolutely nails it compared to Walters, and Wingfield's already up the inside of Walters, and see Jack Sales behind him, Harry George there as well, and the Tom Cockerell on the outside, and one of the Coopers there. I think that's Alan Cooper in the 71 in a sandwich between David Yates and Tom Willis, who's back here as a guest driver, multiple champion Tom Willis. He's back here and racing for the second time I think this season. As they flow through Hollywood, a little bit of smoke at the back there. I wonder if that's a wing that's just touched. We've got a car out onto the grass. Hopefully they can recover back. Well, they did look like they may be pulling into retirement, so maybe that was a bit of fluid that we were seeing. They are still trying to make it. The grass incredibly slippy in these conditions, baked hot, and it's right hard to get the power down. But it's who is that in the lead? Is that McConaughey takes the lead then into McLean ahead of Wingfield. And the rest of the drivers flowing through in that top 20. Then Maria sort of 10 there, also making it way through as they flow through Coppice for the first time. What a sight that is. Clay Fan at the inside, and Wes Payne just ahead of him in the sort of, I guess the unicorn car, I think I've heard it called. It's a pearlescent car as they flow through here. We're going 3 wide for the first time then. Let's remain calm at the moment. Wingfield takes that lead. Walters recovers back into second. He takes all that curb, that uncomfortable curb, and pushes Blair McConaughey about onto that the exit there, which has not helped his run down. Harry George is now pushed all the way up into second place. David Yates making a best of a good start here, and taking maybe second place as they come into Redgate on this lap. Cooper up the inside of Walters. So Walters on that uncomfortable ride through. Him and Blair McConaughey really cost themselves time early on. I saw Cook just behind him as well, and Willis all still in that battle. Alan Curtis there as well as they head down through the Craner curves. So all change every single lap at the moment, but Wingfield remains out front. David Yates is going to be up. He's up 3 places from the last lap, and he's going to have made at least another 3 that time. So what a great start for David Yates to move up into that second place. He had a disappointing Silverstone, so I'm sure he's glad there and not happy with second place. Looks like he was going for the lead. There is Blair McConaughey though, just ahead of Cook. And looks like Ben Lopez Appleton is up there as well, ahead of Cockerell, who's slipped back as well a little bit in his early straight in Murgatroyd in the blue and yellow machine there as well. But David Yates is now out in front, ahead of Wingfield. And then we've got Harry George, followed by Cooper, so Alan Cooper, making a great start. He had a disappointing Silverstone, but he had a great start to the season at Brands Hatch, and then he sort of faded away a little bit and got caught up in some issues, but we're going 3 wide for second place. Harry George has got that position at the moment. Cooper's going around the outside of Yates, over that uncomfortable curve. They're coming out side by side. Are they going to suffer the same consequence? Jack Sales is next up to try and solidify that. He scampered off into the lead of that second race. Didn't even see Walters. He was so close up behind Jack Sales coming down onto that corner. They're going to feed through. It's going to be Harry George now taking that lead ahead of Wingfield and Yates, then Cooper, and we've got Jack Sales on the outside of Walters. Walters having another anonymous Silverstone race, but he's certainly not anonymous now. After hiding behind Jack Sales' roll cage, absolutely close as you like, he's popped out and into that lead group from the front row of the grid. Did have that disappointing run out with Blair McConaughey, but now putting himself back into the action. There's Blair. He's continued to sort of fall back, hasn't he? He's lost that momentum and lost that pace, and he's been shoved out of the train. And once you're shoved out of the train, who knows where you're going to end up being able to join back on. And at the moment, he's dropped deep into that top 20. A little bit sideways there from Harry Landy on the outside of Wes Payne, but he recovers it all back together. But Harry George continues in the lead then, ahead of Yates and ahead of Harry George. Coming through. There is that Willis car. He's also been shuffled backwards in this early. There's a bit of a gap there, a hair from behind Payne to Dane Clayfan. So it looks like we've got a sort of two fields, but nevertheless we're going 3 wide. Not a lot of room there for Walters on the outside. So, if him on the outside, it does make it stick. There's Alan Curtis coming through just behind Murgatroyd, and there is the Blair McConaughey car, and he didn't have the momentum out of that, so he's going to lose another place. I think that's the other Cooper, maybe. It's that senior Cooper going through there, but nevertheless, Harry George taking that currently over the line in the first place. In fact, Yates was over the line first, but Harry George in front by the time we got to turn 1. Wingfield in third, Alan Cooper is in that 4th place. Then it's Jack Sales, who's already got past Walters. So every time we look up, we are going to get different orders. So it's almost impossible to keep track of everything that's going on. But nevertheless, we will do our best. See Murgatroyd there. And that is the number 4 car of Baldwin, who I stuck earlier on. So there's Baldwin and Curtis going side by side as they come up through the Heat Haze around Swanson into McLean's. You can go around the outside, and David Yates looks like he has made it stick around the outside of there. Cooper's up to 3rd place. Wingfield dripping back to 4th place, and it looks like Jack Sales is next on his shopping list. So Jack Sales will actually go and take that up the inside. Who will he be able to carry the momentum out onto the back straight? They're both, I think, both tripping up each other is going to be a bit of a problem for them, as Walters now looks like he wants to take them both back, and he might well get it done by the time we get to the chicane. Cook, though, and Ben Lopez-Appleton all fully involved in this battle, and Jack Sales was kind of the loser out in that. He lost a couple of places. We got side by side for the lead and missed that. Harry George side by side. Alan Cooper taking the lead in this race, back with a new car this weekend, all sort of freshly done. James Wingfield using a bit of the grass there to try and make his position stick. David Yates on his outside, and Cooper there up into the lead. And is he going to hold it round this turn 1? It's ever so close. It's side by side by side by side as we go all the way back through this top 15 odd cars. Do we really, and can we really have another 19 minutes of this? Unknown at this point, but I'm sure they'll all give it a good go. David Yates coming down, lots of really wide lines coming through there as they all try and defend, and they're going to cost themselves time. But it looks like that is Cook now up into that 3rd place. We've got sideways action there. Don't dig it too much. May be able to get back to the circuit. It's going to be close. That's Paul Hernding, because we're having a spin at Silverstone, but he is going to be able to recover back to the track. Well done for getting out that gravel. It was it's never an easy thing, but it is David Yates back out in front ahead of Cooper. Then it's Cook, and then Wingfield, and then it looks like Walters, Harry George, Jack Sales, Murgatroyd, then Cockrell. So there's plenty of action still happening in this train. Look at that. I don't even know if you can count how many wheel train that is, but it's Wes Payne's next up. He's lost a bit of a nose. Alan Cooper taking to the grass again to try and defend this. Cook round the outside of all of them to take the lead as they go into the chicane this time. Alan Cooper in that 2nd place. David Yates in 3rd. Wingfield in 4th. What a move, and what a move through the field for Cook. He's really come through from 10th place on this grid. So to make it from 10th all the way up to the lead in a relatively short space of time, that is great. He's definitely got the racing bug on today. He's definitely had his breakfast, hasn't he? We move on into the later phase. A little bit of side-by-side action there with Cockrell. Cockrell a little bit further back than we've seen him for the remainder of, or for the rest of this season. So he's not quite where he would want to be at this stage in the race, but there's still plenty of time for them to try and make up spaces and time through. Go through the hairpin. Still some missing bodywork, isn't there? We've seen Wes Payne already with a skew with nose cone, but we've also got a couple of other drivers there without their nose cones already. Remember, these radiators are just behind that nose cone, so it's always a risk if you've knocked a nose cone that you might have punctured the radiator, which is a race-ending scenario. But this top 15 odd cars just absolutely stuck together. We go side by side, Harry George and Pete Walters. And Jack Sales looking to see whether he can make anything of that around the outside as they go down there. And Ben Lopez-Appleton seeing where there is the space for him to put his car. There really aren't that many spaces. We've got 5 wide potentially going on. 4 wide for the lead, 5 wide for 2nd place. Or for not for 2nd place, it's probably 5th place. But they all funnel in. They're all experienced enough to get it all back under control. And they do. Oh, then we got contact with Harry Landy. Looks like Alan Curtis into the barrier. So we've got contact out of the Robert chicane on that time. Looks like Landy might be able to get it moving, but there was significant contact there. So I wonder whether Curtis will also manage to get out there, but keep an eye out for those safety car boards. That can cause other issues when everyone's running this close, so keep an eye out for those. But Blair McConaughey looking like he's got a bit of a replay here, so looking a little bit further back for the green car there. He gets clipped by Alan Curtis just as he was exiting. So I don't think that was anything to do with Harry Land. He's a bit disappointed there. He's looking to get back in, but Curtis looks like he's properly embedded in that. Wingfield and Walters going side by side. We've said that plenty of times over the last couple of seasons. These two drivers, that is Curtis Link walking away from his car, being asked to see whether he can get it moved or sit back in it so they can actually get it snatched. See how they deal with that, whether we are going to have to see another safety car today. But there's still battling going on. That's Baldwin. We got waved yellow. He went up the inside there of a waved yellow, so it looks like we are neutralising the race. So that does make me think that we have got a safety car. The speed of them all slowing down. Yes, we have got the British Motor Show safety car, the Mustang, coming out onto there for not the first time today. And it may not be the last time, but the action is that close at the moment that the millimetres can mean the difference between making it to the end of a lap and not. And that time through, Alan Curtis just misjudged it from the looks of it from our camera angle and just clipped the rear of Harry Landy's car, which sent him spinning. So we are single file. We are under safety car conditions for this 310R, the first of their 2 races, as they will get that car extracted from the barriers at the end of the Roberts chicane, and then we can get this race back underway. They won't have far to take him back to the pits from that position. So as they came over the line then under the safety car, that's showing David Yates ahead of Cook. Alan Cooper is in the third. Walters showing in fourth right now ahead of Wingfield, and Harry George, Ben Lopez Appleton, Baldwin, Murgatroyd, McConaughey lines out the top 10. So McConaughey drifted all the way back to, I think, lower than the top 10 as he fought his way back. Jack Sales came out of the wrong end of that. He's in 11th place currently, next to Tom Cockrell, who was with Payne and Willis, I think, the last few cars in that lead group battle before the safety car. And but we have got Curtis down with Sam for interview to hear from his point of view what went on. So let's have an interview with Gary Curtis.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm here with Gary Curtis. It looks like your radiator has had some damage and also a lost wing. So talk us through what happened.
Yeah, I was coming down into the chicane, braked for the chicane, and then somebody's rear-ended me in the chicane and hit me from behind. So, but that happens. It's racing, you know, it's close racing. And then down the straight here, just coming through, there's no space, and I'd hit somebody's nose cone that had been left over. It was in the track, so it was hitting the nose cone, and then that's what's damaged the front and the radiator, and effectively the car's then skidding around. It's slippy, and just to retire the car. It's unfortunate it happens. It's racing.
It certainly is. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks. There you have it. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, another car I know well. That was my championship winning car from back in 2018. So Gary taking on the mantle and driving that around here. But yeah, looking sorry for itself with a punctured radiator. As soon as you puncture that radiator, that is a race over. If you carry on too much longer, then unfortunately that is the end of an engine. So it's definitely not something you want to do as Alan Curtis's car gets extracted. You're going to have at least another lap, if not 2. So just time to rejoice in the weather we're having. So slight headwind down here into the chicane, which can cause additional tow. If we didn't have enough tow already, a bit of a headwind actually increases that even more, with the lead car out front having to push aside the moving air as well. And yeah, so seeing that as we get them all compressed up as they head into that Roberts chicane. Disappointment there. He was Alan Curtis was running very well, but David Yates is going to be pretty happy with where he sits right now. He'd be happy for the safety car to be out for the rest of this time, wouldn't it? This remaining 12.5 minutes as he flows on through behind Cook, making up from 10th place on the grid. So where did David Yates start on the grid? He started 7th, so definitely the rear end of that top 10 really coming through. See Jack Sales there in TN Accountancy car, Tom Cockrell. And there's the Dan Clayfan missing his wing. There's Fraser in his 310R. They will make their way through. Tim Steele, got other cars wounded relatively with their wings and not, but there's a car with all its wings in training. But well done to David Morgan for having his car fully intact by the looks of things. Great to see him out there on track enjoying his racing. Just to remind you about the British Motor Show taking place on the 18th to 21st of August. Caterham will be there doing the drift taxis, and we'll have all the ladders of the Caterham Motorsport there to display and show in the live arena. So do make sure you come along and say hello if you're interested in taking part in our racing. You can find all the information out. There is the Ford Mustang GT advertising the British Motor Show. expect to see that come back as a the car's looking like it's being moved to a position that's on the old Grand Prix loop, so it's well out the way as far as the racing goes. So maybe next time through, up at looks like they're up at McLean, so we might well get racing back underway. And with 11.5 minutes to go, that'll still give plenty of action. You've seen how side by side we are all willing to go in these 310 hours. Very experienced drivers. They've all been driving for 4 years or even more. Some of these drivers started with me back in 2013 and even prior to that. So plenty of Caterham action under their belts. They know how to steer and pedal these machines, and they are showing that as we race here today. The lights on the safety car are out, so we are going racing. David Yates weaving a little bit just to clean up his tyres. He certainly won't be doing that to put heat in his tyres. The temperature out there is so high that they will be trying to control that temperature a little bit. I don't think they're going to get a chance. When is he going to make the move? He is the safety car at the moment. He makes a little break for it, and there's a little gap after the top four. Great move there. A bit of experience for David to see that there was that little gap, and he's made a good breakaway. Harry Cook, though, has got the momentum out of the chicane. He uses all the exit there, but it's Alan Cooper, another driver who's got experience. Me and myself and Cooper have been racing side by side like this, and he is never going to let that position go. He looks like he's going to have to settle, though, for third place as Cook goes to the outside. Does make his way through there. Yates a little bit cautious on the brake that time through. There is Payne with his slightly ajar nose cone, and see whether that will hang on for the rest of this race. And Willis behind him, just ahead of them was Cockrell on track, but it's Cook currently ahead of Yates, who, like I say, was a little bit cautious on the brakes there, but Cooper round is hounding him. But that astute restart means that the top three have broken away, even from Walters, who wasn't quite able to keep up with them on that restart. And in fact, Wingfield has got ahead of him, so it looks like Wingfield was able to attack Walters into Redgate that first time through and has moved that top three away. But Wingfield has got the pace this weekend with that front row start that he had. Harry George just behind him, and he's proved to jump up from Academy straight into 310, and he's had a great series of results so far this year. So well done to him, and continuing on that good form. Here's that break. It looks like it's Willis ahead of Cockrell and then Payne. But we are going 2 wide for the lead. 3 wide for the lead. Alan Cooper wanted a bit. He's locked up the front side, does get it all stopped. Though he bumps over that curve. They're really uncomfortable ride, and I can tell you, if it looks uncomfortable from the outside, then from in the cockpit, that is enough to shake your teeth. But there's Wingfield following on from him, so that's all closed up. But hey, why not go 4 wide into Redgate? They're going to try it. Ben Lopez-Appleton looks like he's got the momentum around the outside. Can Harry George hold on the inside? They're going to pinch together. Are they going to have enough room? There's a bit of a wing ping going on there, so we have had a little bit of wing and goes astray, but it goes off the track to the outside, so hopefully that's not going to cause too much of a problem for anyone. And Cook, meanwhile, maintains from that top 10, from the 10th place on the grid to make his way up. Someone off onto the gravel there. Are they through the climber? They are. That's Cooper. He clipped the grass on the outside as he was flowing into the old hairpin, and he just wasn't able to get his car turned. He's done well to not make it to the barriers. He's pushes, carried that momentum all the way through and out. You don't often see a car escape that gravel trap, but that has sent him plummeting down the order. So that's not the way he wanted that race. So that's from third place. He is now no longer in that third place. David Yates, though, maintains that lead. It's overtaken from Cook, who went across the line in the lead last time through. Wingfield has closed that gap right back up to them, though. There is Ben Lopez-Appleton, another mover and shaker in this race, coming all the way up from deep in the field as well. Harry George there, throwing in the fun. We've got side-by-side Murgatroyd and Walters. They're going to start their battle again. Murgatroyd isn't able to race all the races this year, but nevertheless, whenever he has been here, he has been quick and in that lead group. And there is also Sales and Baldwin going sort of at it as they come into this. Another sort of radiator grill there goes a-flying from one of the cars out front. Not a usual sight. Normally it's attached to a nose cone, but it's not this case. Got sent flying, and it's got pinged off to the sort of circuit exit, so again we should be all right. But contact between Wingfield and David Yates as they went through the Craner curves. There was definitely a disagreement over that, about who owned that bit of track, and I think David Yates was saying that Wingfield didn't have that bit of track. It certainly looked like there was a pinch as they went through there. Lucky to get out of that, all pointing in the same direction, but they have done that. They have managed to do that. But Cook maintains this lead ahead of Yates. Ben Lopez-Appleton, though, moves up into that third place. ahead of Wingfield, who will feel a bit aggrieved at that point, I think. Didn't see the start of that to know exactly how it happened, but Harry George follows on. Again, he's lost a wing. That's kind of a common sight this year. He seems to shed those wings quite readily. And Walters is still there, but he's not right up at the lead of this pack. We've seen so many times him having that fighting for that lead, but it's not happening this time. Harry Cook is now going to lose a place to David Yates. Ben Lopez-Appleton looking up the inside. They're going to go slide by straight through Robert Chicane. That's not very easy to do. They're going to hold it up, but David Yates might have a nice clean run now into Redgate. But Ben Lopez-Appleton looked like he's going to try and maintain that. We've got all the following brigade. They kind of come down here. Wingfield up the inside, making it three wide. Cook had to avoid that wing on the pit exit there as he was trying to use all that track. Ben Lopez-Appleton just behind Wingfield. So Wingfield is back up behind David Yates. So we saw them contacting through here last time through, and he's made it right the way back up to David Yates' rear bumper. But this time Cook is behind them rather than out in front. 6 minutes still to go of this frantic 310R race here at Donington Park around the National Circuit. And he's got 2 miles, 3.1 kilometres around this track, quite considerably shorter than Silverstone where we were out last time, but the action is absolutely fast and frantic. We rarely get below motorway speeds as we go through all these corners, and the tow is incredibly tow. We always talk about the tow in Caterhams, but around Donington it really is powerful. Harry George there managing that tow, and Cook's been shuffled back, hasn't he? Quite a long way. He got out. We say if you get out that train at the wrong time, you can really be shuffled back, and he has had that happen to him. And Jack Sales still fighting around with Baldwin in the rear of that. Blair McConaughey still along their top 10, so that top 10 rounds out with Blair McConaughey. And it's the Cockrell and Willis just behind them. But Wingfield now, from that contact a little while ago, has now taken the lead of this race. From the front row, he's dropped all the way back, and now he's come back to the front of that field. Clearly got good pace in that car, but he is going to have to come under attack again from David Yates to his outside and Pete Walters to the inside. Walters missing one of his wings. Yates, is he going to be able to carry that speed round the outside? They're going to get ever so close on the exit, but that might give Wingfield the run. So that's number 65 there in the gravel. That's Cook. 65 Cook, so he looks like it's a Robert Chicane. He's just managed to get it all collected together, and he's back up and running. But Yates did manage to make it out the front of that group, but Walters is now into the second place. We saw him deep in that top 10, and now he's found his way back up to the top. I said that he was looking for a way to do it, and he has managed to put the pieces of the chess game together in order to make it to the front of this grid as he goes around the outside of McLean's on David Yates. Can he make that hold on? Yes, he can. It's a move that can work up there with the toe and the extra momentum. So he leads this race, I think, for the first time, as David Yates takes second, Wingfield third, and then Ben Lopez-Appleton in fourth. We continue to watch this battle for the rear 10. I mean, see how close they are to that lead battle, yet they are going to be in 10th place, and that's not good for either Blair McConaughey or Jack Sales' championship ambitions. We are going side by side again. David Yates takes that lead over Pete Walters. Wingfield comes through third, Ben Lopez-Appleton fourth, and fifth is Harry George. Cook, who was leading for a while, has now dripped all the way back to 6th place in this grid. What can they do in the last 4 minutes or so of this race? Not too many laps left to go, but plenty of overtaking opportunities when you choose everyone. There's a bit of contact there between Ben Lopez-Appleton, the rear end of James Wingfield. You can see a little bit of a tyre mark there where the contact happened. Wingfield, though, is going to maintain that second. Got David Yates looking around the outside of Ben Lopez-Appleton, and he's looking around the outside of Wingfield. He's going to be the inside of the left hand at Craner Curves. Can he carry the momentum around the outside? He's going to have to drop back in line behind James Wingfield, but he's going to be struggling on the way up the hill. So David Yates will be looking to see whether he can carry that pace all the way up and through. Replay up, a little bit of contact into that Robert Chicane, and that's the number 3 car. So can't see who that is on my timing screen. Such are the numbers here. Oh, it's Arnold, I think. It's a very uncomfortable run through the chicane. Anyway, he makes it out the other side, and all the other drivers did well to avoid him. That's Allbones, and Nick Allbones in the number 3 car. So well done for him for getting out there, pointing in the right direction with all wheels intact. Walters diving to the inside of the track and diving to the outside, trying desperately to shake the toe. David Yates, though, was wise to it. He moved it, them all as well. The rest of the car sort of following that snake. Murgatroyd was slightly damaged. Well, one of his wings has gone, but he was slightly damaged nose cone as well. So something in there has caused his nose cone to be slightly ajar. Walters heads down and crosses the line first, but David Yates is going to get him by the time we get into turn 1. He's got the outside line with the momentum, although Walters fights back. We're late enough in the race now where they will fight for every single corner on every single lap to make sure they are in front. We seen earlier where if a flag gets thrown earlier or get another safety car, you want to be in the lead of the race at that time. So currently it is Walters who's fought his way all the way back to the lead of this race and looked good with it. David Yates, though, has been one of the consistency of drivers at the front here, with Wingfield just behind him and Harry George making his way up from about half race distance up here and making it stick in that front group. The rest of them seeing what damage limitation they can do. I can see some other cars tied. David Yates was locked up. I think there was a little bit of contact. He might well make the barrier. He's not going to be able to get it stopped, is he? Well done, David, for getting that car through that gravel trap, but unfortunately that is the end of his charge to that lead group. He's going to drop it into probably that kind of 15 to 20. He's got to be careful rejoining. It gets very bumpy over there as well. Well done for not making that barrier, but that's the end of his race today. Pete Walters, though, is still in that lead of that race. Harry George, Wingfield, side by side. Ben Lopez-Appleton at the inside of Wingfield, locked a wheel, but he makes him get it all stopped. Murgatroyd coming late, and he is in the outside, drifting around. Got one car out wide, that's Cook, so that's our earlier leader. He's out wide now, and we'll be losing all those places as we see Jack Sales coming through, maybe with Blair McConaughey. So Wingfield's dropped all the way down to 5th place. We've got 1 minute and 8 seconds. This is the last lap of this race. I believe they crossed that line with enough time to make this is the last lap of the race. Crikey, there's what can we do in a minute? Well, it is definitely the final lap. And what can we do in that minute? It's actually stretched itself out. That little shuffling into the Roberts chicane that time has spread them out just a touch as they lead group of 4 or 5 are spread. But we've got side by side here in the top 10, and that's Blair McConaughey round the outside there of Baldwin and making a good, looking like he's going to make some positions up late in this race. But it is Walters ahead of Harry George. Is this the right place to be? We've got Ben Lopez-Appleton 3rd place, Murgatroyd and Wingfield going fighting tooth and nail as they come out of McLean's, as they come up to Coppice for the final time. Walters still leads this race ahead of George. Murgatroyd currently ahead of Wingfield. He won't want that. I think Murgatroyd, though, is a guest, so it's probably not taking points, but he's acting as blocker, so he cannot make any further progress forward. This the rear end of the top 10, all equally battling, but we've got 3 wide. No, Walters still being able to hold that. Has Harry George got any time left to do anything out of him? Will Ben Lopez-Appleton be able to do anything? It looks like, though, Walters has got that covered as they come up to the line. Is there any time for Harry George to make it? He comes out the line, but I think it is Walters across the line ahead of Harry George. Ben Lopez-Appleton rescuing that, and it was side by side for that, and it looks like Wingfield took that 4th over Murgatroyd. McConaughey, here's Harry Landy after that earlier incident. He's racing with the number 11 car there of Carl Jones. Carl Jones a lot further back than we might expect to see him, and the David Yates just ahead of him. So there's the rear of the field. Looks like is that Clayfan battling as the rear field. There's one of the Gaunts going across just behind Darrell Cresswell. So as all of these cars filter through, what a race. We had, again, a bit of everything going on there, but it was Pete Walters that, after a slow early start to that race, managed the situation really well to move back to that lead. Didn't see quite what happened between him and David Yates up into McLean's, whether there was contact, but David Yates, certainly his car was unsettled, and when he tried to go for the brakes, it locked itself up. So anyway, Walters managing that. So what a great recovery for his after what was a disappointing Silverstone. He ended up in 11th and 7th at Silverstone, so to get back to the lead, great. Provisional results then. Pete Walters ahead of Harry George and Ben Lopez-Appleton. Andrew Murgatroyd 4th, James Wingfield 5th, Blair McConaughey 6th, David Baldwin 7th, Jack Sales, Willis and Cook round out the top 10. Tom Cockrell, Alan Cooper, Clayfan, Hoffman made his way all the way up to 14th, Jeff Price, Wes Payne, Stephen Metcalf, Chris Fraser, Fraser Jones, Kevin Cooper round out the top 20, Welch, Yates, Landy, Jones, Steele, Cooper, Creswell, Gaunt, Morgan and Curley, and top 30, and they still go on. Herndine, Duncan Cook, Nick Albans, Alan Curtis, Gary Curtis, Harry Eyre, we all saw having issues at various times throughout that race. What could have been, I guess, for some of those drivers, they'll certainly be looking to see whether they can have a better race tomorrow, but for others, they'll want to continue that on. Like I say, 11th and 7th for Pete Walters at Silverstone. Now we're right back into the winning train. He took the opening 2 wins, and he took a 2nd and a 1st at the 2nd round of the year, so he has at Snetterton, so he has really a return to form to take this win, and puts himself right back in their championship hunt as well, doesn't he, by doing that? Everyone else looking for those consistent results, but Harry George did come into a 2nd in the championship, and he would have solidified that. Blair McConaughey came in with 3rd by want of his consistency, but he's going to have he recovered to 6th place in the tail end of that race, so actually that was pretty good recovery, considering he was at the bottom end of that top 10 for most of that after the early initial incident. Wingfield, I'm sure, will feel pretty aggrieved with 4th or 5th wherever he came across that line. I think the timing screen has reversed on that one, so maybe Wingfield getting that 5th place, but let's watch as Walters extracts himself from his Caterham, and he can see there Ian Miller, the chief scrutineer, Caterham scrutineer, giving him a bottle of water. Ian Miller will be checking each of these cars to make sure it complies with various regulations. It's Ben Lopez-Appleton. I think another, a guest in the championships, again, not taking points, but I think Sam is down in near this, so yeah, let's hear from Pete Walters. I'm sure he'll be a happy driver today. Down to you, Sam.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Pete, congratulations. Back where I think you feel you should be.
Well, they didn't make it easy. I mean, that was intense. I just changed my tyres after qualifying because I don't think they would have got through the whole race. So my rear left was a bit questionable in the first third of the race, and I couldn't get that confidence in the left right-handers. And that's where I started to drop back a bit. So I was just like, right, just let the tyres come in, hopefully it'll come to me. I think the safety car helped because it cooled them down a bit. And then it was like, right, 10 minutes, let's get busy.
And it looked very busy out there.
Oh, it was crazy. There was I can't remember where it was. There was a point where I think it was going down Craner. There was about 7 or 8 of us, and we were inches apart. It was crazy, but really good. I mean, it's just so good to race with these guys. Well done to Harry and to Ben. It's good to see him back up here as well. So.
Congratulations, thank you. Let's go and grab a word with Harry.
Hello.
Congratulations, guys.
Cheers.
Harry, we'll come to you. Second place. I mean, at one point, there was about 10 of you fighting for the lead, wasn't there?
Yeah, no, it was mental, crazy. I think at one point, I don't know, I think 6th or stayed where I was, but constantly swapping positions. It was carnage, absolute carnage. But we sort of, when I got through the final, second to last lap, I knew we sort of had a little breakaway pack, but over the moon to come home second considering it's like 6th, so on to tomorrow.
Excellent, congratulations, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's go and grab a word with Ben.
I went right and you went right.
Congratulations, Ben. You must be happy with third after that race.
Brilliant, yeah. I mean, you got nearly 40 cars in the race, so, you know, to come out, you know, in the top 3 is absolutely supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, isn't it? That's wicked. So, yeah, really pleased with that.
And being able to say that after a 25-minute race that was that intense, that's quite impressive.
I'm buzzing, yeah, that was wicked, actually. It's great after, you know, doing past seeds to be back at the top end, you know, the fast end, especially with some of the talent that's come through this year. You know, it's really, really hard racing, so, you know, hats off to them. It's pretty tough, but nobody gives each other space. You know, you're talking millimetres apart from other cars. It's crazy, but yeah, thoroughly enjoyable, and, you know, glad to be back.
Excellent. Congratulations. Thank you. I'll hand back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Sam. So we've got the highlights of that race. I'm not sure how you compress that into a highlight reel, but Pete Walters slow off the line. Maybe the new tyres there not giving him the grip from that early on, but Blair McConaughey from early on when he was there and in the lead, he did drop all the way back to that top 10. So as we load the 36 car field through down through the Craner curves, they did a great job of managing that situation. That was where we saw Gary Curtis leaving the race. So we said he had some issues, and that was with the radiator. We heard from him halfway through that race, and but it was a lead group of about 10 cars. That was Harry Landy getting clipped by Curtis as they went through Robert Chicane. Disappointment there for both those drivers who were doing very nicely. Thank you very much. There was that contact, still quite shocking, unbelievable. They all ended up saying the right direction, but Yates ahead there of Ben Lopez-Appleton. Winfield then getting dropped back a little bit further. We had that contact a little bit further back through into the Robert Chicane. So Robert Chicane regularly causing issues, and that was where we lost Alan Cooper to the old hairpin gravel trap, although he managed to keep that momentum and flow through more tight racing as we went through. Had a little bit of a spin on the exit. Managed to gather it all together. However, down into the old hairpin, then it was still a battle for the top 4, and it was a battle for this sort of rear of the top 5, with more contact there. That was between Walters and Yates got sent all the way up to the edge of the barriers, but did very well to get that all collected. Walters, though, out in front ahead of Harry George as we came to the line, and Ben Lopez-Appleton taking that third place. Congratulations to all the 310R drivers in that race. We have David Yates down with Sam in the Parc Fermé area.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm here with David Yates. David, it was going amazingly well for you, wasn't it?
It was going very well, yes. Yeah, you know, the car felt good, and everybody was being reasonably fair, and you know, we were pulling out. Everybody was just flat out the whole time. and we were swapping the lead. Great. And I've never actually won in this series, and I think I looked down and there was 3 minutes to go as I'm coming down with a little bit of a gap, and I'm thinking maybe. But unfortunately not. No, we had a little coming together on the top of Edwards, so off into the gravel and then last or something. So,
but great pace though, and you know, it shows you can do it.
Race, you know. It is great racing with these guys. So yes, more on for tomorrow, and hopefully we can actually nail it tomorrow.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much, David. There you go. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks. Yeah, nice to hear David Yates there, very experienced driver, taking that with considering he's just lost what could potentially be his first win, taking that very well indeed. Like I says, not one in this top flight of Caterham racing 310 or the top 310R race. He's not one yet. As we wait for the podium, just a reminder, we've still got a couple more races to go. We've got a slight gap for 20 minutes or so whilst we just wait for our final two races, but we've still got the 270R and the Roadsport races to come this afternoon. So don't go anywhere. Only still enough time though to go grab a cup of tea and all that kind of stuff before we get that podium done. But we've already had now 4 racing, so 2 more still to go. There's plenty of action. And then remember, we got back here again tomorrow from so first race due on at 9:35. So do tune in a little bit before that as well to make sure you catch all the action. If you're in the area, why not come down to Donington Park? It's great to watch this action on the streams, but it's actually better to watch it in real life. So and you can always watch the streams back later. So if you are in the area, why not come and join the people here watching, all the friends and family of the races, and enjoy this racing. As spectacular as it is on TV, it's definitely amazing to come and watch and to see them all chatting away in Parc Fermé and Assembly before as well. It's a great day out, a bit of action and some club motorsport at its very finest. Worth mentioning at this point, some exciting news for Caterham. They are going to be moving to the BARC club for next season, so that's a change. They've been running with the BRSCC for quite a number of years now, so they are moving organising club, and they're excited about the direction they're going to be taking. The motorsport and Caterham Motorsport always goes from strength to strength, and this official championship, as you saw from that last racing, it was absolutely spectacular. And worth mentioning again, if you want the next sort of fix of Caterham action, 18th to 21st is the British Motorsport, 21st of August is the British Motorsport, Motor Show, and we're looking forward to showing the cars off all there. So if you've got questions and you're not at Donington, well, why not come down to the Motor Show? And when not far off into the distance, the next round of the championship is up in Anglesey. So if you're up the north of England and fancy a trip to the Anglesey seaside, a spectacular circuit that is, the Anglesey coastal track, we're there on the 13th and 14th of August. So even better, why not come and see us there for the action. Here are the podium celebrations for the 310Rs though. And in that third place, Ben Lopez Appleton, says Simon Lamb, the Chief Motorsport Officer there, giving his third place trophy. Well done to Ben Lopez Appleton. What a great result for him. Harry George taking the second place. Another spectacular set of results for this young driver. Someone doing some great results and taking second place here in the first race at Donington. But it was Pete Walters back to the lead. Third win this season already. Great set of results, doing no harms to his championship contention. Some of his rivals a little bit further down. So well done to Pete Walters for that. That's certainly going to help his season. First time, Pete. As they all have their photos taken. And will they spray each other? Will they make their lives uncomfortable for the rest? They certainly look like they're going to. They absolutely do, yes. And Pete Walters showing his experience there above Harry George, and Ben Lopez after that, absolutely soaking Harry George. So yes, soaked in some bubbles for race number 2, but we have got a little bit of a gap now before the next race. So we've got 2 more races, but it's about 20 minutes before we get that racing under action. So join us again. Go make a cup of tea, get yourself comfortable, and we'll see you again in about 20 minutes' time. See you then.
Welcome to a distinctly blustery Brands Hatch for round 6 of the Caterham Academy, where the cars headed out for qualifying on a rather slippery surface after some early morning rain.
It actually started quite well, even setting the early pace for a very, very short time. And as the track started to dry, almost everybody got faster, but my provisional pole position slipped down to 3rd, and from there on in I never really managed to link anything up and finished a modest P6 ready for the race.
And so to our very own Paul Woodman on pole position after lap.
Yes. A blend of McLaren and Caterham.
You have a McLaren?
I do, yes. 5
What colour it's going to be? Do you think it's orange, perhaps?
It is bright orange.
Oh, brilliant.
Ventura orange with orange sparkles. Very nice.
So quite a different car, an orange McLaren as an orange Caterham. How do you find comparing the two?
Do you know what? I prefer this. I prefer this. This is far more fun. You know, you can put this at full chat and not kill yourself.
I say this to so many people. When they go on track days, you know, they get a radical or something that's glued to the track and they don't slide around. But these, you have so much fun, don't you, without risking killing yourself?
Fantastic fun. And, you know, with the McLaren, 15 grand to replace the rotors and the brakes, 50 quid. So, you know.
Anyway, let's get back to the racing, because, you know, you've been, you know, we've seen you doing well-ish occasionally in the Academy race, and boom, 3rd on the grid. Where's that come from?
It's the luck of the weather gods. The rain fell, and I'm not afraid of the rain. I don't mean that to sound arrogant, but I quite like it. So I just put my foot down, found the grip on edges where clearly others didn't, and managed to eke out 3rd place. But I didn't know I was 3rd until I came in and somebody went like that. It's usually one finger salute when I come in, so it was nice to have a bonus of 2.
Mark, 4th on the grid today, 2nd in the championship. You had loads of podiums, but you're still waiting for that win.
Yeah, always the bridesmaid, unfortunately. So hopefully today, home circuit. I've been here since I was walking, so fingers crossed for a podium or even a win. So
you've got a fan club here cheering you on.
Mum and Dad in there, my niece is here, all my friends are here. So yeah, they've got banners, hopefully, cheerleaders.
Now, whilst the Caterham Academy brings fierce racing on track, it's also brought together people who become friends. Almost a bromance here. 12th and 13th in the championship. Joe and Paul. See, you can't stop them talking. Joe, Paul, I understand, you know, there's a bit of friendship developing here. You know, you've never met before, but now you're just best buddies.
Well, yeah, let's hang on. We'll see how it ends up later.
Oh, now you're putting your racing hats on, are you? But you found you live just 20 miles apart. I mean, it could be a huge friendship.
10 miles, really close. Yeah. Never met before, and now it's like a family, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
48 and 84.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when Paul was born, and that's when I was born.
I hadn't seen it, even the numbers. It was destined to be, wasn't it? This is, you know. But now, you're 12th and 13th in the championship. You're lining up today, 12th and 13th. I mean, the friendship has to disappear, does it, when the lights go out?
Maybe on the last race. It's all still a laugh at the moment.
He's a gimme. He's got to give you the position by the sounds of it. You're going to just take place?
Well, I think Paul's whole thing, Paul's got a lot of time on his hands, so he spends a lot of time on track, a lot of practicing. I'm a very busy man. I turn up, I do my thing, and so it's quite interesting, the dynamic. So yeah.
So you've done a lot of track days preparing?
No, I've never been on a circuit until April.
So, Paul, when were you here this week? Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday.
Wednesday and Thursday.
As you can see, these two have become friends for life. Probably forever.
We all know motorsport can be dangerous, but for the thousands of marshals up and down the country and all over the world, mostly volunteering to make sure we can race, sadly, the unthinkable happened exactly 1 week ago to a beloved Brands Hatch marshal, Robert Foote. Robert sadly lost his life during a race event on the 31st of August 2021, which was honoured by the Orange Army and race fans from across the UK. It was an honour to have been part of this, and our deepest condolences go to Robert's friends, colleagues and family.
Lining up then for 20 minutes of frantic Caterham Academy. The big question is, can Paul make one of his legendary demon starts from the outside of row 3?
The answer was no. A positively average start, in fact a completely rubbish start, opening the door for all sorts of challenges going into the first corner. But somehow managed to make up a place going around the outside and slot into 5th behind Theo, who I have to say was the bane of my life at the beginning of this race, making his little orange Caterham the widest car in the world.
The demon start didn't quite happen. Paul dropped back to about 7th or 8th, but he's now fighting for 5th. No, he's lost 5th to 6th. He's going to be unhappy, but he's got the championship favourite behind him.
And with Caterham Racing, you try and gain a position, leave an inch, and the people behind you will take a mile. And Mark Kendall didn't need any invitation to move up into 5th place. Trying to defend and also attack is an art in itself, but I managed to hold off Jeff down the main straight and took enough speed out of paddock to get P5 back with a nice move up the inside of Market Druids, the hairpin. I'm thinking is to try and get a move ready on Theo to ditch the pack behind, but that wasn't as easy as it sounds, and I had to catch him first. But I was fast through paddock again and took the speed up the hill to Druids, where another tight undertake managed to get me into P4 and past the widest man on the track, Theo Theato.
He's up the inside of Druids. A great line round Paddock Hill Bend, got the momentum. He's through to 4th. He needs now to catch up with Mark Jones and who was it, Ian Harris battling over 2nd. But he's gone very wide.
Yeah, thanks Tiff. I was worried about the contact at the inside on Graham Hill Corner, so I made sure there's plenty of room. Now, I wanted to get a good exit around clearways so I could protect the inevitable onslaught at the end of the main straight, which would mean I could then start to make some headway. Easy as that. But then the most incredible, crazy, brave, call it what you want move from Theo going into paddock. Just when I think I've kept the position, he gets a massive tank slapper on, almost loses control. I back off for the inevitable crash, but he pulls off the most miraculous move I think so far of this championship. But I still had the momentum going up the hill, though this time he defended well and put me back into the dreaded chasing pack again.
Chinnix is escaping. There's a great battle for 2nd, but they're pulling away from this frantic battle for 4th. And Paul's back behind Teo, which isn't what he wanted to do, because now he's back in the crazy pack.
Have you ever seen the movie I Am Legend with Will Smith and all those zombies, where he leaves the door open an inch and he's swamped with all these zombies coming in? That's what Caterham Racing is in a nutshell. lost a few places, managed to get a couple back, and with Jeff pushing hard to catch the lead pack, I thought to slot in behind him and things would start to look up a little bit. Flipping Theo and what seemed to be a Caterham twice as wide as anyone else's was really causing me problems.
Twice Paul got past Teo into 4th place, but now he's back to 6th, and it's Jeff Newman, the championship favourite, trying to get past Teo, but Paul's ready to pounce if either of them make a mistake. Newman's now inside Teo, Paul's queuing up, it's a huge battle for 4th while the 3 out front are well ahead.
And then, like Jeff at Knock Hill, it was my turn to suffer from an innocent backmarker. Completely out of shape and a big slide at the foot of the hill meant the zombies, I mean my fellow competitors, rushed through and punished my error.
Another wild ride through paddock, almost in the gravel, and Paul's lost a 1, 2, no, 3 more places. Ah! No! Desperate to make out ground into Graham Hill, Paul's had to get out of it, went sideways, and he's now back in 188th place.
It certainly felt like 188th place. I couldn't believe it. I bottled it going into Graham Hill corner as I was desperate to keep my nose clean, and I didn't want to touch big Chris Fraser on what would have been quite an aggressive move. So again, it was just another case of damage limitations and trying to get some places back.
He's 14th. 14th from 4th. Today was going to be the day. We were going to be on the podium. But oh, he's going for 13th. Up at Druids. This is good. Back to 13th. Paul loves recovering, I think. This is what he loves doing.
I'll be honest, I'd love a podium more than getting through this pack, but I knew I had more chance of getting a pint out of Joe Priday than getting my elusive podium now. Then, just as I thought I'd get the move on Paul Castle, his bromance buddy Joe seemed to get a mystical tap from behind and span off the track, scuppering my chance of getting past his new BFF. Paul then proceeded to do a Theo and planted himself in the middle of the track, making it super difficult to overtake. Plus, of course, with his sensational ninja-like driving skills. I've had 2 crashes this season, neither of which have been my fault, but all I could think was to avoid crashing at any price, which is probably not the best mentality to have as a racing driver. But time was running out and I had to try and get in front of Paul Castle, and to make matters worse, Phil Clark was all over the back of me. Finally, Paul ran wide, and next up to try and pass was Rob Domain, who surprisingly very politely let me through with very little challenge.
Paul battling back. He's hoping to get to the top 10. He gets up the inside at Paddock Hill, can't quite make it. Looking to at least get to 9th, but he could get to 6th or 7th if there's much time left. Meanwhile, Chinnix is doing a masterclass out front.
Then, I'll be honest, possibly the scariest moment of my short racing career, fully committed down the inside of Surtees when I thought John Vincent was going to turn in on me. A real heart in my mouth moment, but thanks John for being so aware. And next up was Mark Williams. Well, at least that was the original plan. I went for the same move up the inside of Druids that had been so successful all race, but realised Mark was not going to yield and he turned in, which he had every right to do as it was his corner. 2 wheels on the grass, and the thing I wanted to avoid the most happened. I didn't care about my race, let's be fair, that ended several laps earlier. All I could think about was Mark and how gutted he must now be. Honest with you, I was very close to driving in the pits, had a sheer despair for spinning Mark.
Dave back on the grid again.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm here with Dave Curry. Yes, Dave, so 2 years out, I hear. It's your first time back.
Hi, Sam. Yeah, it's comes with a lot of nervousness after this long, to be honest. I'm feeling very rusty, but I want to make sure I enjoy it, and so I'm back for the next race as well. So,
exactly, that's it, and they will enjoy it as well.
Thank you, and I'm with my family watching from New Zealand, and my team who are in Ukraine also get to watch this as well, and everyone enjoys it.
Thank goodness for the live stream then.
That's for sure. Thanks a lot.
Excellent, nice talking to you, and all the best for the race. I'll move along now to Max Gaunt, who is just ahead of Dave Curry. Let's see if he wouldn't mind having a word. Hello, Max.
Hello, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
So this is your first time back this season?
It is indeed, yeah. First race of the year. One and only race, but yeah, good to be back. Yeah, looking forward.
How was qualifying for you?
It was all right. It was all right. A bit further back than I expected, but it was busy out there, so looking forward to it for the race.
Yes, definitely. Well, thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
No worries, thank you.
Thank you. Both got lovely livery cars, blue and yellow on Max Gaunt's car, and Dave Curry's lovely blue and orange car. I'll hand back to you, Chris, and see if I can line up a few more interviews for you.
Thank you, Sam. Roger runs in his father runs in the 310R grid and in similar liveried car. So good to hear from both of those drivers out there. Max, say one of our younger drivers, but back with us for the first time, and he said the only time this year. So he's good to be out there, and also Dave Curry back. And well, hello to anyone watching in New Zealand. Very dedicated of you. You're up and watching this now, but let's all wish the best for Dave and his race and see that you can get to the end. But what a sight it is seeing this 27 car field that we've got for the 270, the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So these car drivers, many of them would have been racing in last year's Roadsport race, and they've taken that step up. And you can see the front row of the grid here, and it's Taylor O'Flanagan has taken pole again ahead of Hugo Bush. These are the two championship rivals, but Taylor O'Flanagan has kind of brought home 4 of the 6 race wins so far. So yeah, really doing well. But we have another interview down on the grid, and Sam is down with Anthony Taylor.
Yes, I am. Anthony, not your usual position on the grid. How was qualifying for you?
Like a traffic jam on the M25, I think. Yeah, it was a bit of traffic there coming into the last chicane. Certainly first lap and second lap we just all came to a stop. So yeah, I was trying to find some clear space and then unfortunately got into a few tussles. So yeah, I just couldn't stitch together the lap I wanted, I'm afraid. But yeah, hopefully we can go forwards in the race, and yeah, well, yeah, looking forward to it.
Yes, it's been a long wait today, hasn't it?
Yes, that's it. It's been I think we've all been roasting. So I'm trying to stay under this maybe slightly tatty umbrella, but it's doing the job.
That's it. That's all you need. Try and keep cool as much as you can. It is rather roasting on this assembly area. Well, thank you for talking to us, Anthony. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yes, so it sounds like it was quite busy in qualifying for them, so some of them are not too happy with their positions.
Cars on the grid, you're always going to get that to an extent, aren't you, with some coming out on top, some coming out behind, but nevertheless we've still got our front row of Taylor O'Flanagan, Hugo Bush and Dom Mansberger all up there in that top 3. So yeah, it's very much the 3 of them out front, and coming into this we're just talking about Taylor O'Flanagan taking 4 of those 6 wins, and he's the other 2 he's got second place in. So Hugo Bush, who's one of the only other drivers, so himself and Dominic Mansberger, the only other 2 drivers to take a win this season. But they've all been on the podiums effectively. So Hugo Bush lines second in the championship, and he's had that win. He's had 3 third places and 2 seconds. So you can see how dominant this trio are being out there. And Dom Mansberger again, sort of 4 third, in fact 5 podiums. He has 1 7th, which is holding him down. But I understand that Sam has someone else to speak to, and that is James Hall down on the grid. So let's hear how he's getting on.
Yes, I've got James Hall with me here, keeping cool under his Oakmere Motorsport umbrella. James, how's the weekend been so far?
Oh, it's been very enjoyable so far. I can't really complain at all. Got lovely weather for it, enjoyed driving around. Quite a busy qualifying session. Felt like I could have done a bit better, but then again, I'm in the middle, so plenty of fun to come, hopefully.
And are you enjoying it so far this season? We're halfway through already.
Yeah, it was a mixed bag to begin with, but no, in the past few races, especially last two at Silverstone, I've really been enjoying it so far, and you can see the packs all getting closer and closer to one another, so it makes for great racing, definitely.
Excellent, thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Yes, he's got his lovely black and white car there. I think we're just waiting. Oh, I think the brollies are all coming down off the cars, so I think they will be going out in a few minutes. I'll hand back to you, Chris.
Yeah, James Hall there to sort of finished mostly in that. He's finished 12th in that opening round. He's had a couple of non-finishes, and then he's been in the sort of rear end of the top 20. So he's kind of starting where he might expect to be, but he'll obviously be looking to see whether he can make any of those places forward. As we see all these 27 cars getting released from that assembly area on the Grand Prix loop to be moved around on to form up the grid. Just looking at number 16 there as he goes around. That's Philip Bianchi, who lies 4th in the championship. So he's been another driver up there. Most races, but he's had a couple where he's sort of slipped down the order a bit, and that's why he lies in that 4th place. And we're watching them all line up in the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7270R race. 25 minutes this weekend for their 2 races. This is the first of their 2 races. We've just seen the 310Rs put on a fantastic performance. So this is the step just below that. Is some of these drivers will be looking to move on to that 310R championship at the end of the year. So above and beyond the road sport, this is the first season of racing where they race without a windscreen. Their cars are no longer road legal. You will see that they do not have the lights on the front. They do not have the number plates that we see in the lower formula that we've already watched, but they do run with an aero screen and wider track front suspension. So that's one of the big signals that this is the sort of top end of the Caterhams. The front of the car is just as wide as the rear. They also have uprated suspension. They have a slightly more power under their right foot, 135 rather than 125 horsepower, and they've also got more sort of stiffer suspension all round, which makes these cars feel incredibly racy. They've got a couple more stiffness options for their various suspension settings as well, and they've got a few more revs to play with. So plenty of tools in the box to make these cars go quicker, and we do see the 270 over the road sport is about 2 seconds faster around this Donington National track, and then it's another 2 seconds faster for the 310s, which you've already watched. So still rapid Caterhams, very much about generating all that speed in the corners, and they're not the fastest in a straight line, but what they lack in straight line speed they make up for the fact that they all go side by side into every single bend, as we see them pulling away then onto their green flag formation lap. 27 cars make up this 270R, the Mission Motorsport 270R grid. Third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Road Sport graduates, and plenty of them. So they saw that front 3 that we mentioned on that front row of the grid, all fighting throughout last year as well. Gareth Lucas there in that number 10, very sort of obvious car, and just ahead of Max Gaunt, who we spoke to on that grid as they funnel their way down. Here is a confirmation of the starting grid then. Taylor Flanagan starts on pole alongside Hugo Bush, Don Mansberger and Michael Chaplin ends up in 4th place, Alex Vincent 5th, Bianchi is 6th, Gwyn Jones 7th, Ramsey is in 8th. And we've got Steve Lancaster 9th, Toby Boys 10th, Chris Ephraimidis and Simon Arnold around up the top 12. Ryan Lovett, Ron Mountsie, Peter Mott and Richard Hoare and to 16th. Gareth Lucas, Stefan Amara, James Hall, Anthony Taylor round out the top 20. Max Gaunt, Kevin Turner, Giles Perry and Dave Curry take us to 24th. And then we have 25th is Bergbaum, Mike Hilton in 26th, and John Cox rounds out the 27-car grid. So they weave to get the dirt mostly off of their tyres. Maybe a bit of heat in this early stages, but we still got plenty of temperature out there It's very sunny. It has been all day, so there's plenty of heat out there, and they will need to manage their tyres slightly as we get towards the end of the race. We've already seen some racing where the tyres definitely going over their kind of temperature limits just towards the end of the race, so we'll see how this 270R grid fare. We'll also see whether they escape without a safety car and make sure they get around that first bend. We've seen a couple of first bend incidents this weekend, so it'd be good to see the 270s get round. 310 had a safety car late on, didn't they? So let's see whether this 270R can have a clean start to finish race. That'd be good to see. Donington National Circuit looking great, and always produces fantastic Caterham action. Never fails to live up to its billing. We see those sort of side-by-side, 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide moments quite regularly, and judging by the racing we've seen in this 270R grid, it will be that front 4 or 5 cars all looking to do the same again. 25 minutes for this Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Second last race for you today. They'll be back for their second race tomorrow, along with the other 4 steps of the Caterham ladder. Academy aren't with us tomorrow. They've done their racing and will be packing up as we speak, but the rest of the championship will all be back. I'm sure some of those Caterham Academy drivers will stay and watch for the race weekend, as most of them are also Caterham Motorsport fans. Remember, you can come to this grid as we see a couple of the cars shuffling themselves around, trying to get into their grid spots, making sure they don't get any penalty for starting in the wrong place. But we've got Taylor Flanagan in the yellow car, got the green flag at the back as the last few cars come along. Hugo Bush in the grey and orange, Dom Mansberger in the blue and green, and then we have Chaplin in the blue with a black stripe, I think it is, on the right-hand side, and Bianchi in the white car. So let's see what happens. The lights are out. Taylor Flanagan gets a good run off of the line. Everyone else looks to be away nice and cleanly, and we're looking for some of those drivers a bit further back to see what they can get done. Hugo Bush, though, does make best of that start after an early good start from Taylor Flanagan. Whether he had a missed shift or something, which sort of moved him back a little bit. There was the number 14 going through, and that's Ramsey, who we've seen variously throughout the season inserting himself in that lead group as well. So as they make their way then down through the Craner curves for the first time, Hugo Bush is showing a little bit of a clean pair of heels at the moment, so Flanagan, we know that won't last. Chaplin comes up into 3rd place ahead of Mansberger, who's dropped to that 4th place. And then we'll see various other drivers. Vincent, Bianchi and Jones were all involved in that pack and chasing down Hugo Bush, who is scampering off up the road into McLean's. But we know from the other Caterham action that you need a bigger gap than that to solidify a real bumpy ride over the curbs there for one driver. I wonder whether that was Ephraimidis in the yellow car. I couldn't tell exactly who it was. It was even more Snig Lancaster maybe, but they are all making their way through. There's Bianchi in that 16 car. He's dropped back a little bit, and maybe it was him that was having an incident. But we have got side-by-side action. Of course we have. But Taylor Flanagan, by the time they get to the braking zone for Roberts, he is in front again, where he's normally seen a little bit of locking up there from Bianchi. So maybe his tyres. Well, it's not his Hall, wasn't it, who we spoke to on the grid there. So you can see whether he can maintain that position. But we've got the battle on already for that lead, and it's Hugo Bush going to the outside. Can he carry the momentum around? Yes, he can. Has he got it all stopped up? We've seen a couple of drivers drifting wide on the exit of Redgate, but he managed to chop across ahead of Taylor Flanagan in that 2nd place. And then Chaplin, who we saw himself insert himself into this grid very readily, didn't he? First year of car motorsport, a motorbike racer of recent times, but he's decided to try his hand at cars and insert himself doing that very well. As we've got side by side, and number 27 is that Ephraimidis in that 27 car. It is indeed in the yellow machine there. As we've got the yellow machine out front though, Taylor Flanagan with Hugo Bush with him in the grey and orange machine. Chaplin, there we've got Mansberger in that 4th place. Saw him taking a win and the 2nd Silverstone race, didn't we? So he's right up there. And in 3rd place in the championship, a little bit of drift of his teammates, and what can they do about Taylor Flanagan, who just constantly seems to sit in there. The Carbon Creative car running with James Winfield Racing in the paddock, and DPR Motorsports Hugo Bush coming down alongside him into the Roberts chicane. Chaplin there, an independent in the paddock, is running along as they come down then to cross the line and pushing out again. We're going to see this plenty of times, so it's important not to get too overexcited in these early parts of this race, but we are going 3 wide and a little bit further back, also spreading out wide. There's Ephraimidis back at the inside of Lancaster, and Bianchi behind him. There's Mott in his 96 car around the outside of the number 84 of Mara, Stefano Mara. So there's Hugo Bush. The sun glinting off of this Donington track. Are we going to see this front 4-5 cars break away? At the moment, it doesn't look like that is going to happen. Up Efremides up the inside of Bianchi again, as we see them going around there. They've been sort of fighting side by side from a bit. Lovett there behind, looking for a place to get through, couldn't find it, and I've heard a little bit of contact potentially, so make sure his nose cone stays intact there as they move on and around. Is that Dave Curry at the rear of this pack? We spoke to him briefly, didn't we, on the grid? Is making good progress. So flow through then. Number 84 is the Stefano Mara car, of course, the other white car. Him and Bianchi sharing that kind of white type colour scheme, but Taylor O'Flanagan meanwhile out front, whereas for third place Mansberger does take the place over Chaplin as they went through the Roberts chicane. So this is the top three. Mansberger absolutely hanging it all the way to the edge of the AstroTurf, not anything left there to use, and we've got the number 17 car of Vincent coming down the inside of them both. So is Vincent going to make his way up to third? No, he's not. A little bit of contact there, Chaplin to the rear end of Mansberger, who signals his displeasure. So you see hand signals sometimes. Everyone's all the drivers fully exposed, but the top two look like they might be disappearing off. Mansberger in that third place, showing that displeasure, is now in that third place, and a little gap ahead of him. He will, as long as he can get interfered with too much more, he will get back to them. The cars following should have a significant tow advantage. Remember, in these Caterhams, that can be worth several miles an hour at the end of a straight. However, if the front two of O'Flanagan and Bush are in a cooperative mood, they can start leapfrogging each other, but I think we can already see that gap has fairly evaporated compared to when we last saw it. So it certainly doesn't look at this stage like that's going to last for any significant portion of time. We see this 27-car grid all coming through, all relatively still close together. There was Max Gorn going through our field. Taylor, who we spoke to, didn't have the best qualifying. M25, he said it felt like out there with so many cars all trying to be in the same bit of tarmac to get the tow in the qualifying. Ramsey up the inside there. Vincent didn't make it stick at this point, but he's going to try again. Behind him, we got the 99 of boys as well, side by side for the lead. And are we going to go side by side for second, third, and fourth as well? No, but for fourth and fifth. Is that Gwyn Jones? Number 97, Gwyn Jones. Spoke to him briefly in the paddock before the race. And yes, he likes the Donington track, and he'll be looking to try and get more pace. And he said he didn't quite have the pace of the ultimate, this front group, but he's certainly doing a good job of keeping up, isn't he? Sticking in the right place at the right time. Little puff of dust there, Chaplin looking around the inside. He's definitely trying to see if he can go around, under, over or through Mansberger at this stage, so he clearly feels like he's got that pace, but Mansberger's doing what he does best, and he's making sure his car's wide and not giving him any opportunity. And by settling the status quo a little bit, they have caught straight back up with those lead two drivers. So whilst there is still a tiny gap there, it's really insignificant now and won't last more than a side-by-side moment. Chaplin coming in and injecting himself into this lead group. These three here, along with Tom Cockrell, who we saw earlier on in the 310. Tom Cockrell skipped the 270R step. You don't have to go up in sequence. Excuse me, don't have to go up in sequence. Most drivers do choose to do so. Hugo Bush takes the lead, and he's taken the lead at a great time where O'Flanagan's now going to have to deal with Mansberger, who's going to be keen to move straight forward and see what he can do. So I wonder whether Hugo Bush has timed that well. He hasn't, because again, the tow was so significant. With this slight headwind we've got coming down this side of the track, so as they head towards this camera position, they have got a slight headwind into the, and it means the tow is even more powerful. So if you're coming out the lead out of Roberts, you are not going to be in the lead coming into Redgate. However, they do look like they are able to hold on to the line, so certainly coming out of the Roberts chicane towards that start-finish line, it looks like if you've got that lead coming out there, you will maintain that. Certainly we've seen that for the rest of today, so let's keep an eye out, see whether that trend continues. So Vincent and Ramsey continue their battle, and out front we've still got O'Flanagan, Hugo Bush, Chaplin, and then Mansberger. Doesn't sound like we're ever going to get to the end of saying that. They're always out there at the front. They always find their way to that. They've certainly got the pace and certainly past this field. But today we've got other drivers who are able to keep with them. Vincent Jones and Ramsey are a part of that brigade, and even Arnold behind them is in a good position, good enough that they are able to hold on. Certainly get involved. A little bit of jinking around there, but it does mean that Chaplin moved back into that 4th place as Mansberger takes that 3rd place. He crossed the line 3rd place last time, but you can see where they cross the line doesn't necessarily mean that's where they're going to stick. So plenty of time left in this race for it to develop and go through several phases yet. But O'Flanagan back to the front ahead of Hugo Bush, Mansberger, Chaplin, Vincent, Ramsey, and then Gwyn Jones following on. It's looked like it is going to be this lead group of 7 so far, and just behind that it's Boys and Arnold. Whether they can get back across this gap, it's looking a little bit more tricky to do so. They'd have to work together, but if they do, they could do it. But O'Flanagan is stringing them all out a little bit now, and where we saw them all roughly in a sort of long line a few laps back, it has now separated a little bit into this front pack of 7 odd cars. Hugo Bush is disappointed, or has been disappointed, with getting 2nd place in this championship, which is absolutely nothing between him and Mansberger as they came out of McLean's that time up in Scotland. But he's been disappointed getting those 2nd places because he knows it's always his championship rival. He's someone out like this. That Gareth Lucas as well, off slow to the inside. I can't see the number just yet. We'll figure that one out as we go. But looked like O'Flanagan was very wide out of. He's sort of in the 2nd place. Hugo Bush going wide, so he's going to have to go through the gravel and join back again. That's going to drop him all the way to the back of this camp. Gwyn Jones to get around his outside. He does. We saw that earlier with Stephen Lyle having to do that in the top level of Caterham 7 Championship UK cars. Exactly the same, just outbraked himself and couldn't get that car turned in time. Had to take to the gravel. Bianchi going up the inside of Ephraimidis as we look slightly further back to this battle, and that's Chaplin, Lancaster on the outside in the bright yellow car and the sort of standard yellow of Ephraimidis' car. We saw him fighting right at the front of a few of the races. He's had a good set of results, but drifted back a little bit at Silverstone, and it looks like that's continued into this race. The same kind of for Bianchi as well, finishing 2nd earlier in the year, but not had the same results since, although has often figured a little bit wide as well, not getting to that apex. I wonder if the tyres are already starting to cry foul. That's kind of the first sign that when they go to turn the wheel, the car wobbles around a bit. The tyres are getting a bit squishy as they get hot, but we'll hear maybe from the drivers afterwards whether that is the case. Certainly made that apex okay as we come up through McLean's. Didn't drift off wide, so no track limits there, but we have got track limits signalled for 49 and 51. So 49 is Lancaster in the bright yellow car, and then the 51 car, that's Arnold. So he's in that little chase group trying to cling back onto that lead group. So both of them have got a black and white flag, which means that they have infringed twice. You get a free pass with these track limits, so you're allowed to use all the grey bits. You can use the red and white curbing, but you're not supposed to use any of the other bits of the track, and if they do it too many times they get penalties, and they can do it once without penalty, and the next time they get a flag, and the next time after that they'll get 5 seconds added to their race time. And you can see that if you add 5 seconds to any one of these cars, that is going to send them plummeting down the order when we get the result sheet out. So what is happening back out front? Well, back out front, Dominic Mansberger now takes the lead for the first time. He is ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. There's Chaplin there. Obviously we saw Hugo Bush going off on that gravel, and there he is going to fight back behind Ramsey. There's Ramsey in the number 14, and just behind him is Hugo Bush, so he'll be seeing if he can get back to the front of this group. He has still got plenty of time. It's just whether he has now got the tactical now to be able to do that and move forward gradually per corner, per lap. There is the Carbon Creative Taylor O'Flanagan car, taking so many wins this season already, taking 4 of the 6 races on offer. A fantastic result given how close the racing's always been. It's always been this front group battling together, and for him to manage that situation all the way through and come away so many victories. Chaplin looking down the inside of the track, but there was no place to go. Absolutely made sure Tony O'Flanagan made sure there was absolutely no gap for him. We've got 4 wide going out. Hugo Bush caught on the wrong side of that. He's not going to have anywhere to use his pace. Can Gwyn Jones make the punishment even more by going past? In fact, Gwyn Jones is ahead of that group, so it's the 2 chasers on there. We've got that. So Ramsey, Vincent, Hugo Bush, all coming down into Redgate, all trying to take the same bit of tarmac away from each other. Has Hugo Bush got an inside line into Hollywood? That's going to be a bit of a great win for him. He's taken a couple on the exit there. Can he carry that speed and momentum? He has. So Hugo Bush taking past 2 of them in that one corner, just a touch on the inside and had the momentum out the corner. They tripped each other up just a touch, so that puts Hugo Bush up a couple of places and back to where he wants to go. See whether he can actually get back across that lead group, and it's going to be helped by the fact they're still side by side, Vincent and Ramsey, as they head on up through Schwant's Curve and into McLean's. with 12 minutes to go. So Hugo Bush should have a little bit of a comfort gap just ahead, just where he's got to try and get back across that gap to this lead group. You can bet the lead group don't really want that to happen. They happily sit their line astern. Mansberger's the first person who will come under attack. Again, Ramsey up the inside of Vincent, which again is going to be helping Hugo Bush. You can see that little gap it's sprung just from that side-by-side action. He will have to protect from that toe, but it looks like they can't all be in his toe because they're having to go 3 wide as they come down into the Robert chicane, just slightly backwards. And for the lead, Taylor O'Flanagan back there ahead of Chaplin. Mansberger into that 3rd place. Mansberger still is that person who Hugo Bush will be aiming for. A little bit of contact in the background. Ramsey sent onto the grass. He spun it. There was a contact between him and Vincent. Just a little clip of tyres. Ramsey is going to look to rejoin, but he's going to have to wait patiently while those 3 people come out of the exit of Ramsey of Robert chicane. Really unfortunate for Ramsey, who was having a really good race, but that little bit of contact was enough, and you can see how Hugo Bush is really screaming across this group as they still fight into the corners. Hugo Bush can take the natural racing line. Currently the lap record, or the lap time, has gone to Boys currently, so he'll be getting the extra point for that. So he's a little bit further back. The record they're going for is a 19.1, so they're still a little way off of that yet. Still got 9/10 of a second to find if they want to try for that record. But given how much they are battling out front here, it doesn't look likely. Taylor O'Flanagan, though, still remaining out front, has led probably the majority of this race. Others have taken their turn, but it always comes back to Taylor O'Flanagan when it comes down to it. Hugo Bush is very much part of that battle. Here is some of those battles that we were watching further back. There's Max Gaunt, and that's followed by Hall and Taylor. We spoke to all of those in the assembly area. So they're out there enjoying their race in around that sort of 17th, 18th, 19th place out on grid. Gareth Lucas in the distinctive number 10 car there, also with them. So plenty of action all the way down through this field, even to the bottom of the top 17. Even though we do naturally concentrate on those lead battles, you can bet that these battles are happening all the way up and down the field, all doing the same thing side by side. Roger with Gaunt and Ramsey, so that's where Ramsey ended up after his trip and spin on the last lap. So he's having to contend with the next battle. He has got the speed in his car though, and you can see that he's able to exit the Robert chicane and go through. Here goes Anthony Taylor down the inside of a 4-wide move. Surely this can't work into Redgate. Anthony Taylor late on the brakes, but it's Hall that's going to come out on top. Anthony Taylor had to really pull on the anchors, and he's still struggling to get that rear end under control. Gareth Lucas seeing if he can move his car anywhere, but there's nowhere for him to go. He would have had to come out of the accelerator there just to not hit the rear of the person in front. Difficult situations to manage this, but what a fantastic battle. Taylor very late and wide out there. He does manage to get just about back to that, but the rear end of his car is complaining with the temperatures out there and the fact that he was slightly offline. It really wasn't offering up the grip that he wanted from them, and they cried foul. Taylor Flanagan, though, is finding the grip out there. Even though we did see him wide a couple of laps back, he is now back in the lead of the race, with Chaplin already, really, again, forcing the issue there. He's maybe going to take the lead. He squeezed it a little bit, not able to do it, but he does protect from Mansberger. Lock up there from the car, in the orange car, the number 51 was that? Yes. Oh, it's got a car out wide. Is that Gwyn Jones out wide? It's our 4th place driver, so a little bit after all that shenanigans into the Robert chicane, he is pushed off wide, but it's back to this top 4. We've seen it before, and we are going to see it again. Chaplin losing the rear. Hugo Bush tried to go up the inside, didn't have anywhere. Chaplin back across, a little bit of bumping, barging, getting his elbows out there. Wasn't going to let Hugo Bush have a run on him there. It's a little bit of, a bit robust manoeuvres, but we've spoken to Chaplin before, and he's saying how in this championship you do have to be quite robust. You have to stand your ground, and you have to make things happen. Here's Bianchi to the lead of that chase group now, though, over the 51 of Arnold, and Vincent alongside him. So yeah, absolutely is getting his elbows out. Hugo Bush in that 4th place, but with 8 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time. There's plenty of good overtaking opportunities down the straights where there's not much the drivers in front can do, especially with this slight headwind with the powerful toe that we have in this Caterham. Bianchi, though, into the lead of this chase group, so that puts him in 6th place, just ahead of Arnold in the 51. Then we've got Lancaster, Ephraimidas here in this group, so they're all sort of bunching together in there. They're having their own race. We're going side by side. Is that Gwyn Jones down the inside of Arnold? Indeed, he makes that stick. So all these movements, a little bit of Lancaster had a bit of problem coming out of the Robert chicane there. He lost a lot of speed, but meanwhile out front we're going 2 by 2. as we have seen before. Little bit close there again. Chaplin having to lose the rear end, but this time Hugo Bush does have the momentum around the outside, so he does pull around the outside of Chaplin and inserts himself back into that third place. So crisis averted after that gravelly trip across the Roberts chicane. He has managed to get everything back under control, and he's back into that third place ahead of Chaplin now, but behind Taylor and Flanagan, and Mansberger has taken his second turn at the front. And yeah, just getting reports through from the clerks that the number 53 car, that's Chaplin, has been given a 5-second penalty. So he, whilst he is in this battle, he is now 5 seconds behind on the road, and they're going to have to, are they 5 seconds up on the cars behind? Well, very nearly. So to get to this fourth place, they certainly have to push on a little bit more. He won't necessarily know that with them racing so close. Got a bit of gravel going on there, didn't we? So someone we saw disappearing through there, but see how close the cars are behind. He's not going to know it necessarily. When you're racing close and side by side as you go across the line, you don't necessarily have a chance to see who's getting penalties, but he has got that, so he is 5 seconds back, and he'll be looking to see whether he can make up enough time that it brings him back to that fourth place. O'Flanagan and Mansberger sharing that lead though. O'Flanagan back to the lead of this group with Hugo Bush ahead of Chaplin. If he has spotted that he's got that penalty, he'll want this group to move forward, and it's whether they've spotted that he's no longer part of this battle. That can be also quite a useful thing for a driver to know when there's a person with a penalty around. You don't want to overtly affect your race. You don't want to affect your race unduly when you know that they've got a penalty. O'Flanagan back to the lead ahead of Mansberger. Looks like Hugo Bush wants to go up the inside of Schwantz. That'll turn into the outside of McLean's. It's not going to this time through, so they sit back in single file. This top quartet of drivers to wait for that fifth place. And it's Vincent ahead of Bianchi now, and they've got a slight little gap, haven't they, back to the other cars that were in that group. And that's Boys and Arnold and Ephraimidis. Bianchi does have that fastest lap, a 19.7 at this stage, so still a little way off of the lap record, so maybe the conditions just aren't suitable for them to get that lap record this time around. But Mansberger takes the lead again ahead of Taylor and Flanagan, and we have Hugo Bush in third place. 4 minutes and 45 seconds, so still a few laps of this race left to go. Again, sharing that lead between Taylor and Flanagan, Hugo and Mansberger. Hugo Bush still dutifully sitting in there. He's got some speed into Redgate, does manage to get those brakes working. Chaplin a little bit wide there. You need to see him make sure he doesn't do that anyway. Every time he does it from now on, he gets additional penalties. So every time, if you start getting into the stage where you're getting penalties, if anything else gets called up, it's an additional, so 10 seconds on your race is the next one after the 5 second it's given. After that it's 30 seconds, and then you have to go through a drive-through, and if you continue to do it, then you can be black flagged from the race. But what have we got coming up into McLean's then? We have O'Flanagan in the lead, what do you know, ahead of Mansberger and Hugo Bush. Chaplin there in that fourth place, trying to look up the inside of Coppage, but not going to make it happen that time through. So you'll sit there and they'll tuck through. One of the apexes you can't see as a driver as you approach it. You've just got to trust that the track is there. Turn your car in and hope that you do monster that curb on the inside. You certainly want to, because they all tuck to the inside. This is certainly not the racing line, but it is the racecraft line to protect your inside. Taylor Flanagan manages to get out slightly from that inside line and carries enough momentum that he's going to be able to protect that to the line this time through. So maybe a couple more laps time through. 3 minutes 21 on the clock. Going to go 3 wide. He couldn't protect everything, so Mansberger went to his outside, and Hugo Bush fainted to the inside, but still O'Flanagan's going to find a way to maintain that momentum out the corner and take them all and lead them all down through the Craner curves again. On this 17th lap. They've got 16 laps in the books already, and this is their 17th. Many of those have been led by Taylor O'Flanagan. Mansberger has led some, as has Hugo Bush, as has Chaplin. So Chaplin is wide again out of that old hairpin, so he really does have to be careful to not get any further penalties. Again, because they're in a group of 4 on their own now, it is quite obvious to see as O'Flanagan holds onto that inside. And Hugo Bush looking up the inside of Mansberger to see whether he can. He hasn't got quite the overlap on the exit. He had to compromise his middle corner a little bit as they head around Cropston. Hugo Bush so recovered his drive after that gravelly. This is Hall. The replay as him losing the track. That was the gravelly moment. So His Dre has gone a little bit astray, does ping across the track in his Oakmere car, but we spoke to Oakmere earlier on, but he manages to rejoin okay, and onwards he will go. He crossed the line last time through in 17th. Expect to see him a little bit lower down. Vincent leads the chasing pack, but in the front group it is still Taylor O'Flanagan ahead of Mansberger and Hugo Bush. There's contact between the teammates there, between Hugo Bush and Mansberger. Hugo Bush seen a couple of times really late on the brakes into Redgate, but had nowhere to use all that speed, and the only place it was going is into the rear of his teammates' panel there, so that won't have gone down. We've already seen Mansberger getting a bit irate with when Chaplin did that earlier, so he's not really too happy with his teammate. Teammates in Club Motorsport is a very different thing from the kind of teammates you might expect in Formula One. They run with the same team, but they're certainly running their own independent championships, and they all want to do well for each other, but nevertheless you won't want to see his rear panel be a bit duffed up at that time through, but that does move Hugo Bush back to 4th place, so he's come out worst of that, so he's definitely not gained from it. But again, remember that Chaplin doesn't really signify in this race. He's there on track, but he is actually 5 seconds further back down, and it does look like Vincent this time through was 5 seconds behind the leaders. It's just over 5 seconds back, so it's really this battle is between Chaplin and the chasing group. They're going side by side. Hugo Bush has to go through the gravel once more. Chaplin sort of put him there. Again, yeah, not happy Hugo Bush there, signaling that he didn't like that move. It was a bit robust. But again, remember, Chaplin is not fighting Hugo Bush. Chaplin is fighting the group following. He needs to be that 5 seconds clear, and he was only 4.6 that last time. So the lap before he was 5.04 ahead. This time he was 4.6 ahead. Therefore, he has just lost a place by battling with Hugo Bush so strongly. He has now lost that place to the chasing group. He may not realise that, as he will not necessarily realise that he got that penalty right now. But it has allowed these front two to scamper off, and that is exactly what Hugo Bush didn't want at this stage of his championship. He needs to finish ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan to make anything work. You know, given that Taylor O'Flanagan in this situation is guaranteed 1st or 2nd, that is not going to do Hugo Bush's championship any good, and it will certainly not be a happy Hugo in the assembly area or Parc Fermé afterwards if that is the case. We are on the final lap. There's no way those following two are going to be able to chase it down. I think Hugo Bush is guaranteed that podium as long as he does make it to the end. And again, he may not realise that Chaplin's got that either, but is Mansberger, has he called a great one? Is he going to get this position? He's going to the outside of Roberts. He's been forced there by Taylor O'Flanagan. Remember, whoever comes out of the chicane ahead tends to be the winner. Mansberger has made the run round the outside. Can he get it slowed up? Taylor O'Flanagan's going to look to see whether he can get the momentum coming out this corner. Mansberger holds him to the inside, really pinches his exit. Who's going to make it to this checkered flag then? Is Mansberger going to do it? He is. Mansberger takes 2 wins in a row because he won the last race at Silverstone, and behind him it is Hugo Bush taking that 3rd place, but he would do anyway. What is the gap back to that 5th place? It's 4.7 seconds, and in fact there's a couple in those kind of things. I think Chaplin might have lost a couple more places as they came to the line. There's Ramsey. We saw him disappearing back after the spin, and he's managed to make his way back to further up than that. Actually, he was in 10th place over the line. We watched this tail end of the top 20 coming through. We spoke to a lot of these drivers. There's Max Gaunt, Ryan Lovett, and we've got Anthony Taylor there as well. So well done to all those drivers getting to the end. The Mansberger though managed that situation very well, didn't he? Pinched the exit to not let O'Flanagan have a run at him, and it was kind of inspired decision that I think it worked. So that's Curry off into a strange place, and did speak to him. So he has made it to the end, but unfortunately 1 lap too many to see the best of that race for him. Curry does come across the line. Oh, is that Bergbaum? Maybe I've misidentified, but certainly one of the orange cars. But the winner, yeah, Bergbaum was the car then. So a bit of a misidentification for me. Yeah, where did Curry finish that? So he came in 24th, so a few car places ahead. But Mansberger making a back-to-back victory then from the last race at Silverstone, and now the first race at Donington. Played that very well indeed, didn't he? Let's have a confirmation then of those provisional results. Dominic Mansberger takes the win over O'Flanagan. Hugo Bush is given that 3rd place. Bianchi is given 4th at this stage. Toby Boys, Alex Vincent, Michael Chaplin, Ephraimidis, Simon Arnold, and Jonathan Ramsey lines out the top 10. Mott was in 11th, Mara 12th. Then we've got Hoare, Jones, Lancaster, Mountsie, Ryan Lovett, Max Gaunt, Turner, Taylor rounds out the top 20. And then we've got Gareth Lucas, James Hall, Giles Perry, Dave Curry, Mike Hilton, John Cox, and Andrew Bergbaum. So it looks like we've got all 27 cars started and finished. What a race from the 270Rs. Thank you very much to the all of the racers there for making a fantastic event, and the top 4 especially for all that toing and throwing and backwards and forwards. It never looked settled, did it? They make their way down into the Parc Fermé, where they will get themselves lined up in their order. Caterham ready with the water. It is ever so hot outside, so these 25-minute races, they're certainly going to be draining for these drivers, but certainly Mansberger will likely jump out of this car with a spring in his step after that victory. Just while we wait for those drivers to extract themselves from these Caterhams, just a reminder, we've got one more race today with it's coming up straight after this one with the Roadsport, the first of their 2 20-minute races. Lots of action for the Roadsport this year already, so let's see what they can bring forward. But the 270R is putting on a fantastic show. Mansberger again taking that victory, second of his season over Taylor Flanagan. Yeah, looking like we're getting ready for that interview. So yeah, Sam's down with Dominic, and I'm sure a very happy Dominic he is too.
Yes, Dominic, congratulations. You've continued that winning streak from Silverstone.
Thanks. Although it was quite luck in the last corner, because I nearly lost the car. I hit the bump too hard on the inside. Car was not on control. So basically last corner was really luck. So could have easily been Taylor who won it.
But it was a close battle for the 4 of you, wasn't it, with Chaplin as well?
It was really hard because there were some other guys like Michael Chaplin joining the group. Also gave me a few bumps. Yeah, my rear panel doesn't look so good, but yeah, as always in Donington, it's a quite intense race.
But you came out on top.
Thankfully.
Congratulations. I'll have a quick word with Taylor. I've got Taylor and Hugo here together. Congratulations, Taylor. That was a very busy race for you, and you did make your car incredibly wide, didn't you? Because they couldn't get past you.
Yeah, I did my best. A bit gutted, obviously, led for most of the race, but come back second. But hey, second, still podium, and it's the sun is shining. So yeah, very happy.
Exactly, a lot to be happy for. Congratulations.
Thank you, Sam.
I'll have a quick word with Hugo now. Hugo's just over here talking to Dominic. Sorry, chaps. Hugo. Another podium, congratulations.
Yeah, I think sometimes you're unhappy with second, sometimes you're happy with third. I think that was I'm happy with third.
Well, that's good.
You know, having been down in 8th, I think, with 15 minutes to go, and then got back to the lead battle, but couldn't quite get right in amongst it. But third is good.
That's right, your little excursion, you know, that was amazing to get back up to the podium.
2, actually, but yeah. But yeah, good fun as always.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll let you go to the podium. There we go. I'll hand back to you, Chris, for some highlights.
Thank you. Here we go then. Let's have highlights of that 270R race. Hugo Bush taking the best of a good start, didn't he? Everyone got away evenly, but it was Hugo that scampered off into the distance a little bit. A little bit of a lock up there, wasn't there, as we came down in these early laps from that sort of end of the top 20. Was this front 3 and 4 cars and some other cars that are sort of up there early on that faded slightly as we went through, but we did talk about Hugo Bush dropping back through the order a little bit, and you can see he had to sort of fight his way back through early on, and I had to do it again. There was where we lost Ramsey to a bit of contact coming out. I don't know if it was with Vincent, I think it was close, but he dropped all the way down that field and had to fight his way back through. But Taylor Flanagan was never away from this lead group, and nor was, there is Lancaster, that's his gravelly moment. And Hall also had a similar gravelly moment. He lost the rear, it just was not coming back on the outside of Lovett, and we saw he made his way back across the track, but rejoined. And more action from Taylor, just got clobbered by one of those new curbs, and that's what spat Gareth Lucas out onto the grass on the exit. But it was these top 4 then. After Chaplin got his penalty, he was no longer part of the actual battle, but he was certainly part of the battle as they were driving around, and we heard Hugo Bush saying he's happy with that 3rd place. They were a quartet of drivers driving around with a little bit of contact there between the 2 drivers, and Mansberger saying he did it, but here was Mansberger. He said he hit the curb too much, lost the rear of the car, and that's what sent his car inside, gave Taylor Flanagan nowhere to go. So well done to Dominic Mansberger for admitting that. It looked like an inspired move, but actually ended up being a little bit more of an accident. But I know that I can hear that the Roadsports are already out on track. And as you can see, they've actually left the grid for their green flag lap already. So all the action coming straight at you, and we will watch them as they go round here. But let's try and give you a grid, if we can, of this 28-car road sport grid. You've got Jeff Newman on pole, Theo Theato, Charlie Lower, David Rook, a great result for him. Cook up in 5th, Woodman is in 6th, Tom Noakes 7th, and Mark Kendall 8th. Then we've got Mark Jones, Mark Williams, Simon Patel, and Paul Castle comes 12th. Jody Lees, Joe Priday, Louise Deason and James Moon and top 16. Freddie Chiddicks all the way down in 17th. Neil Perry, Philip Clark, Aaron Stevens in 20th. We've got Michael Banton, Ainscoe, Mason and Roebuck and 24th. Charles Vincent, Alan Bateman, Ray Radford and Chris Roberts is 28th. So another bumper grid of cars. The Chiddicks then not able to do anything in qualifying. It looks like he's also had some laps disallowed in qualifying. So what's putting him all the way down there? Our championship rival coming in here. That's not going to help his season that well. We've seen a bit of a rock and roll year for the road sports so far. They've had some incidents, some intrigue, and they've started getting it all under control at Silverstone. And let's hope that we see more of that today. But we have got a 20-minute race for you for them today. This is the final Caterham action of this Saturday, but we are back with 5 races tomorrow and starting at 9:35. So good to have you on board for this final action of today. Let's see what the road sport cars can do then. Jeff Newman, you can see him lining up on that pole position, the blue and yellow machinery. Alongside him, Theo Theato. What a great result for him on the front row of that grid. We spoke to him at Snetterton before he had a bit of a wild race. See Chris Roberts, he's the final car ready to line up. Charlie Lower and David Rook having a great qualifying session there as well. Not a name that's regularly up there. In fact, his best result so far this year has been 14th, or 8th, sorry. He is looking like he's got a good set of results. But it looks like all the drivers are about lining up. Who is going to get the best start? Can we see Freddie Chiddicks coming back up through the field? You would expect him to. We see the cars now looking like they're all ready to go, so we'll soon get that green flag at the rear of the pack, and then the next thing we'll be looking for the lights, and the lights are on already. So final action of today, the road sport racing, and who is going to get this? The Lovecars Roadsport. Newman gets a great start off the line. Can he solidify that? It looks like he can. Charlie Lower looking to the inside of Theo Theato, and it looks like he is going to, in fact, Newman had a bit of a poor gear change there, didn't he? So Charlie Lower got the whole shot into turn 1. He's overtaken a couple of cars as Woodman's also made another one of his lightning starts and ends up in 3rd or 4th. Just 4th, but a little bit of contact behind, lost a wing. I think that Marcus Eels may be involved. His car slightly out to one side, but nevertheless that wing should get dispatched to the edge of the track relatively quickly, or the marshal should have enough time in these early corners to be able to go and get that as tight as you like as they flow on down through the Craner curves and through the old hairpin on these early laps. There's Louise Deason as we're watching her going off up the hill. Lots of cars all fighting over the same bit of tarmac through Swans Curve, 3 wide into McLean's. That's uncomfortable to say the least, but they're all flowing through so far nicely. But Newman has made it back to the lead of that grid, ahead of Charlie Lower, then Theo Theato, Woodman in that 4th place. There's Kendall ahead of Cook. I think that is in the 15 car. And as they head down the exhibition straight then, so Jeff Newman protecting to the inside, not giving Charlie that option, so Charlie has to go to the outside, and Jeff Newman says thank you, I shall take the rest of the width of the track, and the rest of the field all flowing through. Looks like it's relatively under control. One car is locked up there with the yellow nose cone, and to catch who that was, hopefully they'll have all made it through the chicane. So it looked like he was slowing up that car, so hopefully he has managed to do that. Again, Newman having to protect from both sides this time, not able to do so. Charlie Lower looking up the inside, but Newman has got just enough pace to chop across the nose cone there. Charlie Lower in this early phase of the race giving that the benefit of the doubt. Chiddicks is already up to, where is he? He's made up 10 places on that one lap. He's up into 7th place already, so whatever his problems were in qualifying, he's clearly lost none of his speed in the car when he comes to the racing, so up into that 7th place already. What a great result for Chiddicks. And there's Mark Kendall, who he's just ahead of, I think, already. So Kendall, another front-running driver, and he would be quite surprised to see Chiddicks up there. But Woodman will be looking, the Lovecars journalist Woodman will be looking to maintain this top 4. He's always aiming for those podiums. He's got one of the podiums off to his name already this year. He's had a couple of 3rd places, once by a penalty, or another driver getting a penalty, and another one actually out there on track, and he'll be thirsty for more, I am absolutely sure, as we watch the paddle up car there, the number 84 of Pride Day there in the Paddle Up. That's the online supercar auction and sales platform. As they head on down into the Roberts chicane again. Little tight, that's Chiddick's trying to get another place. There goes one of the wings, and that was against, I think that was Mark. Who's that up there? It is Jones, so I think that is Jones' wing just gone flying, with Chiddick's having to see whether he could make up that place. Not going to, but he's still managing to maintain another bit of contact there, just at the rear of, looked like it was one of the parts of the wings maybe with Charlie Lowe. No, it looks like he's still got all his wings intact. But Theo Theato has absolutely got a turn of pace here at Donington Park. Clearly loves this track, and it's quite unusual, this track, compared to others. It's a very high speed circuit. Whilst we never really go in a straight line for very long, all the corners themselves are extremely high speed committed corners, and see Theo Theato happy to carry that pace all the way through Old Hairpin and up the road. We very rarely get below motorway speeds in the Caterhams as we race around. The slowest point of our track, I think, is probably into the Roberts chicane. That's 64 odd miles an hour, or 60 miles an hour in these cars. So very rapid indeed. Seeing whether we got the road sport lap record is 20.7 currently. So let's see whether during this race we can get approaching anywhere there. I think the temperatures might see that off. There's Mark Williams following along behind. I think that was Banton. Coming down then the Roberts chicane past the exhibition centre. Newman has been a persistent force at the front, absolutely using every single last bit of track as they went there. Theo Theato a little bit wide coming out of the chicane, but that shouldn't cost him any time. Newman is protecting that inside, but he's going to have enough opportunity, I think, to make it to the outside of the track and therefore take the full racing line. Charlie Lowe coming under attack from Woodman, who is going to make it up into that third place. They are side by side, nothing between them. Charlie Lowe carrying that speed round the outside. Can he carry it then through Hollywood and down into Crane and Curves? It does look like it at the moment. You'll be looking to see, but they are tripping over themselves. Who is that? Is that Chiddick's trying to insert himself in that battle? Is it 3 wide into the Crane of Curves? That is nuts. But nevertheless, they have made it stick. So Chiddick's another place up. And Charlie Lowe will be thinking, crikey, where did you come from? And Mark Jones just behind them, who were looking to solidify his season after, again, some issues early on for him in the race season, but looking fully inserted in this battle, isn't he? With Newman, Theato sort of just slightly ahead of them all at this point. And this battling's not going to be helping that situation. We've seen Woodman before. He's very willing to put on a defensive manoeuvre, and around Donington he's going to have to work pretty hard to do that. But with Chiddick's behind him, he may not have too many opportunities. But Chiddick's and Lower, they're going line astern. Newman, though, their kind of main championship rival, and the person who came into here in the lead of the championship, is pulling away with Theo Theato, and Theo Theato is not really in this championship at this stage. There we go, Freddie Chiddick's down the inside, so whatever happened to him qualifying, he has got the absolute bit between his teeth. He is off and up the road. He's ahead of Woodman, although Woodman's got a little bit of a run back at him as they come across the line this time. It might well be that he has that momentum on the outside, but Chiddick's been late on the brakes, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him really late again. Lower not able to use his extra pace. A bit of a Jones is carrying that speed through the middle of the corner. Can he block Lower from being able to get back in line? And again, it looks like they're all going to filter through Hollywood as tight as you like. Kendall right behind them, and then behind Kendall it's going to be Cook and Rook. The two, Rook was on that front row of the grid, wasn't he? So dropped back a little bit, but it's surprising given this. Another bit of grassy moment there for Rook, I think that was at the back of the field. And we saw that earlier on from Alan Cooper, and he ended in the gravel, so well done to not end up in the gravel there. Newman has sprung a little bit of a gap over Theo. He's clearly got the pace out there in front of this field. Doing a lot of racing this year has Newman. He's also got a 310R lined up, and he's doing a bit of practice racing in that as well as he goes through the season, and some of that is showing here as he's showing them all a good clean hit pair of heels after a rocky start where he finished 9th at Brands Hatch there, followed by a 4th after getting a penalty on the last lap, even though he crossed the line in first place. He has had 3 wins out of the following 4 races, Lower taking to the grass. We've seen that a few times this weekend, haven't we? Freddie Chiddick's having to give that place back to Woodman, so Woodman taking it on and actually having a nice controlled race here. We sometimes see Woodman, very emotional driver. He's great to listen back to, and you'll have seen some of the Lovecars content that we've been showing you on this stream throughout the day, and he certainly loves his racing, and it's great to see him doing well, and this time he's really persisting in that 3rd place. Here's the Kendall, Cook and Rook. You can see in a little bit of a replay here, there's Benja Headley. It's not Benja Headley today, but there's a spin there for the number 88 car of Vincent. So that's Charles Vincent spinning his car, a bit like out of the old hairpin. So did well to gather that all back up together, get pointed in the right direction. Off he went. There is Kendall and Cook. Rook just behind. So Rook's running the he's running the novice cross, so he has one of the drivers who hasn't yet got his signatures, so he must be new in this season, because most of these will have got all their signatures from the end of Academy season last year. Theato, where it looked like there was a gap springing, it has not sprung, therefore little contact again. There were close to contact, we'll say, between Kendall and Cook there. Now looking at the inside, we are side by side for the race lead. We are 3 wide though for the 3rd position. Who is going to come out on top of that? That is a lot of very assured drivers all trying to go through that same bit. Charlie Lowe has been shuffled backwards a little bit, hasn't he? So for the championship, he comes in 2nd place, just 1 point behind Jeff Newman as they came into this event. A couple of wins to his name and 2 other podiums, but not having such a good Silverstone, where he dropped back just a touch. There in that, again, back in that sort of 6th place at the moment, so it's not going to be where he wants to finish, especially as he can see Jeff Newman disappearing off the road, up the road, and Jeff Newman with a couple of fastest laps to his name, which is also giving him extra points. And in this race, it's Theo Theato who currently holds that with a 21.5, so still a little bit of time before they get to the lap record phase, but nevertheless, he's doing well, so it's still over a second. He's following Jeff Newman around here, so the heat and the wind can affect the lap time, so where we saw some lap records earlier on, it looks like we're not going to quite get there with the Roadsport group, but we've still got plenty of time left, still got 11 minutes, so maybe they'll prove me wrong. Mark Kendall in that battle as they chase through. Here's Chiddix now leading with Mark Jones following him, so Mark Jones doing a good job to stay out there. Sideways action already, is a little bit too sideways there for the number 8 car as he battles to get back. That was Noakes up there. Got more battling as they go off up to the, every corner's an adventure at the moment for this Roadsport grid. They don't know the meaning of sitting back and being patient. They just want to make their way forward, and why the heck not? So it looks like that is the yellow nose cars we saw having a bit of a lock up earlier. That's a whole Banton there coming to the inside of James Moon, and there's Louise Deason up the inside of everybody, making a great move into the Robert chicane, making it stick as well. That has allowed looks like Banton to actually disappear off up the road, but Louise Deason getting absolutely stuck in, so that crosses the line in 18th place for her this time through. Just behind Louise Deason is Ainscoe and Moon as well. Battles going on through. Ainscoe losing the rear of the car, but gathers it all back together again as they exit and go off through Hollywood. James Moon definitely lower down than we expect, and when he was in the academy year, he was right up there, especially in wet weather, so there's a little bit of a slipping form for James Moon, but this lead 2 and this lead pairing, see Theo Theato's lost a bit of glass. He looks like he's been hit by a stone or something that's cracked his window glass. That won't cause him any particular problems other than seeing whether he can get a spare one for tomorrow's race. Jeff Newman, though, has been that constant force out front, and he's fast enough that he has pulled that gap to this chasing group. Freddie Chiddix and Mark Jones there, it looks like, in that 3rd and 4th. Charlie Lower has still fighting with Woodman for that 5th and 6th place. So Theo Theato knows he's on to a good thing so far. So this will be his best result by a little way. So 4th place he's had so far. So another couple of places in this race if he just stays where he is. But knowing him, he will want to go for that win. As we see Mark Jones going to the inside of Chiddix. Side by side is kind of what you don't want to do into this bend if you want to try and catch the group in front. They do filter through, but Chiddix is back up the inside. It looks like these two are more intent on battling each other than trying to close that gap. Let's see what the gap was. The last time through it was 2.8 seconds back, so let's see whether that comes down or extends out as this race goes on. He's managed everything pretty well so far, though, hasn't he? In this sort of Caterham Lovecars Roadsport Championship. And Theo Theato has been absolutely his partner in crime out front, though, so this is definitely 2x2x2 racing as we go through. Chiddix is now ahead of Mark Jones. Bounces his way through. Another paddle up car there for Mark Jones. There's Banton. We saw him having a few issues earlier, and it looks like that's ended in the gravel for him. 43 exit of Redgate corner by the looks of things. In a bit of a tricky position there. That's kind of in the firing line, so we may see another another safety car. Let's have a look what happens. Louis Deason looking up the inside. He's just carried too much speed, hasn't he? He can't make that car turn around that apex. Little bit of ambition over adhesion and ends up in the gravel trap and bogs down. The marshals may give it a good chance to see whether they can push him out, but we're going to have yellow flags into there, so watch out for that with the lead group there. They have got a safety car deployed. According to the timing screen, there is the safety car, and it has managed to just gather up Jeff just in time. So that's well driven by Jeff to obviously see that and let that safety car go out. We've seen that a couple of times this year. It's just the way that happens on track. It's a late call and it can cause issues. So they're well done to the Roadsport this time for making sure everything went well. So a car looking like they were heading off track and on to the exit road. I don't know where that was. And if they've hit their radiator or something similar, and therefore no, they can't continue. There is Newman then. Has taken the speed right off. Unfortunately, he had this happen to him at Silverstone, didn't he? He had a nice gap back to all the chasing group, to all his main rivals, and someone having an incident out on track means that the safety car comes out and immediately that gap disappears. He got a little bit mugged at Silverstone and dropped, I think, to 4th place. Let's just check the results. It was actually 3rd place that he got mugged to, because I think Charlie Lower had a penalty. So that will be another disappointing end to Theato must be also cursing, because he was on for his best result and now he's got to do it all again. 6 minutes. So by the time this safety car disappears, we're going to be heading into the absolute heart of this race, the last 5 or 4 minutes by the time that we get all this cleared up and ready to go again. There is the Ford GT Mustang there going around. As we see the trailing pack all now nose to tail. So anyone who has lost out a little bit will be really happy and rejoicing the fact that safety cars come out. Someone like Jeff and Theo, and even the 2nd, 3rd and 4th, who had a bit of a gap over the chasing pack, they're going to be a bit disappointed that they don't now get to do that. But we've got the the Snatcher, ready to pull that car out. Obviously the marshals couldn't push it to bog down sufficiently. It's quite a deep gravel trap out there at the exit of Redgate. So we're going to have probably a couple of laps here behind that safety car. And we saw earlier on in a couple of the safety cars we've had, there'd been a bit of a snoozing by the drivers, seemingly like maybe the heat's got to them, but there's a little bit of people able to spring gaps where you wouldn't necessarily expect it. You normally just have them all absolutely nose to tail coming out of a safety car. So I wonder whether Jeff will have seen that and be looking to see whether he can do a similar thing behind our safety car. Running in these road sport cars, following around. So this is the 2nd season of racing for them. They were last year's Academy contingent. Jeff Newman was Academy champion last year, alongside Charlie Lower, who won in there. Harry George was runner-up, and we've seen him earlier on in the 310R race. And Freddie Chiddicks just lost out to Newman on the last lap of the last race of the season by a single point due to the fastest lap that Jeff Newman managed to nab. So he was definitely a little bit sore after that one, but we're back into this road sport season, and after what looked like a disappointing qualifying session for Freddie, he's right back up here in this battle, which didn't look likely, did it? And he has been on the podium every single race this season, so fantastic set of results for him. He's had 4 second places, the 3rd, and a win to his name. As we just see that car getting lifted away. We'll get that snatch vehicle back. I wonder whether we're going to get to within 1 lap, whether we'll have another one to go. There's another opportunity to see that Ford GT Mustang, 5 litres. It sounds awesome as it drives around, and it's advertising the British Motor Show, 18th and 21st of August in Farnborough. Here's Paul Castle we're looking at on screen. One of the self-professed bandits from the grid of cars as he makes his way through. Great to see everyone out there in the same, taking that number 13 car as well. Here is Mike Banton, the sad end to his race. It was looking lively, wasn't it, when we joined that battle a little bit earlier, and it just a bit of too much speed going into Redgate. It's so easy to do. It's it is a fast bend, but there is obviously a limit to what you can get away with, and he just carried far too much apex speed as he was trying to defend from Louis Deason looking up his inside, and they turned the wheel and the rears absolutely would not comply. But yep, these are the Academy graduates from last year in their 2nd year of motorsport, so they're gaining some of that experience, and this is all part of that learning that we do with the Caterhams. They would have run as 2 grids last year in the academies, but they all combined into a single road sport grid. And the upgrades between this and an academy car, you get the tyres. So the Avon Academy tyres are replaced by the ZZS tyres. These are the same tyres they're going to run all the way through to the 310R Championship, so they'll get used to them. Still road legal though, so you can still drive these to the track, race, and then drive them home as well. Are we going to get the safety car in? Certainly got everything out the way as far as the racing surface goes. Jeff Newman looks like he's backing everybody up. So is he therefore going to launch them off? Feel quite sorry for him. I can hear the safety car has booted it through the chicane. So yes, he was absolutely making his way out. It's going to be a late restart for Jeff Newman as he comes around the Roberts chicane. Still hasn't gone yet. Still holding the back, knowing that there is a tow all the way in, and he is going to have to get going now. Otherwise, they could overtake him by the time they get, or just after that line. Woodman is looking to do that, and there's cars behind also looking. They're going to be, some of them are overtaking before the start-finish line, which they cannot do. They're going to have to come out the throttle again. Jeff Newman really started late for his own reasons, which is to protect into this turn 1. Is he going to be able to do it? He certainly looks like it. Theo Theato is also going to try and protect his second place, and it's Mark Jones and Freddie Chiddicks, Charlie Lower, all the normal people back in that battle, but this time there are no gaps again. It's like the start of the race. I think overall Jeff Newman would say he managed that quite well. I wouldn't want to be a steward working out if anyone had overtaken before the line that time through. Certainly going to be a bit confusing. Can Newman do it all again? Can he spring a gap on this last 1 minute 32 seconds? So this will be their penultimate lap. They are doing 1 minute 21 second lap, so they will get this lap in and one more, I think. Yes, it will be definitely. So Newman up into there. Frio Theato looking like he's got a lot of pace on there as he goes through McLean's, but can't do anything with it at the moment. He's having to attack and defend. Mark Jones slipping back a little bit now. Charlie Lower recovered that position. You've got Paul Woodman just behind Jones as well, and he'll be wanting to make that move forward. We saw him early on in about 2nd or 3rd place, didn't we? So he's dropped back a little bit. He's going to have Cook to contend with back in that sort of 6th or 7th place there. As they make their way down, we've got a bit of grass tracking there for one of the cars in the background. 3 wide for the lead though. Newman around the outside. Chiddicks is going down the inside. He's made it stick. Theo Theato acts as blocker on the outside. Chiddicks isn't going to have the good momentum out this corner, but he's still going to have the inside of the track. Newman looking to the inside. He can't make it stick, so he's going to have to go to the outside as they come down to Redgate. He's going to protect that outside. Chiddicks is going to pull away slightly from that track edge, and who is going to make that? He's got a bit of a loose wing there for Newman. His front wing is pinged up. That's not going to necessarily help him as they go round Redgate. He's on the outside. Is it going to happen again? Is it going to be like a nightmare repeating himself? He had a gap out front with Theo Theato. Theo's got dropped down to 3rd place, but is maintaining it well. Newman is up the inside though as they turn the left-hander through Craner Curves. He's going to have the momentum as they go into the old hairpin. He is back out in front as they head on up the hill, and maybe with a good bit of momentum. Theo Theato lost out there though. He had the outside line and he didn't have anywhere to go with it. Had to come out the throttle as he was drifting off wide onto the AstroTurf. So Newman is currently ahead. Does he want to be ahead? It's good for him that Jones is so close on Chiddicks. Chiddicks is going to have to be looking forward and backwards all at the same time. And Theo Theato, they're now having to defend from Kendall, who's made his way up. Where's Woodman gone? Is he dropped back a little bit? There he is, just behind Kendall and Lower still. Newman's got a tiny gap, but that might not be the best thing coming onto this last lap or this last straight, because they will have a run up on him with that big toe. Jones is going to go to the outside of Chiddicks. He's already moved there. Chiddicks is going to have to look and protect from that. Therefore, Newman is going to have the inside line. Is he going to be able to get it all stopped up? It looks like he's got it all managed and under control as he exits this chicane, and it does look like Newman is going to be able to protect his lead after that late safety car. Can Chiddicks make any move on him as they come to the line? He's jinking out, but he's going to run out of time. So it is Newman across the line, ahead of Chiddicks, ahead of Jones for a great 3rd place. Theo Theato, got a feel for him, dropping to 4th place. That matches his best result. Kendall making a good 5th place recovery. Lower is going to be disappointed in 6th, and Woodman will also be disappointed having dropped down a little bit late there into 7th place. Rook and Cook are line stern still. 8. Rook taking the better of Cook and Patel, Pryday, Roebuck, Castle, Clark, Moon, Williams, Stevens, Noakes, etc. What a great race to end today's Caterham action. Jeff Newman having to protect that. His heart would have been in his mouth and he would have sunk a little bit as he saw Freddie Chiddicks going up the inside of the chicane, but luckily he had that one more lap to manoeuvre himself back and did make it all the way back to the top. So confirmation of the provisional result. Jeff Newman taking that win over Freddie Chiddicks and Mark Jones in 3rd place. Theo Theato taking 4th. Kendall, Charlie Lower down in 6th. Woodman 7th. Rook, Cook and Patel round out the top 10. 10. Priday was 11th with Roebuck. Castle, Clark, Moon, Williams, Aaron Stevens in 17th. Noakes, Decent and Roberts rounding out the top 20. Then we had Ainscoe, Radford, Mason, Perry, Bateman, and then we see the cars that we lost. We lost Jody Lees, Michael Banton and Charles Vincent. And it was Castle getting the fastest lap with a 21.5 in that race. Therefore, he would gain an extra point on the championship totals. Wow, what a set of action and races we've had today. Donington National is always a great racing circuit for Caterhams. You can see how every single time we get to any corner they can make an overtake, and they regularly do, and sometimes 2 and 3 wide. But a great day's action. The Roadsport rounding that off really nicely there. A couple of spins to gravel, but nothing too untoward, more from speed rather than contact. But Jeff Newman, I know, will be chuffed to bits with his 4th win of the season. So that does recover his championship rather. He came in here in the lead on ahead of Charlie Lower, and that's certainly going to help solidify that for him. Freddie Chiddick's definitely a recovery, wasn't it, for him to get to 2nd place? And what a he wouldn't have thought that after qualifying. I'm sure he would have been quite down in the dumps after that qualifying, but to get to 2nd, what a result. And Charlie Lower is going to be disappointed coming in here in 2nd place in that championship, but will now drop backwards. But there is Jeff Newman in the number 33. Lovecars Roadsport race, the winner of race number 1. They've got another race tomorrow, along with all the obviously another race tomorrow, another 20-minute outing. Looks like the weather's going to be equally as hot. So as we see Jeff Newman extracting himself from all the safety gear, obviously there are plenty of safety gear that they must wear, and I know that Sam is going to be down there ready to speak to Jeff. So yeah, to go down and hear how Jeff Newman's race went, looking very happy.
Very much. Cheers.
Yes, thank you. Jeff, congratulations, a 4th win of the season.
Thank you.
How was that race for you?
Yeah, it's pretty easy, to be honest with you, and it's nice to spice things up a little bit with the safety car. Freddie came steaming into the chicane, lost control, and had to dodge him. That's about as exciting as it got, really. So yeah, so we'll see what the clerk says about that move, but apart from that, it's all good, thanks for that. And big shout out to my number 1 fan, Nev. Really appreciate your support.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Jeff. I'll move on to Freddie. Freddie,
yeah.
Congratulations on 2nd place. I mean, from 17th on the grid.
Yeah, 17th to 2nd. Qualifying was horrible. I didn't have full throttle, so I knew that there was work to be done in the race, and I hoped that I'd get back up like this. So yeah, really good race. Lucky again with the safety car like Silverstone to catch up with the guys at the front that made a breakaway. But yeah, really good racing. Enjoyed that one.
Excellent, thank you, congratulations. Right, let's have a word with Mark. Mark will be happy to be on the podium.
Hello.
Mark, congratulations, you've made it on the podium.
Finally this year. It's been coming for a long time, so
it has.
I'm happy now, yeah.
Happy now, you got that podium position.
Yeah, just need to calm down a bit now, a bit too hot.
Yeah, long day waiting for this race, and it's extremely hot down here. But
well, I was asleep an hour ago having a nap in the car, so I haven't done too bad.
Well, no, you did very well. Maybe you should do that every time.
Yeah, I'm going to have a sleep tomorrow before the race as well.
Thank you very much. Congratulations,
Cheers.
Mark. There you go. I'll hand back to you, Chris, for...
Thank you, yes. Let's have some highlights of that Roadsport race. A very exciting final race for us here at Donington. Here we go then. So we got Charlie Lower got the best start of everyone, didn't he? And Newman there down into that 2nd place, but the Woodman running outside. The next time we saw them, they were all side by side, and Newman was out front. So at this stage, Charlie Lower's race was going well. But it certainly would go downhill a little bit as we went through. There was that contact between Freddie Chiddicks and Mark as they went through that Robert chicane. Lost his wing at that point. Woodman was also right up front at that point. A little bit of a spin for the 88 of Vincent as he went round after the old hairpin, and more gravel tracking out there. And this is where we lost Banton a little bit too fast entering Redgate, and that brought out the safety car. which closed up. Jeff Newman and Theo Theato had a gap on everyone, and at the restart it always looks just like the normal start, didn't it? But Jeff Newman actually managing that one pretty well from his point of view, kept everyone behind him and made them looking in their mirrors. And Theo Theato at this stage was still in that second place, but he would lose out late on as Mark Jones to the outside of Carl. There's Eels going through the I think I might have misidentified that car, but yeah, didn't see that on the actual stream itself. But here comes Jeff Newman then out of that final corner. He did have enough of a gap over Freddie Chiddicks in that final bit, and Theo Theato drifted to that 4th place. But what a result for Newman in his Perry actually going through the gravel there. We have, though, got an interview with Theo Theato. He finished that 4th place. He'll be a bit disappointed, I'm sure, but a great result nonetheless.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm here with Theo. Theo, it was going great for you, wasn't it? You're battling for the win.
Well, I was battling for the win. Jeff and I were seconds ahead of the pack, and we were just sitting. I was just sitting pretty behind him, and kept catching because the toe's really strong around here. So. And then the safety car came out, and I saw Banton's car in the gravel, and I knew everybody compresses. If there's one thing you learn in road sport or anything, it's just get all the cars close together. So when Jeff crawled up to the start-finish line and then powered off, I knew I was going to be swarmed. And then somewhere along the line, Mark Jones got in front of me, and then Freddie Chiddicks made a wonderful lunge into the inside apex of the chicane, and before you know it, I'm P4. I'm crying. No podium again. But it's better than Silverstone, where I ended up in the gravel. So I think I had a great race pace today. It's just circumstances were against me a little bit, but you know, live and learn. It's still really enjoyed it.
Excellent. And you've got a nice smashed windscreen.
I got a smashed windscreen, but that was from yesterday. That wasn't from today. Little Gorilla Tape on the top of it, but. Yeah, it's nothing else has been damaged, so that's a good thing. That's a one race weekend. I can go home and go. There's no bills to pay on a Monday morning. So
ready to attack tomorrow.
Ready to attack. Where are we next? Anglesey? I think we're at Anglesey next.
Tomorrow. After tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and tomorrow. Yeah, of course. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. 6 hours between races. It's quali and race. Yeah, it's a long day.
It's a long wait.
Yeah, but I'll be ready for it tomorrow. P4 is still a great position to be in on this track, and you can see I've got pace, so it's gonna be a really aggressive start again from me.
All to play for.
All to play for. All to play for.
Thank you very much,
Thanks,
Theo.
Appreciate it.
I'll hand back to you now, Chris.
Thank you in forgetting that we've got that race tomorrow, but we have got plenty of action all throughout tomorrow as well. So that is the end of the driving action for our Saturday, but we are back tomorrow, Sunday. First race is the 7 Championship UK, the second of their 3 races, and they're due to go off at about 9:35. We do often run slightly ahead of schedule at race meetings though, so I recommend that you get here at least 10-15 minutes before on the stream, because we will be back here. Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box and Sam Parker out there talking to our drivers. We will be fully up to speed with all the 5 races we've got. So we've got 2 races from the 7 Championship UK's Roadsport that we've just watched will be in action at 10:45 tomorrow. 310R come at 11:55, and then 270R at 2:15, and then our final Caterham action for tomorrow is at 3:25, which is the final of 3 races for the 7 Championship UK. So plenty more action tomorrow. Looks like from the weather reports we're going to have equally nice weather tomorrow that we've had today. It's been an absolutely pristine day, and just many thanks to all of the marshals that spend all their days out here picking up wings and clearing up after our drivers, sweeping back all the gravel into its right places. But thank you very much, as we've got the podiums, so yeah, thanks to those marshals, and I'm sure the drivers would echo that. We've got Mark Jones from Caterham Gatwick. There we go. He's congratulations to him on that 3rd place. His podium, the first one of this season for him. It's a great result for him after his snooze that he had. And now we've got Simon Lambert building up for Freddie Chiddicks after 20th on that grid. What a comeback that was. Not having full throttle is not going to help you in that qualifying session. You saw how close all the drivers are, but fantastically managed to get them through into that 2nd place. But it's Jeff Newman who takes that win and will extend his lead in that championship, and it's his Another victory of his season, so the 4th victory of his season. Doing very well indeed. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of our Roadsport drivers. Congratulations to all of our podiums and other drivers throughout this race day here at Donington. Thank you very much to the Sport Club, and remember the British Motor Show, 18th to 21st. But first of all, before all of that, we've got tomorrow's action coming up as we see them absolutely covering each other. Again, not caring about it. He's just sprayed very acidic wine into his eyes. Mark might regret that move in a few minutes' time as his eyes water away. But yeah, more weather for the same, more racing action for the same tomorrow. Let's see you tomorrow morning on this live stream at 9:35, but get there a little bit early. Get your cups of tea ready, and we'll see you there.